to tell you why we don't have evidence for X. Right? So it's laughable on its face, but I can't remember exactly what they say as to why they can't provide that evidence. I think it's to do with angles. But anyway, but of course, you know, the burden of proof is on them to prove it's moving in the first place.
We wouldn't expect to have evidence for our claims.
Right.
Crazy. I don't know. This might be, I don't know, not necessary, but like just watching the vid from last night, the debate, it's just why does Whitsitt looks like a happy, healthy man, you know? Even like the debate guy, what's his name? James? He's like a happy, healthy, glowing type of dude. Then you look at Conspiracy Cats, Mr. Sensible. These guys look like freaking gremlins, goblins. All right.
Yeah, they do. Someone in the chat said they look like England's two stupidest cancer patients.
Oh my goodness!
I could laugh at that, but it was funny.
I'm not saying all. You know, I don't know. I can only speak for myself. I'm sure. You know, it's not like going against the argument. It's just interesting to note these guys don't look so happy or healthy.
Yeah,
compared to even just James and Whitsitt.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can tell James just loves debates. Like, he doesn't really give a shit who's winning or not. Like, which is actually quite good. That's kind of what you want in a debate host. But yeah. I feel like James should step in a little bit more and stop the kind of the atrocious like ad homs and poisoning the well and that kind of thing.
Right.
I feel like James could do a bit more there, but it's almost actually good that he's so passive because he's obviously just not biased. Like, he can't be biased if he's not doing that much.
Yeah.
So it's good.
No, honestly, I think all the toxicity that comes in, I mean, I would assume that's largely coming from the Globe side. That's got to sort of have an effect on him as well. You know, he sees it. He's reading the super chats. Guys are donating $50 just to like talk shit to Whitsitt, you know? And it's like,
that's great. He's literally extracting money out of Globers just because they can't hold their tongue. I mean, that's hilarious.
Oh, I didn't even think about that because I realized at the end, like, he's the one getting the money, right? It's his channel for the super chats.
Well, James gets money. Yeah, I don't know if James pays the guest. He probably does, to be fair. I don't know.
Possibly.
But yeah, it's funny. So imagine every time you call me a prick, I get $1. Like, please carry on.
Yeah.
Well, hey, James, he does a lot of other debates and everything too. So, I mean, he gets super chats all the time, and I don't think he's the only one that gets paid from this in the super chat. I mean, Google screws you on that package, but like when Fight the Flat Earth invites somebody to come on his channel to get him some content, and he gets all the super chats. That's something different. You know what I mean? You know, I think James provides a public service where Fight the Flat Earth is just like he's I don't know. I didn't know what to call him. I don't know why anybody would super chat him on one of his live streams.
Well, they're paying money to cope. Like, they're literally spending super chats to feel better. Oh man.
Yeah, literally. Pathetic, isn't it?
It's so pathetic.
You know, there's some guys who'll post in there and they'll just put like, "Woo, go, Mr. Sensible," and he's like paid $3 to say that.
Yeah. Right.
There's no evidence that he's listened to anything that anyone said. Did you see the So, CB, you didn't actually see the intro, did you? And Mickey, you didn't either. Conspiracy Cat's entire intro was a giant poison the well fallacy. Like, and I'm not even like, that's not an exaggeration. That's like not a semi-truth. The entire thing was just him going, "Hi, I'm a time traveler." Like, he claimed to be a time traveler, right? Yes, that it is retarded as it sounds. He claims to be a time traveler, and that he's travelled back in time from the end of the debate to the start of the debate, and then is telling the audience what happened, right? And so then he's got this word sheet or whatever, just saying, which it said things quickly and no one understood it. And like, that was one of the bullet points. And then another thing was like, he basically had a bunch of these ad homs, but it was a giant poison off. That was his whole opening. He didn't even talk about the Earth.
Tactics. Weasels.
It's just so obvious, though. So obvious.
He doesn't have to talk about the Earth. Everybody knows it's a globe.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, I think his argument is flat earthers are wrong about the Earth being flat because they're flat earthers.
Yeah, probably.
What fallacy is that? That's appeal to authority or appeal to ignorance? I don't know. It's kind of weird, you know.
Well, that's just a genetic fallacy, isn't it? You are wrong because you are a flat earther. It's a genetic fallacy.
Yeah, genetic fallacy. Yeah.
Well, it's interesting. Somebody in the chat in the lobby, 30 minutes past the hour, says, it was a globe earther saying, "You're inventing this narrative that I am stupid." And it's just interesting to hear that coming from their side, because that's typically what they do to a flat earther. They just assume this narrative that everything you've potentially thought or think is just wrong. I was in the CogDis room today and was trying to describe to somebody like the globe Earth claims. And he's like, "Well, you can't, I haven't made those claims." And I was trying to just tell him that, it's like, it's already been claimed for you. If you're on the Team Globe, you don't have to like specifically make claims about the size of the Earth. It's done. It's been done. And so he goes, I told him that. He's like, "Well, you can't say that for me." I'm like, "Well, you don't understand that I used to be a globe earther." He's like, "Well, based on you saying that, the reason why you thought it was a globe must have been wrong." I'm like, dude, the reason why I thought it was a globe is the same thing you do. Space pictures and indoctrination.
Right, and that's kind of easy, right? It's like when you're having a conversation like that, we know, we used to be globers too, so we know the standard narrative, but why don't you talk about what I'm talking about directly, not what you think flat earthers think, because we all do have some different ideas,
Right.
So if you're going to address me, just talk about what I'm talking about. Don't straw man me into a situation, or at least try to straw man me into a position where that's not what I say about flat earth, and that's not the way I talk. Just address what I'm talking about, not what flat earthers say.
Right.
Even though we agree on a lot of points. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, probably for me, the straw man is the most irritating one to deal with, because like with an ad hom, it's obvious to everyone that he's just called me a name, right? Whereas with the straw man, it's like it kind of sounds like your argument, but it obviously isn't. And so it's like, now you actually need two responses to deal with the one, because the one response you need to actually say, "No, I didn't say that," and then the second response needs to be you restating what you originally stated. But of course, after these two responses, you still haven't actually responded. You've just corrected their deliberate fallacy. So you actually need three responses for it to be fair. And that's why the straw man is so bloody annoying.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, exactly. It's like you have to explain to them that it's like, I didn't say that. Why don't you address what I said? And then you have to explain to them why. And it's just so weird that they would come in with, well, everyone. Some of these guys are doing is performing for an audience that they already know is has a proclivity toward the globe Earth or whatever, and so it doesn't matter what a flat earther says, and it doesn't matter what they say. Everybody knows the Earth's a globe, so I can say whatever the fuck I want to say,
Yeah, exactly.
Flat earthers obviously wrong because they're flat earthers, and so it's just like, It's just like you witnessed that last night, Crypto, when Witsit was talking to those guys. Everybody that the Globers in the chat didn't even hear what he was saying at all. They were just
Yeah,
they were saying word salad. It was so dumb.
What was interesting in the debate yesterday is that there were a couple of guys who were like, "I'm a Glober, but I'm embarrassed by the Globe side here."
Yeah, there was a lot of that too. Yeah, that's good. That's good sign.
So
yeah,
I mean,
bet you that happens more than often.
Like, all we need to do to discredit these people is just let them discredit themselves by their bad, what's the behavior?
Yeah, they bring their own shovel to the argument.
Yeah, just let them beat themselves up. That's what you have to do.
And I think when you and Witsit were talking this morning, he was saying the same thing. Just like, you just, once they get into a line of argumentation, you just let them do it, and you respond in kind. Just follow what they're saying. When it's a completely fallacious and ridiculous argument, just let them say it, and then show how it's not even logical or plausible. Show everybody that they're just believing it.
Yeah. Yeah, and it was another thing that actually I've only just realised that Conspiracy Twats was doing was I think I'm going to stick with that one. That's quite good. But he was sea lining. Now, do you guys know what sea lining is?
No.
Did you say felining with an F?
No.
Define sea lioning.
I thought you said sea lioning. Is that what you were
According
saying?
to Wikipedia, sea lioning is a type of trolling or harassment that consists of pursuing people with relentless requests for evidence, often tangential or previously addressed, while maintaining a pretense of civility and sincerity, and feigning ignorance of the subject matter.
Oh shit, that happens in the YouTube chat all the time, man. What the hell
That's so common.
Yeah. So
That's
get to know these terms. Get to know these terms because they're important. So
Awesome.
Conspiracy Twats was sea lioning Witsit at various points. He was saying, explain. And he was like, I just did.
He was having Tourette's over that shit, wasn't he?
Yeah, exactly. So that's just sea lining. It's just another tactic.
Weird for somebody like that, like teaching students in high school and maybe at like certain college levels, that's just gonna just act like a child like that. It's just like, dude, nobody wants to send children to a school with that kind of teacher. He's a weirdo, man. Conspiracy twats.
Okay, so I was scrolling back through the chat to see, to get the quote. So, just at every corner, this guy kept saying, I would say, well, the globe is claiming to be this size. Well, I don't claim that. Okay, it's like, you don't have to, buddy. Anyway, so the thing that got me rolling, he said, well, you believe now that the Earth is flat, so I don't really agree with whatever was making you think the Earth was a sphere.
What?
Yeah, he's like, so now, because you think the Earth is flat now, whatever you thought was making the Earth a sphere before was wrong. Oh, man.
Right. Well, clearly you didn't really look into it until you became a flat earther, which is why you became a flat earther. So, I mean, in a way, he's right, but I don't think he really understands why.
Yeah.
Because the thing that was making you think it was a globe was the TV, right? Basically.
Yeah. Peer pressure, indoctrination, same as everyone else.
Yeah.
But so I'm always doing this, just constantly resetting the table because a lot of people are new. Yeah, like this guy, someone presented, I think, the Black Swan, and he knew to just say refraction. I was like, well, you must be new. you must be very new. What makes you think that saying a refraction is like a win for the globe? And he said, well, it's the explanation for most black swan images. So that's what's funny. That's where his knowledge begins. He's heard of the black swan. He knows to say refraction. But when we pointed out the claim that the horizon is a geometric physical Earth curve, this is where he started like kind of throwing the globe under the bus. He was saying, no, the horizon is just a visible cutoff point. Well, that kind of sounds like what we say, isn't it? And I said, well, you must be new, because the claim is that the horizon's physical, a geometric Earth curve. He said, who claimed that? I was like, again, you're new. Wolfgang jumps in, making a good point, like how they said boats go over the curve. He goes, I never said that. The curve is not the horizon. So this is one of my pet peeves. Like, exactly, literally every step of the way, he was agreeing. I was like, you sound like a flat earther, bro. Like you're saying the curve is not horizon. That's what we're saying. Anyway, it's just one thing that frustrates me, because we have, like, lots of people have a lot of knowledge about this topic, but we don't really get to flex our flat earth muscles because we're constantly having to educate these dum-dums on their own current worldview.
Yeah. Yeah, and I actually, when I first started out in Flat Earth, I found that quite suffocating, because I felt like I wasn't able to actually get into any of the... Because with any subject matter, you're going to have the basic stuff, you're going to have the middle stuff that's cool but understandable enough for most people, and then you have the like really, really hard to understand stuff that's like really advanced. And I just felt like talking about this basic dumb shit all the time just really, I felt suffocated, because I couldn't really like expand into the subject, if that makes sense, right? Just dealing with the same 5 or 10 stupid straw man. So I mean, basically, what I understand your frustration is what I'm trying to say. Best thing to do is, if you are feeling frustrated by that, is to just withdraw for a couple of weeks and just read some really like intellectual, like highly intellectual subject matter that then helps you grow intellectually, and then you can come back to it feeling refreshed.
Right. No, dude, I'm thinking about starting a freaking segment, a Grind My Gears segment with CB or something like that. I'll just get on here and point out all these slimy tactics and things that they do.
Yeah. Well, I've already started up a Flat Earth TikTok, and I'm thinking, I've always wanted to do stuff like this, but I don't want it to affect my personal life. I don't want these people to know who I am, But I'm okay to share the information. What I'm probably going to start doing on my TikTok is just taking like 60-second clips of debates and then just basically pointing out the fallacies. So I'll just have like a TikTok full of global fallacies. That's what I'm aiming to do.
I've heard you talk about that before. I think it's a good idea, especially with this TikTok generation. People like it. They're things in short, sweet doses. You know what I mean? So
yeah. So I've got the channel set up now. I just need to do it, basically.
Do it, man. I did this song today. Sometimes you just catch a wind. You're like, all right, man, let's just do this. So no hesitation. But next time you feel a little bit of energy, just bust out a few vids. You'll feel better about it.
You're probably right. I probably should just do it. And then
just do one, man. Yeah.
Yeah, and then once you got one, you think, I can do another one. Yeah, it rolls from there, doesn't it?
And then you'll start getting some ideas from us and stuff like that too. So
yeah, true.
But it's just so funny, man. I was just resetting the table for this guy. I said, look, I'm always doing this. I feel like I'm one of the only ones, not that I have a problem with that, but like, so the claim is that the horizon's physical Earth curving. The rebuttal to that claim from us is that the horizon changes. There's factors like your observer's height, weather conditions, refraction, so on. And if you guys were around, like, for me, it was like 2017 when this was going on. What was the response back to when we said refraction or weather conditions? They would just say, oh, flurspective, right? You guys have heard that before, I'm sure. So I mean, have you ever had somebody just respond to you and say, "Oh, you're talking about flirtspective"? Like that's just flirtspective.
Oh, yeah.
So, so to rebut that, then we present Black Swan, and the response to the Black Swan is refraction. Like, haven't you guys taken into consideration refraction? It's like, wait a minute, I thought refraction was flirtspective, but now it's proof of the globe. No. Okay. It's just,
well, that's why I love the term about like people straw manning themselves. It's like they seem to be doing this more often now. It's like, hold on, you were saying this, and now you're saying that you weren't saying this the whole time when you were. So, I mean, were you straw manning yourself before, or are you straw manning yourself now? Like, what's going on?
Well, this guy was also demonstrating kind of like I don't know. There is no like if we were gonna go back to the globe today, there's only one globe. There's not 3 different options of a globe to get back on. There's one. So when Wolfgang pointed out, like, okay, so you guys never said boats go over the curve? He's like, no, I never said that. It's like it kind of points out what you were saying. Like, oh, so which one was the straw man? Like, which one were you wrong about? Are you wrong about boats going over the curve, or are you wrong now? Can't be both.
Exactly, yeah. Well, the answer to your question is it's both whenever they need them to be. So think of it like an argumentation superposition.
Yep. Yeah. People try to do that all the time. They come in here like, well, I don't really have a position. I'm just hovering above the fence. Like, that's not a position, dude. Take a stance, man.
Quantum argumentation theory. My position is every position, and whichever position destroys the very last thing you said is my position.
Yeah. Oh man, it's just how slimy some people are. We talked about this last night a little bit. I think most of us are willing to plant your feet in the ground, and I'm standing right here. I'm not moving from this position. When those guys, they'll slide around. It's like I was saying, it's like whack-a-mole. They'll just pop up into 15 different positions, and you just whack them in every single one.
Yeah. That's interesting though. Like people, it seems like when it comes to arguments, people love to play by their own rules, right?
Yeah.
And instead of some kind of a set of like agreed or shared rules. So I was having a discussion with someone online a few days ago, and I basically said, I don't trust the political system. I think he's like a massive Democrat guy, and obviously most of the loud and annoying kind of political guys are left-leaning, but you do get the odd right-leaning one as well. Whatever. And he basically made this assertion, and he said to me, "Oh yeah, well, it just so happens that left-wing values are, reality has a left-wing bias." And I was just like, everyone thinks that reality has a bias towards their position. Like, no shit that you think, like, what you think is true. And it's like people can't get out of their mind, like, they can't get out of their brain for that second and go, hold on, like, other people see things in a different way, and maybe there needs to be a slightly more objective way of analysing all of this stuff. I think that's what the issue is, and that's why you get these partisan politics. You get people saying, well, I'm a Republican, and I've got a mate who's like a massive conservative voter in this country. He loves the Tory party to the point of he will defend everything wrong that every single Tory member does, even if it's subjectively wrong, or he'll come up with the reason why the Labour Party are bad. And you just think, you know what? Like, I don't love any political party enough to defend their bad actions. I don't know why anyone else does either. Like, they're just a bunch of scumbags. But regardless, like, you know what I'm trying to say? Like, the point is that people can't like leave their own biases even for a split second to try and analyze what they're actually looking at. And that's one of the massive issues we have.
Absolutely. It's these double standards, man. Like, applying, we see it all the time. They come here and start applying a bunch of rigor. Where did you get those measurements? And what method did you use? And so it's like they start applying these heavy standards and rigor to the flat Earth on one side, but on the other hand, they don't apply that same rigor or those same rules or standards to their own current worldview again.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. But even more, like, to go into that even deeper, like, that is absolutely spot on. But to go into that even deeper, they will, how do I even, I want to say this perfectly. So they'll play by their own rules, which is the point. So what they're happy to do is they're happy to, like, sit in the globe Earth is true, prove me wrong thing, right? They don't want to have to prove it themselves because the rules of their game is that they've already proved it and you have to disprove it, right? So they don't want to play some kind of middle ground objective where both sides have to prove their point. You know, they just want to say, hold on, well, I already know what I don't need to make any claims because I'm with objective reality, right? And so therefore they frame everything you say as a claim, which means they don't have to provide any evidence for their point of view because it's not a claim. But of course it is, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah. I love to sort of flip the table. It's like, okay, well, if you want to act like that, I'm going to act like that too. And they go, well, no, you can't behave like that. Only I can. It's like, no, dude. Oh, dude. Yeah.
Exactly.
So, for a specific example, you'll see people say, if the Earth was flat, it would be different. They won't say the word different. They'll put in something like, if the Earth was flat, it would be, I could see the whole thing. I could see across to China. I could see all the stars at once. That kind of thing. So what I'll do is I'll just reverse that back and I'll say, well, if the Earth was a globe, it would be different. And that's when you notice the double standard pop out. No. You know what I mean? It's like, that's what I find funny is the double standards. It's ridiculous.
Well, I heard one yesterday that I haven't heard in a while, and this one's it's definitely up there with the stupidest things that Globers say. It's like, dumb shit Globers say. This is up there. And it's, if the Earth was flat, there wouldn't be a horizon. Oh, okay, then. So would it be all ground or would it be all sky? Right? So because you're saying there's no divider line between ground and sky, which means it must be all one or all the other, right? And then they go, no, that's not what I mean. Oh, right, okay. What do you mean? And then often they'll just kind of divert from it and go on to something else. Because they think they've caught you with this, like, oh, it must be a globe because you've got a horizon. No, even like a table in my living room has a horizon if you put your eyes just above the table, obviously.
Yeah, man. There's just a weird spell going on where, like, when you're dealing with a flat earther, you're assuming that they're, like, huddled up, putting their heads together, closing their eyes, and hey, like we're coming up with some other Earth or something like that. They don't realize that horizon that you think is curved, we're saying that's flat. Like the Earth, we're just saying the Earth the way it is flat. Like, that's just what drives me crazy. This, well, if the Earth is flat, there'd be no horizon. You'd be able to see all the stars. But no, like, if you can't do that currently, then you can't do that on flat Earth. So, no. It's just so silly to me. Like, I'm trying to get in their head and think how they're thinking about a flat earther. And it's like they think that we're like sort of huddled up and like doing like Indian rain dances and stuff, trying to like manifest some flat disc that you can see all the stars and all this. It's just so stupid. I'd love to, if I could wave a magic wand, I would just have all these globe earthers understand that the flat earthers are saying that the Earth, the way it is currently, that is flat. So that would be nice.
Yeah, I know
We're
what
both
you mean.
students. Go ahead.
It's like they think that we've got this alternative Earth in our heads that's replacing the globe, and that we're on the globe, and that this alternative Earth is replacing the globe. It's like, no, bro, I'm not replacing anything. I'm identifying this thing that we're standing on as flat. So yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, man. Exactly. We're both standing shoulder to shoulder at the beach, pointing at the ocean. You're saying it's curved. I'm saying it's not. So flat Earth wouldn't be any different than the way it is now, folks. It's not a disc. It's not what you say it is. Isn't that funny? Like, these guys just heard about flat Earth 2 weeks ago, and then they'll become the spokesperson for flat Earth automatically. Well, if the Earth is flat, it should do all these things that I say. Nah, bro. Relax. You just heard about flat Earth 2 weeks ago. You're not the spokesperson. So you can't even be a spokesperson for the globe. You don't know anything about the globe. So don't try to tell us about flat Earth, bro. Stop.
Yeah, and then I mean, the problem is that with a lot of these people, the things they say are so stupid. You can't work out if it's like pure stupidity or if it's like they're just repeating. I mean, this is also stupidity, but it's a different kind. It's like stupidity, as in they didn't understand the subject matter, versus stupidity they heard some propaganda and they didn't realize it was propaganda. So I would kind of group those. I wouldn't group those two, if that makes sense. But you've got, say, like someone who watched an Adam Ruins Everything video or something and thought that, you know, the woman in that video was like representing all moon landing deniers, right? Which obviously isn't the case, because the woman who's playing the moon landing denier isn't actually a moon landing denier, so she doesn't understand the position. No one else in the video understands the position. So, I mean, at best you would say they just don't understand it, and at worst you would say they're deliberately misrepresenting it, and I don't know what's worse, to be honest.
Let's think about that. I think potentially the person that knows better and is like being a bit deceptive, I'd maybe call that person the worse off. But because the guys that don't know just genuinely like, okay, well, I'll cut you some slack. Okay, it's fine if you don't know some things. That's all right. 'Cause I didn't know a lot of things either. But,
yeah, I mean, normally I would be all about cutting them some slack, but the issue I then have is, why are you making an informational video if you don't understand the subject matter?
Yeah. I feel like that second camp we deal with a bit more often than people just, well, I don't know. I have to think about that a little bit more, but there are a large amount of people that do not understand the subject matter, but they're like claiming things and trying to claim information and stuff. Like that guy in the chat, refraction is the answer to Black Swan, but doesn't know jack shit about anything else. So somehow he's an expert on refraction. So I'd probably slap my head about 5 times today in the chat. Just it's like a lot of goofballs today.
Yeah, I know how you feel, man. But, you know, sometimes you just get to the point where you think, you know, that they're victims at the end of the day.
And I just come hanging here with you guys, and it's all better. Anyway.
Yeah, I like the idea of this server being like our home ground. Like, we play our home ground matches here, you know. And
that's
we always win at home, sort of thing. And then you play away and try and get the victory there too, you know.
I never thought about that. That is a good way to put it.
But how come this server hasn't been banned yet?
Why would it be banned?
Well, you know.
No, I've been part of 3 Discords now that have been banned for no reason.
Might have been a reason, but we try to.
Them were flat Earth groups.
We try not to give any reason, so there might have been a reason.
They haven't either.
Sorry?
Those three groups haven't, at least two of them, haven't given a reason to be banned, at least.
Oh, I'm sure they're not going to offer you a reason. But
it wasn't posted even slightly offensive stuffs.
Oh, okay.
Don't know.
Yeah, that's why we're on our P's and Q's, man. Yeah,
right. I don't know.
Yeah,
yeah,
so
I mean, if you can get a direct line to
I mean, it's nice.
That'd be good.
Maybe this Discord is too big to just delete.
No, I just think that we try to be on our P's and Q's. There's a lot of moderators and people who keep an eye on things, and the rules have been set in place so that hopefully we keep this place going for quite a while and doesn't get deleted. So I think if people stick to the rules, we should be fine. And if they want to delete the server, they're just deleting it simply because it's Flat Earth. So I mean, if they're going to delete it for that, fine.
I was on Witset's Discord and it was banned.
Mm-hmm. I did hear about
for no reason.
Yeah, I did hear about that.
It was pure Flat Earth stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I think what's happened there is that because Witset, his actual account got banned. Probably he said true things and that annoyed somebody. That's 90% what's happened. And, someone got very annoyed about it and maybe they rubbed their hands a little bit and adjusted their hat or something. I don't know. But regardless, it was actually his account that got banned. And Discord's policy is that any accounts, any servers that were linked to accounts that were set up by those accounts, they also just automatically get deleted. So I think that's what's happening. I don't know.
You should just set up an account in Israel with a VPN.
Exactly.
To make a Discord.
Yeah, well, that's now what I've done with all of the servers I run. Is that they're done off a third party. Yeah, so and I would advise everyone else to do the same, which is kind of silly because then it defeats the point of their censorship anyway. Because then you just come up with workarounds around the censorship. So you would have thought they would twig on. Oh, hold on, the censorship's the problem. We should stop doing that shit.
I have this account for 7 years, no problem. Just every Discord gets banned.
Long live 24/7.
Thing is, I think it's got to the point now that this is such a strong community that if they banned 24/7, we'd all just be in 24/7.3.0 tomorrow. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, of course.
It wouldn't even make a difference. It wouldn't make a fucking difference.
You can't kill the truth.
Can you guys hear any background noise from me?
No.
No.
Okay, that's good.
For me, you're a bit low.
Yeah, I know. So there's not much I can do about that, but I really like this new Discord feature they introduced about 3 months ago, maybe longer, where it just cuts out most of your background noise. I think they've done a really good job with it because I used to have a real issue like talking when I was like shopping or driving or whatever, but now it's like, yeah, just get on with my day. So, because I've got a real big thing, and I don't know if you guys agree with me or not, but I've got a real big thing about not having like these Globers waste my time. So I only make sure to really discuss and debate this stuff in time when I'm doing something else now. That's not true when I come in and talk to you guys, but like if I know that I'm going to be debating Globers, I don't let them waste like my free time. I only allow them to waste time that was already kind of allocated to traveling or doing something else, you know?
Yeah. I mean, for most part, there's no point of debating. Most people, they won't listen.
Yeah, but I think that it doesn't really matter what the zealots think or do. Like that really shouldn't be what matters to you. What should matter is that people who are on the fence. Yeah, people who are on the fence, they're listening, but also people on your own side. That like I like to hear a good argument well made by someone on my own side, and I learn stuff all the time when I listen to debates. So remember, you're actually not really debating them. Actually, what you're doing is you're telling the neutral and you're telling the people on your side certain things. So just bear that in mind.
Yeah, but sure, if you sign up for a real debate. But for me, I just like to talk to people, not debate them.
Yeah, I feel you. I mean, there's lots of different reasons why you could be here. I think of it sometimes as like a gym. You go to the gym, you lift some weights, get a good workout, and then you leave. It's like,
Yeah, exactly.
I like working on my craft. So it's not necessarily about like I have to get this point across to this person. Debate style. It's just that playing catch is no fun if there's no one to play catch with, to like catch and return the ball, or like I'm more into like combat sports. So hitting the bag and practicing is fun, but it's way more fun when there's someone else there to spar with. So it doesn't even have to be like a heavy debate where we're going back and forth slinging mud at each other. It could just be someone here practicing their ball earther. We're just working on our craft. So there's lots of different reasons why you could be here. And on top of that, no one's having more fun than the flat earthers. So it's a good place to hang out and have some fun as well.
Yeah, have you guys checked out that Artemis launch? Was it yesterday? 2 days ago?
Yep. We were all over it, streaming it. We streamed it live. Well,
I watched it yesterday. I listened to it yesterday at work and watched a bit of it. It's so awful. Like, half of it was CGI. Come on.
But the CGI looks so great.
Oh, yeah, it does. It's from like 95.
You can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
Right, exactly. Painful to watch.
Well, this is the funny thing is, like, I often say to people, and I said this to, I think I said this to Gem Pandas once, but I certainly said it in Earth Awakens. I said, look, bro, like, I've played Gran Turismo 1, right, when it was on the PS1 or whatever. Like, that looks like that shit. So you're trying to tell me you got a $93 billion budget and what you're producing is PlayStation 1 graphics from the 90s?
Basically.
Come on, man.
We'd have way better CGI if it was fake.
I mean, it looks worse than Star Wars Battlefront 2 on PlayStation 2 with the space combat.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, yeah, I've played Star Wars games as well. Star Wars games look more legit.
It looks the same like 20-year-old Star Wars games.
It's like you're watching, like,
NASA.
I mean, I know Human Sheep was an absolute arsehole, but there was one amazing thing that he did. He had a picture of a globe Earth, and he said, "Is that real?" to a globe, and he was like, "Yeah." And then he pasted in the Starship Enterprise from Star Trek, and it's just like, "Is that real?" And the guy was like, "Yeah."
Yeah, of course.
What? He has to say yes because he's already said that picture of that globe is true. So now, like, you've added in a fucking the SS or whatever. But pardon my French, so I know some people don't like swearing in it. And then obviously he's painting himself into a corner. So
It's easy to do that to Globers. How long is that moon mission? Like 5 days? Or is it longer?
I heard it depends on a few things, but I've heard up to 21 days or something like that. Almost a month.
That long?
Yeah, apparently I guess it has something to do with... I'd have to check about this. But I guess they have to go around a few times before they before they actually go. I don't know. It's like they're saying you have to drive around your neighborhood first 3 times before you go to wherever you need to go. So,
well, wasn't the first moon mission shorter?
I'm not sure about that. I have to look that up.
I think they spent like 2 or 3 days on the moon, allegedly.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah.
And then maybe like 2 days orbit, maybe.
Well, I think what they did is they launched and then they realised, oh shit, I forgot my golf clubs. They came back.
Oh, God damn it.
And then they went again.
Where's my keys?
Yeah, literally. Oh, I mean, it's amazing people believe this. Absolutely rubbish.
Nobody knows that they play golf on the moon. Nobody.
That's one thing I find really funny. All you have to do sometimes is just present back
what they showed
what
us.
has been presented for the globe, and oftentimes people will find it ridiculous. Like you said, golf clubs on the moon. That people would be like, "What? That's crazy! No way!" But they don't understand that. That's what you're saying. Like they're agreeing with you.
See how they jumped around and played golf like rabbits. How can you believe that?
Science, bro. You guys trust the science. Trust the experts.
Yeah, take the vax.
Oh.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm on my 5th one.
Oof. I'll taking like 12 now. Just to be sure.
I'm going to have to find a way to out-virtue signal you now since you're ahead of...
Oh, you can't. You can't. I taking the flu vaccines also.
Oh, man. Well, I mean, I guess I'm just going to have to call you a racist or something. I don't know. I don't know how I get back on this.
I mean, that would be true, though, but...
Well, I mean, obviously, everything's racist now, so you must be. Yeah, this, So, this is another thing that actually made me laugh. So, Witz, in this debate yesterday with Witsit and, what's his name, Mr. Sensible, so... It was sensible. Almost like it... Well, he isn't, but... it was almost like a bad stage rendition where people had kind of forgotten their lines and were trying to help each other. But it's like... So, they're talking about the Challenger thing, and then Witsit was like, yeah, I mean, it's just a coincidence they've all got twin brothers and sisters and stuff, right? And then he goes, I bet you're going to virtue signal now. And, of course, right on cue... The next 2 minutes was him just virtue signaling about, oh, it's really bad that you don't believe them because they died and all this shit. It's just like, Yeah, I think the issue there is that if he believed you, he wouldn't if he believed you, he wouldn't be talking about them in that way. And because he doesn't believe you, he doesn't believe they died. So there's no actual logic to the statement or sorry, no, there's no logic to being offended by it because he doesn't believe you. So, like, he's obviously not, like, taking the piss out of dead people because he doesn't think anyone died.
Hey, Crypto, how many twins do you know? I know
one. I know one set of identical twins.
What's the odds of 6 twins on a space program?
Well, yeah, exactly.
Oh, spooky time.
And it just happens to be 6.
Sorry, I have to ask, bro, are you like from Iceland or Finland or somewhere like that?
You.
Me? No, Sweden.
Ah, close.
Close enough. Yeah. I can hear yours though, Britain.
Hello.
And there's American.
Yep, we can hear you.
Hello.
Where may not, his name is Sean.
Yes, hello.
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 Maybe I said it wrong. Hello, mate.
All right, governor.
What's cracking?
No, that's Irish. They say, "What's the crack?"
Yeah, I know.
Crypto was very close. I'd say crypto was very close geographically, pretty darn close.
I have an Irish friend. That's why.
Is this your? I'm not racist. I have an Irish friend. Is that what?
No. I don't have any black friends.
There's no black people in Sweden, to be fair.
Yeah, there is, but I'm not friends with them.
Yeah, fair enough. So who was that person saying hello? Did he actually wanna?
Was it you, Chong?
I think that was.
Oh, he left.
Yeah, he left.
All right. I feel so used.
I'm gonna ping him now. Jerk. Oh. No, he said it. He's in the chat.
Just DM him telling him you're breaking up with him.
You're banned. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, the last thing he sees is this massive Thor hammer meme, and then he's gone.
CB, are you a mod?
Not yet.
Actually, I hate my fucking rules.
Ooh.
Well, you
Yeah, I
should probably
can't
get
help
down the
with
gym then, bro. Lose some weight.
Ooh, got him.
I like it fast.
Thanks, man. Enjoy that.
Yeah, you don't have the prettiest roles, I will say. Crypto, if you can't see them, we've got LARPer, Troll Earther, and Walking Talking Contradiction.
I don't deserve those at all.
Are you a troll earther?
No.
That's what a Troll Earther would say.
I think that's the issue. I think Swedish people are by default all trolls. I mean, that accent is a troll in itself.
Yeah, I guess, but I was just too drunk for evening.
Yeah,
so they slapped me with rolls for some reason.
That does happen. You seem alright from what I've heard today.
Yeah. But like, if you think of like 4 hours from now and 1 bottle of whiskey more.
That ought to do it.
Yep. So, I mean, my bad. But I've been in this Discord for a year now, so come on.
I bet y'all drinking that wine too, aren't you? Just smoking them tweeds and everything.
That's Will Smith.
What? Sorry, what?
Sound like Will Smith.
That's racist.
Yep.
No,
you are correct in that. What were we talking about? Hold on. Now you lost me when you meant Smith or I lost it. Wait a second. What were you just talking about before?
well,
Will Smith.
Sometimes you need to know why, and you don't know why, and you need to know why to do something, and why it didn't happen. And
And if it didn't happen, it's nice to know why it didn't happen. So in the future, if we want to keep doing something, we need to know why.
Do you speak any English?
Buzz has exited the building now.
Buzz Aldrin is my favorite alcoholic.
I love that. Oh, you're talking.
I guess the username checks out.
And mine, yeah.
Sonny, you still with us? You dropped off there.
In my area, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Am I still there? Am I still with you?
Yep, you're back now.
I'm in there.
He cut out again.
And he's gone. And he's back.
Okay. So I've spotted throughout the years several wolf-sized coyotes in this area I'm at right now. It's at dusk. The sun has gone behind the hills. It's starting to get dark. I haven't seen the wolves. Wolves, man. I'm serious.
Wait, I think I hear him
if
right
you can
now.
still hear me. Oh no, that's just me. I'm gonna go up this big ass hill. I walk up. It's a big sludge mound of mud that was hill, and there's seashell all the way up. And we're about 5 to 8 miles from the beach. Seashells all around this area, flooded out.
Which state?
I'll meet you on the other side when it gets to the California, San Diego. I'm out in this right now. I'm out in the park, an area of 1,200 square acres of wildlands, trails and canyons, forests. So that's where I'm at right now. I'm about to head up though to the street again. This little shortcut that goes up this very steep gravel trail. So I'll meet you on the other side up there when I get to the top.
Yeah, still seashells that far inland. That's weird. Explain that, Globis.
Yeah, I don't know if you can hear me, so I'm walking up the hill. It doesn't sound too loud. Are you getting a lot of noise or not very much?
Oh, it sounds fine.
I just hear that Rocky music getting you up that hill.
Yeah, I'm actually. Shit. No kidding, man. The other day, I don't know if I can make it all the way up. Ow. Hold on. I got something in my shoe.
You can do it now, Sam.
Yeah.
No, I got a problem in my left shoe.
Go get that Russian bastard.
I got a thorn in one of my shoes. And I'm halfway up the hill. I got to stop. Hold on. I'm hot as hell.
You're running up that hill.
Oh, shit. There goes my earpiece. Whoa, almost lost the earpiece. Oh, that would be tragic. Okay, got it. Are you still there? Okay, good. Fuck. I finna sit down on my ass on this hillside. This thorn. How did I get that thorn in my shoe? Holy crap.
Isn't it like 10:30 where we're at?
10.
Is it what?
8:30.
Like 9:30.
Say it again.
Isn't it like 9:30 where we're at?
No, it's only 5:24. It's not even 5:30 yet. It's already dark though. Oh, there's the thorn. Okay, I found it. And my shoe.
Fuck is that time
I
zone?
gotta sit down. I'm sitting down on my butt. Thank God I have my fall weather gear. Yeah, a thorn. I'm pulling it out.
Sounds weird.
Oh, it's about 3/4 of an inch long. Went all the way through the sole of my shoe. So now I'm okay. I'm going to put my shoe on. It didn't cause any bleeding this time. I've stepped on
Nobody makes me bleed my own blood.
Hold on. If you know where I'm like in the most ruggedest, like hillside, gravel hill, sitting with my bike parked on an extreme angle. Hold on. I got to tie my boot.
Don't get those fucking blisters.
Tie my shoe here. I'm going to have to get some better soled shoes that steel bottom, because thorns can go, where I go, there's thorns 3 inches long. If that goes in your foot or in your body anywhere.
That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, bring it on. Okay, I'm shoes hot as hell. All right.
Sunny on the plane, ladies and gentlemen.
And power to the front. There's the power. Oh, yeah, baby. Okay, here we go. I'm back going up the hill. Shit. Amazing. That. Had to take off a layer. Way hot. I got
it's winter.
T-shirts. It's November, and it's getting down to 50 degrees. Where I was right now is down in the can. It's probably 50 degrees. You could smell.
That's like 10 Celsius.
You can smell the Christmas to the air.
Wouldn't you like to know, weather boy?
Oh, this damn hill, shit. Take anyone on this hill, you push my bike. I'd love to see you guys do. Yeah, I'm 64. Four years ago. Just walking, smiling. Oh, he likes the traveling bicycle comedy show. Here I am. My battery's gonna. I'll be near the Midway aircraft carrier at noon every day. I have food, shelter. I'm gonna sign off for now. Talk to you when I get back home.
Safe travels, buddy.
Look at us. Hey, look at us. Look at us. Huh? Who would have thought? Not me.
It must be getting dark.
Go ahead.
We never ended up actually fighting the tight shirt debate on, did we?
I guess not.
Well, I mean, I already know how it's going, so I did want to warn.
I think I'm gonna watch that at work.
I've got some grinding to do on one of my games, so I'll probably listen to it. I'll do that.
Yeah, I'm just watching some MMA in the background here. Let's stick it on some other screen, maybe. Unless you guys just want to put it on here.
Sure, why not?
I guess we'll give it a minute for any objections.
Overruled. Do it.
He said overruled. Let me see. Last time I heard Fight the Flat Earth do a debate, it was on Nathan Oakley's show, and he was just giggling like a little schoolgirl the whole time.
Yeah. That was what I called fallacy gate.
Oh yeah, fallacy. I remember that.
You remember when I tried to get people to understand this at the time, and I don't think it didn't really catch on. But I realised at that point that he'd invented a new fallacy, which I was calling the fallacy.
Yes.
I can explain it again. But does it do people here understand what a fallacy is? First of all,
let's see.
Not right now.
Off the top of my head, just layman's understanding, it's that if you're just calling something a fallacy, that's the fallacy. Like you're not even saying what the fallacy is. You're just saying fallacy. That would be a fallacy, right?
No. Because it has to actually have a place within logic. So the reason a fallacy exists is for this reason, right? So let's just say that I tell you that I know grass is green because goblins are green, right? Now, you know that's fallacious.
They are. No, they are though.
Okay, wait. Let him.
Obviously, you know that's fallacious because it's a non sequitur, right? The fallacy is a non sequitur. Goblins being green does not necessitate grass being green. However, grass is still green, right? So the fallacy is pointing out that just because you've identified that it's been poorly argued doesn't mean that the conclusion itself is false. It just means that the argument is invalid, right? So that's an important distinction to make. Now, the issue is that Fight the Flat Earth thought that by saying fallacy, he was almost reinstating his argument as being valid, but that's also not the case.
Okay.
So that's actually the third part of it. So you've got the initial, which is the non sequitur. You've got the idea that the argument is invalid, but that doesn't mean the conclusion is invalid, right? And then you've got the third part, which is thinking that saying fallacy revalidates the initial argument. So he actually invented the fallacy.
So it's like this. It's like saying grounds at court.
Sorry.
Have you that court case in USA when that black person said grounds all the time?
I didn't see it. Sorry.
Haven't? You haven't?
No, I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, super cute. Yeah, well, fallacy is also known as... Sorry, go ahead.
Very drove over like 50 people.
All right. That sounds bad.
All right.
So yes, fallacy, also known as the argument from fallacy, is a logical fallacy that occurs when someone assumes that if an argument contains a logical fallacy, then its conclusion must be false.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, that's what I said. But that doesn't mean that if you say fallacy, that that the argument itself is therefore valid, which is what he thought it meant.
So he's saying like it's revalidating if I just say fallacy.
I mean, he didn't say that in so many words, but he acted like that, you know?
Okay. He implied it.
Yeah, he heavily implied it. He basically said it, but he didn't say it in so many words.
And also...
I just find that interesting.
You sound like Paul Cook, do you know that?
Who?
Paul Cook.
Never heard of him.
Really?
No.
Yeah, he has a Tatarian channel.
Who the fuck is that guy?
I can link it if you like.
But I looked up, is there a fallacy? And apparently there's some examples. So it says an example of a fallacy is the following. Alex, your argument contained a straw man, so you're wrong.
There you go.
It's wrong of you to assume that my argument is wrong just because it contains a fallacy. So that means you're wrong, and my original argument was right.
It must be a Midland accent, right?
Who?
Was it CB?
Yeah.
No, sorry. Wrong person.
All good.
Maybe it's like critical. Fuck it.
Well, what are you asking? Sorry, what are you asking? What do you want to know?
Somebody sound like the one I linked.
Oh, that was just the you can drop it in the chat if you want.
Yeah, I did it.
Oh, okay. Cool. I'll check.
I linked the channel.
Awesome, yeah.
It's a great tutorial channel with the bunch of ruin stuff.
All right.
Mostly in Britain, but also bunch in Malta.
Okay. Yeah, I reposted it for you with an embed, so hopefully other people will check that out if they're curious.
Thanks. It's a really good channel.
Sweet.
I like when creators go out and visit stuff.
Oh, you mean people actually go out and test things? Whoa.
That's crazy, right? Just read it in a book and repeat it.
Yep, sounds about right.
You just read the words of a bunch of guys that you never met, and you just take it on faith that everything they wrote was true.
Exactly. That's how you become smart. You read words, then you're smart. Hopefully they lower the price on Nikon P1000 on Black Friday.
What is the current price? Let me just look that up.
Here is like $1,100. Pounds, maybe like £1,000.
This is about $900 to $1,000.
I checked on Amazon yesterday. It was $1,700 for some reason. They can go fuck themselves.
Yeah.
I just want to look at stars on the moon with the camera.
That'd be cool.
Maybe measure some distances. It would be cool to go to the lighthouse at an island to look at Gotland in Sweden here and see it. I think that would break the world record.
I feel like if I had a P1000, that's probably the only thing I could use it for where I live. It's like looking at things in the sky because I live in a valley. There's not much. Like I was shocked when I went to the West Coast for the first time. I was blown away by how like there's so much visibility. You can see so far. But here, where I live, it's a valley, and so you're not seeing jack. There's so many trees and stuff in the way.
Must be the same as here because I live in the highlands. It's hills everywhere.
Nice. Yeah, I don't love it. I mean, I love it, but I did really appreciate the views out on the west. That was really nice.
Sure.
All right, so you guys want to put on that show? I kind of forgot about that. My bad. I got a little sidetracked. What's it versus Fight the
Flag? Aren't they done yet?
Are they? I'm not sure. I'm just trying to find it on YouTube. Wow. So now it says on YouTube, Flat Earth is a disc, blah, 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 on the top search thing. That's crazy.
And the work.
Somebody's getting me the link at the moment. Put that up in a sec. Sweet, sweet. All right, so just to confirm, you guys want to watch the rest of this? Let me just make sure it's still going.
I mean, I rather save it, but
Sorry, what? You'd rather what?
I rather save it for work, but that's after me.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
It's nice to listen to Globes Berg out. I work 10-hour shifts, so I have to fill it with something.
Yeah, that's a good way to kill some time for sure. These debates.
Yeah, I just walk around laughing like a psycho. It's great. Nobody says anything. I wish I did more debates though. I listen to everyone. Like David Weiss does. But debate-wise. But was it a late night today? Or did it fall apart again?
Sorry, can you say that one more time?
Was it a late night today?
Oh, they've been hibernating for a little while.
Yeah, it's been falling apart for like 6 months now.
There's been some good ones spotted here and there. I mean, it's if I was a girl, I'd be hard to do it on my own. So I feel hopefully it comes back soon. It's always got a lot of attention. So we miss you ladies out though. Lulu and Karma and all y'all.
Yeah, I even invited one. See if she on sometime.
Well, maybe we'll get some more energy, or we just make some other shows. I mean, I've thought of
guys' nights every night.
Well, not that. I've thought about doing like different types of events. Like, we tried out doing like a flat Earth court. That was really fun. We could try that again. There's also like game show night. We could do.
What's a court thing?
Court. Yeah. So
I haven't seen that.
I'm really into. Well, we've only tried it on the fly here once or twice, but essentially, you treat the debate like a court case. Reason being because
grounds.
Sorry.
Grounds.
Oh, guys, sorry to interrupt. I'm going to go and listen to that the debate now. Does anyone have the actual link for it? Because I don't have the link.
Yeah, I can. Do you want me to DM it to you or put it in the chat?
I'll just put it in the chat because then everyone can listen to it.
I thought I was watching that on Chill Chat, but
Yep, it is there. Looks like they're still going as well.
Yeah, I'll see you guys in a bit then. I'll listen to this. I'll probably listen to it from the start, so I'll be back in a few hours.
Sounds good. Take care, brother.
That long.
You too, man. Have a good one, guys.
Bye.
I can't take that right now. He's such a cunt.
Yeah, I feel you. I'm probably might go back later, check it out, maybe get the highlights from other people. But I'm with you. I've had my fix of globe heads for the day. But yeah, in court, essentially one party has the burden of proof. So it doesn't allow.
Okay, so it's like the Globers have the burden of proof.
We can do it either way. You can flip it and have them hold the burden while pressing the charges and showing that those charges are either, valid or we would show that they're fraudulent, or vice versa, where we would then.
That would be easier. Just show the no character.
Right, but see, what the fun thing is you can kind of play both sides, where the flat earth could be the plaintiff in one case, and then in the other case we could be the defendant. So what's cool about that is like only one side holds the burden of proof at a time. So, like, say the globe earth was the plaintiff, and they were going to press charges on the flat earth, saying you're fraudulent or whatever. It would be on them to show that those charges would hold up. So then they would hold the burden of proof to show that. And we all know that they don't have the proof that they need. So that would be really interesting. Also, exactly. We could be the plaintiff. We could be the ones that hold the burden as well, and that would be just as easy.
Maybe easier, even?
I think so, because we would say, well, we're charging the globe with fraud. That's claim. Sorry, go ahead.
They don't have any cards at all to play.
No.
Yeah, we have always the upper hand.
That's why the court setting, I think, is...
That's a fun thing.
Yeah, that's why I like the court setting. I think it's fascinating because those cards that they want to play usually involve ad hom attacks, poisoning the fallacies, and just ridiculous stuff. So
when we're a defendant, we like defending a home invasion.
Well, see, the thing in court, you don't even have to do anything. When you're the defendant, they have to. It's innocent until proven guilty. So they have to prove that the charges are valid. As the defendant, you don't have to do anything. You can just ask really good questions and cross-examine. You don't really have to do much as the defendant. They have to show that you're a criminal or the charges are valid. It would be easy for us to be the plaintiff, I think, because we're pressing charges on the globe.
You guys have say the fraud. Truth.
Sorry, go ahead.
We don't have to say the truth. It's easy to say the truth. They have to lie all the time.
Yeah. Well, it's simple. They made the claim already of a specific size and shape of the globe. So we just test those claims and show they've committed fraud.
That's the best thing that they did for us, is to make the claim of the Earth.
Yep.
The size of it.
Right. Because then you can test that claim.
I can see further with my eyes than they claim I can.
Yeah.
It's retarded.
Yep. It's about time to light up a stogie. Put your feet up, boys. This debate has been over for years.
I wish more could see it promoted, because it's shadow banned as hell.
Well, think about when something becomes really hip and cool or whatever, it kind of starts to become annoying. Yeah? Like when people find out.
It does.
Yeah, so it's like I honestly don't mind the.
I just mean a little bit more, not like mainstream.
Yeah, like maybe just a little bit more accepted or whatever. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just do think that people, like, think about how stupid most people are. So if you're saying like, oh, well, let's update the video game and say it's flat Earth. So now we have all those retards saying the Earth is flat. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know. I kind of like the seclusion. We have a small select group of.
I'm fine with a third of people. We don't need more than a third.
A third. Yeah, I'll take that. Yeah, you have to. Once something becomes really popular, it like gets overplayed or whatever. You know what I mean? You hear a song on the radio that gets played too
pop
much,
music.
it becomes annoying.
Yeah.
So I sometimes liken it to maybe you find a really cool place to hang out, and then you start telling your friends, and then they tell their friends, and then their friends tell their mom, and then now next thing you know, everyone's heard about this cool secluded spot that you found. You go back there next week, and now it's swamped with people. There's trash. People have spray painted this, that, and the other. You know, the clean water that was there is now dirty. So it's like sometimes you don't need everyone on your side. You don't need everyone.
No, you need good people.
Anyway. I think most of the good people already came over here. It's like that's why the people we deal with today are just the bottom of the barrel dum-dums that haven't figured it out yet. It's 2023, guys. They still think their room is moving.
Not yet, right?
What's up, BK?
What's up, brother? I just tuned in to say, hear you say that the people you deal with are the bottom of the barrel dum-dums. So that was hilarious.
It's definitely been the case today.
Were you around earlier today when Witsit and Miggy and they kind of were the basis of the whole conversation?
I had to go on mute. I was working on a new song, but I did see the.
What are you working on?
It's done. I can drop a link if you want to check it out.
Are you making songs?
Yeah.
I got a couple. I got like 8 or 9 Flat Earth tracks.
Nice.
That's cool, man.
I'm dropping.
Link it.
Check it out. There you go. But yeah, I did see the VC was pretty full with a bunch of people going back and forth.
Yeah, I didn't chime in at all. I didn't really have anything to add to the conversation, but
Creation Bird.
I felt like it was a really good combo, man.
Yeah, I recognize that Creation Bird name.
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah, from Owen Benjamin.
Yeah, I mean, that's where the name mostly comes from, and
yeah, I watch his streams all the time at work. Or listen to it. I mean,
it's been a while since I've checked him out. I know he's doing his thing up in Idaho?
Yeah,
Montana or something. Yeah, Idaho. So, yeah, it's good stuff, man. I learned a lot.
That's where I heard Flat Earth from first. Last year.
Nice.
I was bored at work and was thinking, who was that crazy bastard from the fireplace in the woods?
Right.
Then I searched for him, and then 2 months later, Flat Earther.
Right.
Got them.
Yeah, that was it was cool to see him wake up on camera, so that was really genuine.
I love those clips that David Weiss put together.
Yeah. Hey, Miggy, welcome back.
Yo, what's up? What y'all doing?
Hey. Some people are finishing up that debate. I know Crypto just jumped out to go listen to the Witsit Flat Earth debate. Were you over there listening, or?
I just got involved in a conversation with the gentleman that's there, and I told him to join this Discord. So hopefully he gets that message.
All right.
Good stuff.
Who you talking to? Who's this? Whiskey Bent?
Whiskey Bent.
What's up, Whiskey?
Nothing.
Whiskey, are you there?
Yeah.
What do you know, man? What brings you to the server? Or you been here before? Looks like you got VC.
I mean, I've been there for like a year.
Troll Earther, walking, talking.
Don't look. Don't mind my rules.
I gotta look there because that's where LARPer.
Yeah. I know.
Come on, man. Speak to me. Speak some sense to me right now. You gotta speak some sense to me. Why'd you get these roles, man?
Let me help you out.
I've been subscribed to Rockfin app for a year now to Jaren.
No, that's not going to help you. So basically, Miggy, the username checks out, right? So he was hitting the whiskey bottle a little too hard one night. I think he got picked up some rolls, or at least that's.
Which that's going to help me. I have the Rockfin app.
Will help you, but I don't know about anything else.
It's hard to prove. Just talking.
Well, I mean, just speak the truth, man. Say the reason why you got those tags, and if that's not you anymore, then you know,
I was just so fucking hammered when I joined one time.
All right, well,
that's what I'll say.
That's why I got them.
Listen. If everything checks out and you're pretty cool, you know, you're hanging loose, I'll take those tags off of you. But I'm not gonna do it just right away.
No, not right away. I get it.
Yeah. This community means a lot to me, so I safeguard it. I'm like one of the guardians here. So I just make sure that anybody that's
I really like this channel also.
Yeah, definitely. You find some of the greatest content right in this channel.
I hate that Wizard channel got deleted. I was boosting that server.
It's a shame. But you know, we always got this place.
I think it was the second person that boosted his channel.
I'm actually announcing that I am starting my own channel, so I'm putting it out there into the ether, as it were.
Okay.
So I think I am going to go through with that. I'm going to start working on it tomorrow.
Sure.
Good stuff. Yeah, I support that.
So yeah, like I do want to have a panel in the morning, and I think just whoever's here can be a part of it.
What in the morning?
Yeah, I talked to Helio about it.
What time zone is that?
It just depends, you know. I'm gonna shoot for like morning times, whatever time feels right, you know. Basically, I don't want to have a schedule, but
I think your morning time is I'm at work then.
Are you going to use Helio's bot or make your own, or how do you want to do that? Okay.
I'm gonna have my channel, my channel in here, and his is gonna be running. So I'm just gonna keep whatever platform we have here, and then I'll be doing a panel myself. Sweet. I might even have some I'm thinking about doing segments, but then again, I'm just I love the free flow, so I'm all about the free flow, man, and making sure people are just kind of with the show that I'm going to be doing. I'm gonna be live. You're gonna be able to see me, so.
Are you going to save the streams?
Sure.
Like a raw replace.
Yep. I don't mind.
Yeah, I just love to listen to that stuff at work.
Yeah, if you've been a part of any conversations that I've ever had in here, I'm pretty open platform kind of person. I'm really easygoing if you get to know me. Just don't lie to me, because I don't like liars. Or people that are condescending, or let's see, let me put it into the ring of people that are just being sarcastic when I'm at if somebody comes in here and I'm like, hey, so are you a flat earther, globe earther, and you're just I don't know, what do you think? You're gonna have a really bad time in here with me, because I'm not gonna deal with that.
I don't think I heard it before, because I had you at 100%.
0 to 100 real quick.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I said, go ahead, Whiskey.
My stance is I never lie.
Well,
like I won't tell you certain things, but I won't lie.
Okay.
That's my stance on everything.
I'll take your word for it, man. You know what you say.
I hate lying. It's bad for your soul. If something is personal, it's personal. I won't say it.
So, what's up, Indio? Shout out to Indio. I'll see you in the chat, bro.
Big shout out to Indio.
Yeah, I haven't talked to you in like it's been forever. So I don't know if you're listening, Indio, but like, yeah.
Indio.
Yeah, he's the
legend.
He's the Shaolin master.
That's right.
You need to speak to like 5 of us before you speak to him, dude.
There is.
It's an honor. It's an honor to speak to him when you do. You yeah. You ever see that movie with Jet Li?
Oh, in the chat. I thought it was in the call.
No, that guy's that guy's got so much street credit that yeah, it's crazy. It's just like phenomenal credit this guy has.
India, remove my rules.
No, he's not gonna do that.
Yeah, I don't think so.
See, you just went over me. You know, you just went above my head.
I know. I'm just kidding.
No, I don't think you were. See, that's what I'm saying, man. Like, you see, somebody gets in my good graces and then they just like dog me like that. I don't know how I feel about that. You know, I'm trying to feel right, man. You know. You know, Indio. Get rid of my...
I know. I get it. I get it.
No, seriously, bro. Dude, I've been saying this.
I was very cared though.
Yeah, hang on, Whiskey. I'm trying to say something. Indio, like, dude,
sure.
you like not trying to gas you, but like, dude, you've been a credit to the community, and so yeah. But we miss you on the voice, dude. Like, are you cool? Is everything good? Like in your neck of the woods? But now I'm just telling the boys, man. I'm like, dude, when we were like figuring this whole thing out, man, we chose one guy to be the guy, right? The man. So he's the man of the man. So from that came like
he's up there, admin.
Yeah, he's an admin. But he's a good friend too, so he's much more than an admin.
Yeah, I haven't seen admin before. I think.
Bow your head, sir.
When you say that, yeah.
Praise be Indio, I think his name is.
Freaking nah, it's been great, man. Like since I came back, and I was telling Helio that we're gonna be doing a show in the morning, dude. So if you're around in the morning, Indio, it'd be cool to have you just kind of join in. Car will be there. Car's always here. But
what do you mean by a show?
I used to have
a morning show,
YouTube live stream. Yeah, the YouTube live stream. I'll be showing my face and everything.
Yeah, a live stream.
So, are you going back to 24/7 live stream, or it's just a bit of a show?
Show, just like maybe an hour or two, kind of get in there and we will do like taking some time out. Maybe I don't know. I was thinking about formatting it, having some segments, and we'll have some zany space news. Maybe I'm planning to do it kind of like in a good way, because I used to have this kind of format before when I had Miggy's 24/7 freestyle, and I did things. I built the concept of the arena. I came to 24/7 Flat Earth with that whole idea and manifested it, and it was a pretty good thing for a while. As you can see, we have like residual kind of chats from the 24/7 Flat Earth arena. But I do want to have a show just to kind of showcase things, and we're going to have open panel and have people in there. But in the meantime, it's going to be a show about like us kind of having chats with each other and like talking about like what's going on with like stuff like Artemis or just different things, and kind of just chopping it up, And we have like the regular crew, kind of like if you think about what Nathan Oakley's doing, but our own way, our style. So
I haven't watched him in a bit.
Yeah. There he is, the man, the myth, the legend, Paralysis. I'm glad you got my DM. Let me unmute you. Oh, you are unmuted.
Oh, is Paralysis on here?
Yeah.
What's up, Paralysis?
He's that's the guy.
Paralysis of analysis.
Yeah, he was the guy that was talking to him. Let me hook you up with some rolls, Paralysis. You should be able to get on the mic right now.
Did they already launch that Artemis thing? Yeah, they already launched it.
Yeah, they launched it.
Yeah, I posted a meme. It had the arc going across the sky, and it says one end of the arc says Cape Canaveral, whatever it is, and the other says Bermuda Triangle.
There's a couple of rolls, Paralysis. If you see them, if there's anyone that you want, like that are just cosmetic, I can give them to you. The ones that I gave you are Flat Earther and Valued. So, 1 second.
What? I can't have Flat Earther. God damn it.
I'll tell you what, Paralysis, if you can hear me, I'm gonna disconnect you and then come right back. It's usually a bug. So just come right back.
All right, sweet. It works, man. Nice.
Yeah, it's a bug. It usually does that.
Cool. Yeah, man.
Welcome. Yeah. I had to get out of that other conversation, man, because
well, yeah. Sadly, it was becoming it's becoming toxic, and it was sad, man. Like the other guy just kind of went about it. I don't know, man, just incorrectly.
Yeah.
As far as throwing out the scripture, I was like, dude, just quickly. Just throw out a few parts, as far as the Proverbs, lying lips are abomination to the Lord, but they that deal truly are his delight. And just be but hey, that's what I believe. You don't believe that, it's okay.
Yeah, it got a little toxic, so I'm like, nah, I got to dip.
I know, I feel you. I was in the same boat. I was like, all right, man.
But yeah, welcome to this chat. No, I was talking to Paralysis on the other channel. Pretty good discussion, actually. He's a kindred spirit. I felt kind of like he was on about the same discussion from a very intellectual perspective, and it's difficult to actually have those kind of conversations with people because you don't know somebody when you first get to know him. So, but just by what I heard, I got a good beat on where his mind's at. So yeah, he's somebody. I gave him a value tag too. That's I don't do that often. I don't give somebody value. So.
Well, dude, you're being very, very nice, man. So how's the week been for everybody? I don't mean to be super generic with the conversation, but
So, but yeah. Anyways, we got the crew's in here right now. So Captain Dan's in here, Chili, Chris V, Creation Bear. Let's see, Critical Inception, Cuddy, Danny 57. Well, he's Danny Faulkner. I don't know if you know him. He's from Answers in Genesis. Yeah, but he's a globe earther, but he believes the earth is globe. He's been, I don't want to say against FE, but he has been putting his stance of why it's not right to say things about it in FE. So he kind of is standing against that. And even on a more intellectual perspective, he's not like your average glober, I would say. He's a bit, civil with discussions. From what I know, anyway. You got FE Batman. Cool dude. He's from Australia. Flat World Logic. Julius J. He's my homie from Iowa. So we both live in Iowa. Little G. You. T-Wad. Whiskey Bent. And Carr.
Cool, man. Well, I'll just mostly listen, man, but maybe I'll chime in a little bit later.
What's up?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So Paralysis on live stream voice text. That's the text channel that's right above the channel that we're speaking in right now. Click on that, and I'm gonna place the YouTube live stream that's being live streamed right now, so you'll know that we're actually live streaming here, and it's right there.
What do you guys got going on?
stream here.
I went to the Tartaria server because I was listening to, well, for a little bit, Witsit and Craig get in on it, on their debate, but I'm not really like listening to Craig. I don't have too much like need for that, listening to him. He's not somebody that would argue intellectually, so
It was pretty bad.
If I wanted to listen to a bunch of schoolgirls giggling, I could probably go somewhere else for that.
Were you listening to him, Chris V?
Yeah, I was listening in, and honestly, the one yesterday was a lot more entertaining and
stimulating.
Stimulating for sure.
Craig is.
This one was just trash.
Yeah, Craig is trash, bro. Like he's definitely trash. Like he just wants to spin some content up for his channel, but that's it. He doesn't. There's no substance with Craig whatsoever.
Can someone explain the refracted hand
I heard
thing?
him, but yeah. Sorry.
Oh, my bad. Did you want to finish? My bad, I cut you off.
No, you're good, man.
Craig's the guy that says that your hand is refracted in front of your face. Could someone explain how that works?
What?
Yeah. Pretty sure that's the same guy, right?
It's like 20 centimeters away.
Apparently, he was saying that your hand right in front of your face is refracted.
Pretty much.
It's akin to It's akin to the person on the YouTube live stream saying that the scientific method proves globe.
What a retard.
That's what it is, man. I mean, that's the kind of situation we're dealing with here. Lukey Coolhand, what's going on, man? Saying what's up to all the new folks joining us right now. Lukey, are you there? You got Flat Earth tag, bro.
Oh, even him. Fuck's sake.
Fine, keep your secret.
Right, then keep your secrets.
Great gift. And great movie.
COVID is fake. I just seen that pop in the YouTube live stream text chat. In the morning time, I would say if you're gonna come see the show, it'll probably be somewhere in the time frame of like 7 a.m. Central Time to like 8. I'm not really sure about like exactly when. I'm kind of keeping it loose at the moment with like the time frame, but somewhere in there, 7 or 8 in the morning, Central.
COVID's not fake. We're all gonna die.
No, that's his name. That's the guy's name on YouTube.
Yeah, and that was my joke.
Is it 8 o'clock where you are, Biggie?
8:18, p.m.
Okay, dang, man, you guys start early. What time do you? Sometimes you get on here like. What time do you get on here? Like 6 or 7?
Bro, me and Julius are up at like 5 in the morning, dude. Like,
oh my god,
we're up and at 'em, bro. Like,
well, good. I appreciate that.
What the fuck is PM?
What do you mean? What is PM?
Afternoon.
PM.
I don't know AM, PM at all.
Are you used to military time or what?
No, normal time. 24-hour clocks.
Normal time.
Okay. Military time. That's military.
You don't need the AM, PM
Yeah, I
military
know.
time.
It's all good. Yeah, but in the morning. So, but what country are you in, Whiskey?
Sweden.
Huh?
Sweden. So it's 3:20 now.
In the morning? Jeez, a week.
Night. I mean, yeah, more night.
2019 here.
Go to bed, dude.
3 o'clock in the 3 o'clock in the morning, man.
Don't make me get that clip from Dave Chappelle. I'm doing it right now.
Yeah, but as you guys know, this is an open panel, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. We're inviting everybody who's in the YouTube live stream, listening to us right now. We got 15 people watching. You guys are very much welcome to join us here. And we want to have a conversation with you, whether you think the Earth is a globe, you're on the fence, or you know the Earth is flat. We'd love for you guys to join us in here, and we extend the invitation. As you guys know, I've been announcing it. I'm going to be doing a show. I'm going to start up a YouTube channel. And I would like for you guys to subscribe and join that, because it's going to be an open forum as well. But I'll be doing like morning shows so that you guys can get used to the fact that I'm going to be on here. And I'm going to be bringing content to you guys. I'm going to have certain segments that I'm going to be attaching to the show that I'm going to be doing. So definitely I want to have a panel of people that are going to be joining me. So that I'll just leave that up to you guys that are listening to me right now. If you want to join me and do that, that way we can get like a certain number of people joining us and having a great chat.
Hey, Whiskey.
Hey, go home, man. 3 o'clock in the morning. What the fuck are you doing?
Yeah, who said something?
Hey, go home, man. 3 o'clock in the morning. What the fuck are you doing up?
None of your business.
It's just a funny clip from Chappelle's stand-up when I was a kid. I think in clips like Bumblebee on Transformers. That's what I do.
That's a great analogy, by the way.
I can't take credit for that. That's Elbow's idea. He said that first. Elbow TV came up with that idea. He's like, dude, you're like Bumblebee. I'm like, yo, that's a good way to put it.
Yeah, because he never spoke in his voice. He'd always use like clips.
Yep. So, yeah. I made a second account I was just going to do like a soundboard account, and I was going to call it Bumblebee, but I kind of just abandoned that idea. I'm glad.
I can't make those. Fuck.
I got one for you.
I can't put pics or gifs.
Honestly, I swear, man, literally no one is having more fun than the Flat Earthers. We're just having a blast, man. We got music, we got gifs, memes.
Yeah, I was gonna say, do you think we can play that one song from Helio?
We have an NASA launches. Always fun.
Whiskey, hang on a second, bud. That song from the Helio, the Richard Marx. Do you remember the song that was it Richard Marx? He did like a rendition of like. I want to say it's Richard Marx.
I don't know. I don't know what that is.
Hang on.
There's one song that. There's one of Helio's songs they stopped playing because they kept getting flagged. But
which one? Oh, that was the He did like a.
What was that blue?
Right Here Waiting is the one you're talking about. Maybe.
Let me.
I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna go to this channel.
No, Right Here Waiting for You. Richard Marx is the one you're talking about.
Yeah. Do you have that one?
Oh my
Julius?
God. Somewhere. I think it's on somebody's.
No. Maybe it's not that. Oh, there was another one. It's talking about Glober Tears or the heck was it?
See that one getting in trouble.
I gotta look through his channel.
I'm gonna see which one. There was one of them that kept getting flagged.
I find it.
It was like an Aussie song, wasn't it? Remake or something.
No, I bet
that's what he got flagged for. That one, that Aussie remake.
Yeah. You need an expert DJ for this task.
Oh, okay.
The old man finds it. Holy crap!
Yeah, Baller's Tears. He says that's the one that gets a strike on YouTube.
I found it first.
Where are his songs located? Does anybody know?
Livestream one music bot commands. Well, if you go to the music bot right above the live stream, there's most of the songs that get played are in there.
All right, should I play it?
Which one is it?
Yeah, it's taking your globe parody. That's the one.
Here we go. Helio Skeptic with Ballers Chisholm 24/7 Flare.
Wait,
Discord Live.
hold on. Wait. Wait, Sonny, you can't play that song.
Oh, that's the one I can't play. Oh. Okay, good thing I didn't play it. God, I'm so.
Can you play Taking Your Globe?
Why not?
I'll find out.
I know which one you're talking about now, Miggy.
Old dude said you can mute the bot and play it.
Oh, that's true. That's true. If you really want to hear it, yeah.
Is it too based?
Yeah,
It's too
that's
close
what
to
I'm
the
talking
original
about.
song.
Anything they want to not, for us not to play, then obviously it's too bass for them. That's what that little thing, that little tag in front of all the channels, that's what that means. They don't get it still. That's what it means. Hold on, here we go. Is that Taking Your Globe? No.
All I can hear is my tinnitus.
Taking Your Globe. You want me to play it?
Yeah.
Obviously, chomping at the bit. Okay, let's play it. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen.
Check, mic check.
Wait a minute. Didn't play. Let's clear the bot.
You typed it in the live stream voice text.
It's on the live stream.
That's why. Hello. Let's switch back.
Okay, Boomer.
Thanks. I had to reconfirm my status here. Helio Skeptic. Taking Your Globe.
Oceans are flat, no curve is displayed, and the globers go insane. I hear their voice on the line as their coctus causes pain. Even in perfect weather, we cannot see forever. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your globe from you. Globe Earth was planted in your mind, and it must be removed somehow. I hear your laughter and I taste your tears, so let me through right now. Oh, can't you see it, Glober? I will flat smack you sober. Wherever you go, whatever you do, I will be taking your globe from you. Whatever it takes, or how your heart breaks, I will be taking your globe from you. I wonder how you can survive this globe dance, but in the end, if I reach you, I'll take the chance.
looks like we got a Drace Effie Arena.
Yeah,
Can
play
you
that one.
Can you play that? How do I play? Do I have to download it first?
Yeah, I think I can play it. Let me try it. I don't know.
Just might want to. I'll save it just in case, and then might
Yeah, you guys
reset.
can save it too. It's I don't. You guys probably haven't heard this one. Let's see if it works. No, it doesn't work. Do you know how to play that, CB, or do you have to? Oh wait, he's deafened.
Drace Leonidas, 24/7 Discord Flat Earth. Welcome to the arena, gladiator. You wanted an edge? Our spears are strong, our formation of edge. It's time to push it to the ledge. Your fallacious sword will shatter on our shield, the Spartans victorious upon the battlefield. Only by the spear of truth can you make us yield.
This is where we hold them. This is where we fight. This is where they die. And these shields rise. This is Sparta.
The specificity of your claim requires you to step up your game. It needs to be substantiated, authenticated. Don't just sit there, get it correlated. Stop getting frustrated while vaccinated, thinking you're educated. Are you really illuminated while being acclimated clown, subjugated, with unabated propaganda permeated? Your arguments are constipated, your history is misstated. All your proofs are long awaited, your counters are unrelated. You just pontificated and obfuscated. Sorry, friend. Are you medicated?
Calm yourself.
I am sorry, my friend. But not all of us were meant to be soldiers.
It is clear you're aggravated when a fallacy is generated and a Spartan denigrated. Next time, try to reformulate it. But since you got moderated, it's time for you to get re-educated. Here, sophistry gets dominated, arguments decimated. Don't just sit there being domesticated, accepting being indoctrinated with vile claims unsubstantiated. That's madness incorporated. Be sophisticated and underestimated, unaffiliated and rejuvenated, stimulated and motivated, get animated, activated, rehabilitated with your mind repopulated, not automated and sedated, blindly opinionated and physically
What the fuck is this guy
hearts
saying?
exasperated and minds overestimated. I call that being uneducated.
Spartans! What is your profession?
See, old friend, I brought more soldiers than you did.
It's not complicated. Globe model was evaluated, radius invalidated, black swan reverberated, percolated, and penetrated, and the globe deflated. Do you understand what is communicated? Light attenuated, perspective appropriated, density understated, entropy violated, Saros cycle assimilated, and the Coriolis conflated. Or do you need it illustrated, perhaps translated? Is it really necessitated to be restated? Gas dissipated, yet container is ventilated. You should feel liberated, it's been corroborated. Religion has evaporated while blind faith was annihilated. Do not be humiliated. This was dictated, slated, and fated. Now outdated, antiquated, and needs to be updated. And thoroughly investigated with science invigorated. Its potential unmitigated. Be elated, elevated, fascinated. Don't you feel exhilarated? It's long been belated. It's something to be celebrated, not debated.
Find trust.
This was all premeditated, all of it orchestrated, perpetrated, perpetuated, all of us regulated, designated, and desecrated. The whole world manipulated. We were told it rotated, that it was calculated and demonstrated, when it was really estimated and speculated and fabricated and misappropriated. The lies are completely overrated. It's time for the truth to be reinstated.
Go spread the word. Let every Greek assemble know the truth of this.
Let each among them search his own soul.
While you're at it, search your own.
Good old Drace, man. He did that a long time ago when we were doing the arena. For those of you guys that were there.
That was pretty good. I always loved Drace's voice too.
Yeah, he put a lot of the words together, like just to get it, all those words that combine in succession to like make sentences out of it. Like I found that was really hard to do, and it's just a different style of like how he presented that.
Oh, absolutely. Have you guys heard mine? My Flat Earth parody song?
You have one? Play it.
I do. I can post it in the chat.
Okay.
You know that song No Handlebars by Flowbots?
I can ride my globe with no handlebars.
I was working on a new one, The Sound of Silence by Simon and Garfunkel, but it's called The Pseudoscience.
Do it.
But yeah, you guys have definitely got me back into my music shell. Because I used to be a pretty good musician, and then, you know, architecture happened, life happened. But pick up that guitar and clarinet again and keep on jamming.
Do it, dude. Definitely make that song, man. More songs, the better. Plus, like, I like that genre too. It's different. We all have like a different style, so that's fun.
Absolutely. Dude, your stuff kills it. I actually listen to it pretty fluently now.
Did you hear that new track?
Yeah, dude. That was great.
Yeah, it's really good. Yeah, CB, he does a really good job with music, and it's like every song keeps getting better.
Nice. Appreciate you saying that, nigga.
It is, dude. Like, I mean, I listened to it, and but I've heard your other stuff too. I think it's pretty good. Like, everybody's, I don't know. Like, what do you feel like your strengths are, CB?
Me?
Rapping?
I'm like,
yeah,
dude, I'm all about those parodies. I love a good parody, so I want to pick a song and stick close to the theme of the song and just make it flat earth. So yeah, that's kind of my style, at least. Like Chocolate Saiyans, the lyricist, you know, he could just be on the radio. My stuff is more comedic, I think. So yeah, all my songs are parodies except for one or two. One, two, yeah, except for two.
Dude, the 10 Flat Earth Commandments, man. I've shown my friends that one for sure. Like, dude, check this out.
Yeah, that seems to be like, that's the classic right there.
Got that East Coast vibe.
I saw somebody moved in, that Waterworld person, or have you guys spoken to him before?
I don't think I have, or have we? Waterworld?
I saw him pop in yesterday.
He was in the COG this VC and then jumped in here for a second. I wasn't sure if someone moved him in or...
Yeah, I unmuted. It's Jim.
Jim?
Oh, Jim? Okay.
It's Jim,
well, if it's
yeah.
Jim, that sounds pretty good then. If it's Jim, man, you know?
Wait.
You know
Is
Jim.
that-
Yeah.
Jim is, you know Jim, dude.
Jim,
Who the fuck is that guy?
Jim, bro. Freaking Jim. Freaking Jim. That's who it is.
Bro, the only Jim I know is Jimbo. And he's been gone.
Where is Jimbo?
He hangs out with what's their name? AP something or other. They have that 24/7 live stream of the true flat Earth map.
What?
Oh my gosh, true flat Earth, man. What's going on, man?
Again. Again.
Bust some caps around here, man. Peel some wigs.
They didn't catch the hijack. They got hijacked, like shanked. What's it called?
Oh,
Shanghai.
I've been saying this. It seems like everybody's ignoring it, just making flat Earth servers with like, this is the best flat Earth map. Hashtag flat Earth real map. Like, come on, man. Like, jeez Louise. And then on top of that, we got advocates got daggers from me about it. It's like, man, hold up a second. Like, I'm your brother. Like,
I know, right?
Jeez.
Hey, Miggy, did you watch any of Caramayo's channel yet? Caramayo, what do you say? Ahua.
No, I don't
anyway, you should watch that. I sent you DM. Ancient America. We talked to the other night.
Oh yeah, I got that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't seen any of it, but I had some my DM that you sent me.
You gotta watch that when you get a chance. Number 18, I think it is.
Number 18? Okay.
On the Ancient America playlist, he's got ancient texts found all over America.
Yeah, that channel I was talking about, I think it's is it AVP Angel or something like that? It's actually interesting.
Yeah. No, I know what you're talking about.
They do some good research. They dig deep into the libraries and pull out like all these really old freaking. It's like they came from the Vatican or something. These old astrological charts and shit.
Which channel are you talking about?
The AVP Angel or something it's called.
Yeah.
But they got some wild speculations that they seem to be adamantly, declaring as real truth.
I don't know.
Yeah, we're gonna be talking all about that stuff, man, on the Miggy show in the morning. I want to open up a can of worms into like everyone. Like,
you should watch this guy's channel.
I have to. Got too many people running around here, man.
We got to clean up that baggage.
I have to, man. It's like everybody's talking about, man, we got the hashtag real flat Earth map. No, you freaking don't.
What the hell is that? Get off the map. Get off the map delusion. All right. What's this map obsession? Come on. It's just as bad. I'm
gonna have to let Julius loose, man. You don't want him running around crazy.
Second, here it is.
You know how they say there's spherical excess. Like maybe we've got to clean up all this flat earther excess, or something like
that. I guess we've been lucky enough to just like be in agreement with all the flat earthers, like for the most part, because we don't want to cause any waves in that, but at the same time, my brother, like I can't have you like hanging around with some bad info, like talking about it's the truth. Like it's not. We can't do that. Like
the real flat Earth map. Like we had some bozo on there earlier.
Well, that's the thing, and then it's like
it's slipping by us. They think that's just getting by us. Like we're not going to catch it.
I mean, Crit's a good guy, man. Critspiracy, he's a cool guy. But when you're advocating for somebody, no man, he's cool. That guy's cool. I'm like, no, he's not cool, man. He was acting like a jerk when he came in. I was simply asking him what he thinks. Is he like flat Earth, globe Earth? And he's all like, give me some attitude. Be like, well, what do you think? I'm like, well, your name says a real flat Earth, but I'm not gonna guess by your name that's what you are, man. Like, I'm gonna ask you directly, and you could tell me directly. No, it's cool. I'm not. But why you gotta come up with this attitude and what? Like I don't know. Like I don't appreciate that. You know what I mean? Like is that how people have conversations? Like
Plank's a good guy. Like Plank. Plank's a good guy. Go along with Plank because someone vouched for him. Just like yesterday with Plank. Remember Plank?
Oh, that Plank guy. Yeah. No. But it's cool that people vouch for other people. It's just like, I mean, we're gonna all judge for ourselves when we see the person interacting the way. And my apologies if that's your boy, but if your boy's out of pocket, man, we're gonna have to like You know, got to check that.
I love that phrase, out of pocket. That's awesome.
But it's true, man. Like they come in here kind of like, yeah, man, what do you think? I know what I'm thinking right now is I don't like this condescending attitude that you're giving me. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
If I'm
He's
being honest
in
with
the
you.
voice text right now. Speaking of, like, wow, what happened?
Well, it's the
Kinda
truth,
like with
bro.
Bob.
Like,
Interesting.
yeah, when I speak, I'm saying it out to the whole public. It's like, yeah, this is what I want you to know about me. It's like you come correct, you get correctness, man. Everybody's like, cool.
It's like when Bob tried to thumb his nose up, right, after he just said that the water isn't a hill.
Or like Dean, you know, like no, don't get buck wild up in here, man. Like, and he was trying to manhandle the chat and stuff. No, I think you should now shut up, dude. Sit down. Like, you're not gonna be telling this chat what to do.
Yeah.
Hell no. At any rate, yeah, man. We got to do the damn thing. There's a couple of things that we've been like in the flat Earth community. Like I was saying, like, for the most part, we agree with the things that people have because it's like stuff that we don't know. We speculate on. That's pretty cool. But when it comes to like things that we know, we don't know the circumference of Antarctica, like all the way around. Like that's. Man, if somebody's saying that, that's danger, Will Robinson. Like, don't fall for that stuff.
Yeah, that was an interesting point. I will add, because something I had not thought of, the whole claimed size of these. Because actually, it's funny. Because yesterday, someone posted something about Africa being like way bigger than it's shown.
That size, yeah.
And so it's kind of something like that. It's just basically saying like, hey, look, they're saying that the Antarctica is this size. I don't know. So I'd never heard of that before, but I agree with you about making claims.
Yeah, when you lay claims to what the Earth is and stuff, you're in bad shape. Because me scrutinizing the information, it doesn't matter if you're flat or globe. Like, I'm gonna dive into like how you know, and you need to have an answer for that. You can't just say, well, you know, just because. No, you're presenting this claim to everyone as it's the gospel truth, and now you're gonna have to answer to why that is. And if you don't have an answer, then you're just gonna have to kind of kick rocks with this information, because we're not gonna be sitting here as a group of critical thinkers, and then we're like, okay, like that's not happening here.
Right? Hell no.
Yeah. Because that's exactly where we were in the first place.
Exactly. What do we look like, a bunch of globe Earth believers in here? We're just going to believe things just because you say so? No.
Well, bro, I mean, I would say, like, as far as, like, if somebody's proposing something, it's like, if they can't even back it up to, like, tell you how it came to be that thing, then you just throw that in the bin. Like, easy peasy. That's why I'm always cautious about, like, what we're saying are claims.
I think that's actually one of the 10 flat commandments, Miggy. You think he'll be backing up his claim, man? Forget it.
That is.
But you're right. We should be very careful about the things we say. Like you said earlier about the guy in the chat, they're rubbing their hands, waiting for you to say something silly. Oh, you got a flat Earth map? Octagon. Shit, pass it on over.
Yeah, no, he was like salivating, dude. He was just like, oh, dude, give me that, please. It's just so they can beat up a straw man. You know, it's like, hell no. And then when I said that, you know, the other guys were like, yeah, they don't have any map. They don't have any Earth. I was like, they're saying these trigger things like so that we can give them something. Oh, here you go. Here's the map. No. The things that we have that we use right now, these like local maps, they work just fine. Everything that we have right now is sufficient for the Earth that we travel on. pilots and mariners use this information too. Like Sonny can attest to it. Like the stuff that we use right now is perfect for what we need to use it for. It's useful. We don't need extra things to like embellish the earth that we live on.
Yep, I agree. Yeah, I usually joke around and be like, Google Maps works pretty well.
Yep.
It's not like there's any curve on there.
Indeed. What's funny about it is that you can throw any geometric shape on top of that map, and the map will conform to it. And just so long as, all the numbers are correct, the distances, and you're pretty good, can get to where you need to get to. But that's crazy.
But on a flat Earth, how would you go from point A to point B? That's
We always say that.
one of the most ridiculous questions, I think. On a flat Earth, how would you go from this place to that place? It's like you're just going from point A to point B. Well,
yeah. What's interesting is you bring something to them that they don't really realize, like their mind can't comprehend, but they're going from port to port. When you take off from a boat, you're taking off from a harbor and going to another harbor. Like that's it. Port to port. Airport to airport. That's it. And of course you have to course correct for your whatever you're gonna fly to. That's about the only thing that's needed for that. You need to fly around like a no-fly zone or whatever the case is, any militarized zone. Other than that, man, you're just going from port to port. Like there's no real. It's like they try to say, well, what happens when you're trying to go around the flat Earth? It's like that's not. Who's doing that? Like that's not practical.
And I've heard like you're on the Earth. There's no going. Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, there's been those conversations where they say, yeah. But what if you go like from where you start, like let's say in LA, you take off from LA, you go around the Earth, you come back to LA. How does that work? Like they're trying to do these hypotheticals that don't operate on the Earth. That we're like, you're not gonna do that ever. Like, did somebody tell me when that happens? Like, if you're gonna go from port to port, you're traveling from airport to airport, and usually in the most efficient manner possible, which is in the straightest line possible you can. Minus course corrections.
And that's why on the maps you see them. It's a curve when you fly from New York to London because the shortest route is along the top side of the ball, right?
Top side of a ball? What do you mean? I don't get what you mean by the top side of a ball.
Yeah, I was thinking about that today, and then it didn't make sense to me. But when they say it, and they is in quotes, it makes sense.
Well, I mean, obviously, if a plane's taking off from the ground, it has to go into the sky. So it'll make the idea of like an arc, so to speak, because it's on the ground going up into the air at an angle, and then as it lands at an angle. So it's just going up in altitude and lowering back down again. So that's the representation. You see it like when you see those those depictions when you see the plane taking off and landing. It doesn't naturally mean that it's going over a globe. It just means that it's taking off from the ground and landing back down again. Like that's the way I take it. Obviously, the idea
they'll say they're like, oh, that's why it's curved because of the globe and it's
that's
shorter.
That's their excuse. That's their excuse for it being a globe, but that's has nothing to do with that. It's taking off from the ground, going to the sky, and coming back down to the ground again. That's all it's doing. But their idea is because the Earth is curving. It's not. There is no measurable curvature. We've gone over that with them, so they can't bring that into the discussion saying that that's what it is. Was that somebody in the chat, CB? Hypothetically, if I could walk through everything and anything and could float and was completely unkillable and unaffected by anything and everything, what would happen if I walked in a completely straight line on this supposed flat Earth? What? Precisely because my examples are questions that would only be possible if the Earth was truly flat. No. That example is if you're going batshit crazy.
That's exactly what I said. I was like, dude, your examples are not related to reality, man. Come on.
That's like when you look in the car, the engine's running but there ain't nobody behind the wheel. You know, it's just like
right.
Nobody driving that vehicle.
How would you know you're going in a straight line? You're not. If you're using a compass, it's the only way you tell you're going in any kind of general direction around a central north.
He started with the very first word, hypothetically. If I could walk through everything and anything could float and was completely unkillable and unaffected by anything and everything, because this is like, it's like a video game.
He's like trying to use it as proof of something.
Psychotic babble is.
Exactly, and then to entertain it, to even suggest you're gonna give a response to it, a dignified response, and you're gonna be like, how do you, dude? This isn't like Minecraft or something. You're not freaking. I mean that.
Yeah, exactly.
So when somebody's saying that to me, like when it, hypothetically, if you start from LA, you go all the way around the flat Earth on, come back around to LA again. It's like that never happens. Number one. Number two, show me an example of when that happens so we can talk about it. Like that doesn't happen. You
show us when it happened. Show us when it happened where they proved the globe with the same theory. When did they do this for the globe? Hypothetically. Not even hypothetically. No way. Not in actuality and not hypothetically. Never done. What he's talking about.
That is so funny, dude. That one that you just put, CB.
I mean, dude, this is what I was dealing with today in the chat. It's unbelievable.
Because I'll tell you why. That's the kind of mindset that they put. That's the spell, dude. That's the kind of mindset they have you in. You're so kind of like, you're so out there. You're so disconnected from reality that you say dumb shit like this. And that's what people do. They're just so like, well, I think, yeah, this is totally possible. Why don't you answer me? It's like, because you're batshit crazy. Like, who's going to say some shit like this, man? Only you.
Hypermoronic is the term that comes up. Hypermoronic. Okay.
No, I think batshit crazy fits the bill. Dude, how are you going to say that, like, about being unkillable and going through everything and not dying? Is like, that's
what the hell does that have to do with Earth being what it is? What?
Because they're trying. Here's what they're mad about, right? They're mad about, like, they're trying to put a hypothetical where you're in a situation where you have to say what would happen if you go straight on the flat Earth. Where would you end up? That's what they want to tell you, so that you can give them an answer to that question. As in you.
Yeah. So you wander off in their red herring, in their like their fallacy. Wander off in that red herring or whatever, straw man.
And I gotta say, this has been why the show that I'm gonna be talking about this. Flat Earthers have been entertaining these ideas. They'll use I think we even have a GIF of it. There's one where it shows like a compass and it like a magnet in the center of the AE map, and they're putting the compass all the way around the magnet, and the magnet.
Yeah, we shouldn't even do that. We shouldn't even do that.
We shouldn't do that, man. That's totally wrong. That you can't do that. Like that doesn't work
right now. We can just stop doing it right now.
Yeah, that does not. I'll throw everything into the big pot of gumbo with it. Like there's one where it shows like a flashlight, like a pen light flashlight, and it's going like around a like a snow globe thingy. Yeah, exactly. And then you know which one I'm talking about? It shows like how the sun works. It's like, bro, no.
It's a half ball, shining through a lens, like it's like a half lens.
I've seen that.
Yeah, you shouldn't compare anything. Like here's one thing I did where I found that a little lid, a jar lid of water with the sunshine in it, made it look exactly like you see amateur photography and video of the stars and planets. It makes this little watery swiggling thing on my table because it vibrates. And just that little puddle of water shining from the sun looks just like, now that's more scientific if you want to say something like that. as correlation, but it is still only correlation. But it's striking how much it looks like it. Let me see if I can find that GIF. Actually, Justin made a GIF of it. Let's see.
I just want to have like the conversation with our fam, you know, just kind of talking to the fam. Like, fam, why are you thinking this way? Like, are we really entertaining stuff like that? You know, where we're putting a magnet in the center of an azimuthal equidistant projection map, and then putting a compass going around it, like, and then saying, well, this is the only way that it could work. Well, that's an assumption you just said.
Yeah, hang on. The big problem to me with it is that we're going to come after Globers for doing the same thing with their nonsense, but then we go and do it with what we have to say. So if we behave the same way, where you live with apes, man, it's hard to be clean. You know what I mean? Like, we got to do better. So anyway,
yeah, glad that's what I'm saying. I'm thinking, yeah, it's cool. Maybe that's where we were, but I mean, it's all about moving the conversation.
Well, and here's another thing. Those folks wanted to do the best they could with the information that they had, right? To me, it's all genuine. It's like, check this out. Look at this fucking shit. This works so much better in every single way. Look, a compass works like this because the Earth works like this. Holy shit, it makes total sense. But still, it's begging the question for a map or a model. And I never push any of these maps, man. I'm not like, yeah, well, how do you think this shit works here, and how the seasons and the derp. I don't care, man. Find me the curve or nothing. That's it.
Yeah.
Don't do maps. Stop with maps. No more maps, folks.
It's always a simple truth. It's always a simple truth, and I think that even with the idea that the magnetic north is moving, that's been kind of the case with like how come we can't precisely know where magnetic north is, and if you guys have been hearing that type of conversation,
and right there, it falls down the stairs. It's like, oh, there's already. It's huge doubt cast on it right away. Like, okay, well then why the fuck should I even pay attention to it at that point? It's not
exactly.
It's not tangible, and it's not helping keep the argument simple. I swear to God, curvature is the only thing that matters. Anyway, sorry.
Yep. But you see what I'm saying? It's like these are the things that were relied upon with these arguments.
Well, yeah.
Like,
it's a good start. We needed all of these minds to do all of these things, so we could now break it down and take the rough edge, the roughness off the edges there, and make this such a succinct thing that within 5 minutes, there's no way that you think it's a globe anymore. Done.
That's exactly right. So, basically, what I akin it to is like going through the attic of all the stuff that we were taking along as baggage, and then going through it, sifting through it, getting as streamlined as we can possible, and then realizing what is effective, what is not. And you guys, just based on what your introduction to flat earth is and like what you've learned so far, there's other things too that we can talk about. Like we're filled in this community, we're filled with so many different things. And I think just by talking about them, you can find value in keeping the things that work and not keeping the things that don't work, But there's issues, I think, within the idea, like if some things are needed or not. And it's all about.
We got to graduate. I'm so sorry. I cut myself off being an idiot. Those things are old hat now. They helped some of us understand a certain thing, but now they're serving to maybe hinder the efficacy of the overall overarching point of this. People are gonna, because the snakes are gonna take every single tiny little opportunity and create every single tiny little opportunity they can to try and diminish our position. Anything they can do to diminish it, right?
Yeah, that's true.
So anyways, what I'm saying is like, so what once was like, hey, this is some pretty compelling evidence. It's like, well, it's not evidence then if it's just compelling. We really have to like narrow this down and get it down so precise that maps are just sloppy. Like I'm never going to use a map for proof of anything that I can prove in the world in the first fucking place, right? That's such a leap. Like I'm saying that sections when measured measure against the globe mathematics. That's it. I'm not talking about fucking maps and shit. And if you want to get really weird, 400 miles from left to right, from east to west, Kansas, it's flat. How's that possible on your globe? You know what I mean? 400 miles. east to west. It's just weird, right? Anyway, go ahead.
Indeed. Very interesting. Very interesting.
You got a catchy name for the show, Miggy?
I'm tossing around a few ideas around in my head, but nothing really that stands out at the moment.
Okay.
I was thinking like what I kind of came up with in the very beginning was like, like mornings with Miggy, but that's a bit too.
Yeah.
I mean, that doesn't sit well.
It's a little mundane. I'm sure we could do better.
So I'm thinking, I don't know. Heck, I'll take some suggestions for sure.
The only one I got is getting jiggy with Miggy. That's all I got right now.
That does have a ring to it. It does have a ring to it.
You have to give me more time to come up with something else.
Because I like a bit of flair, if it were like just flair, coming in with like, having that corny introductory song, like, or maybe just go a different way and have it like a real serious kind of like, what's it? The introductory song to the one that The Rock came out with just not too long ago with that rapper.
It's about drive. It's about power. That song?
Yeah. But the beginning of it,
Yeah.
like, how does the beginning start?
I don't know. I just know that one part.
Take your face off, like the beginning of it. Like the when he's talking about what did he say? Something about my being a lion.
I just can't believe that The Rock made a fucking song. Damn it. Come on.
You know what's
I like the other song he did too. I see what's happening here. You're face to face with greatness and you know it. You don't know?
You know what's funny though? I've actually thought The Rock is talented as shit. And he's a very funny guy. That's I true to form. He's got a lot going for him, but I don't know, man. I just can't take Hercules serious on that one.
This is like a default meme on the soundboard.
It's about drive. It's about power. We stay hungry. We devour. Put in the work. Put in the hours and take what's ours.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it's a little. I don't think it's that good.
Oh my god, that's bad.
It's about drive. It's about power. It's like this is like I don't know, 6th grade project.
Like a commercial for a new bicycle that people could check out.
Yeah.
Baby. Why's he got to be telling everyone about power and drive, man?
I'd rather listen to Limp Bizkit again. That's what I'm trying to say.
Sounds like overcompensating.
Yeah, it's like wait a second, guy. Wait a second. You got to be all big and muscly your whole career, and that's got to be most of your career, and you got to write songs like that? Like, holy fuck. That's too bad. You okay?
Whatever he did do the Tooth Fairy movie.
I just like to pick on The Rock because he's a pussy, right?
Well, when he goes home, his woman tells him jump, and he says how high. So
probably.
How powerful man are you when a woman runs your show? Think about it.
I haven't heard you in a while, AI. How you doing?
I agree about
it. Just became sentient, and AI can speak now.
Yeah, it's sentient.
Welcome back.
Hi.
How'd you make it back through the ether and all?
The reconstruction of human metal endoskeleton. Human living tissue over metal endoskeleton.
Yes, but perhaps you guys are not up on the latest hotness, which is the Mr. Sensible String Balloon 5000.
Oh my gosh.
String Balloon 5000? Tell us more.
Yeah, set up a high altitude balloon.
Is that 5,000 strings?
No,
or 5,000?
I mean, not necessarily, but he set up a high altitude balloon. Right? Like the millions of other high altitude balloons that have been inconsequential and indeterminate in the past. Only this time he put a straight string in front of the camera.
Well, that just clears everything up, doesn't it?
Well, yeah, I mean, look, you look at it and you see it looks to you like the string is straight, fair, and then it looks kind of like the horizon out there is a little bit curvy. And so he says because the string is straight, therefore, if the horizon was straight, it would also be straight. Therefore, it's curved. Therefore, it's not optical curve, it's physical curve. Now, his argument for this, when pressed, the altitude's irrelevant.
Okay, gotcha.
It's a principle. So the principle that he gave when pressed, okay, you don't understand that the string right in front of the camera, right at the center line, as close as you could possibly get it, with your precision, you're not going to get it perfect, obviously. You need a machined piece of equipment, which he didn't have. It was like PVC. But anyway, versus the horizon, which is, thousands upon thousands of feet below, those are different propagation angles, are they not? Well, the answer is, of course, they are. So the light is entering at a completely different portion of the lens, is it not? Well, the answer is yes, of course it is. But that's neither here nor there for this point, because the point I'm trying to make is when pressed with these points, his reply was, the horizon is equidistant. Now, I want you to ponder that for a second. He's trying to claim that there's a differential, a visual differential in your field of view to an equidistant horizon that's demonstrable of physical curvature. Let that simmer till you have an epiphany.
Yep, thank you. Had that. I think I had that. Yeah, an epiphany.
Yeah, so you may remember
distance.
Exactly, equal distance. So you may remember Mr. Neil deGrasse Tyson making an argument that from these heights you wouldn't be able to see curvature because of the equidistant horizon. And the same thing from the planetarium director lecture that we scoot around here every now and then, same principle. Which is, even at the height of the ISS, the equidistant horizon, in your field of view, all the angles are the same. Therefore, there's no differential angle from left to right from which to make a curved horizon from. So how are you getting a visual curved horizon?
Just fake it, bro. Or believe.
Well, lo and behold, they claim that this, because it's a rectilinear lens, and rectilinear lenses' claim to fame is that they keep straight lines straight, right, within reason. But if you do like a modicum of research, you'll find that, like the photo editors and stuff that actually talk about it will tell you right there in the text that rectilinear lenses still have distortion.
You can see it.
Okay. I have a good one which I can't post to you right now, but it basically explains how it's laying the, I can't remember if it's the x-axis or the y-axis off a supposed tangent to the lens or something. And so while it maintains the linearity of the line, it distorts the length. Okay, think about that for a second. At the extreme edges. Think about that for a second. So if the length, right, of a portion of graphical content is stretched, I want you to think, if half of that content is blue and half of that content is black, and you stretch that portion at the extremity of any axis, right, away from the center of the lens, which would be away from the center of the image, would that not give you a differential in the blue as you go panning left to right? So away from the center, towards the edges, as you're going, stretch, 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 stretch. What would happen? Anybody for 5,000? I'll take it would appear that you'd have a curve, Alex.
I'll take the curve for 5,000, Alex.
Now, this effect, of course, is magnified because you have very distinct color fields, very contrasting color fields. So while it's happening above and below, you don't notice it, except at the margin where the color fields change, because you obviously can't tell the difference between black and black and blue and blue. right? So you can tell a very stark difference between blue and black, right? Now, that is a completely rational argument that I just made. It seems that I have a plausible defeater, if not a necessary defeater, to the idea that the equidistant horizon somehow gives you curvature information. And I also have a plausible, if not necessary, explanation for why the blue and the black appear at a different location than directly horizontal in the frame. Okay, so see how easy that was?
What about just, realizing that if you follow the path of what you think is a curve, that just makes no sense.
You got it, brother. Let me post a meme. Exactly what you just said from one of our most favorite dudes who's no longer with us. I'll post it for you guys.
What's up, AI? Hey, everybody.
What's up? You're going to like this, friends.
What's up, Elijah? Twice in a
Just
day.
a little hard to hear you.
Hey, Sonny. Yeah, I know. I'm going to get a headphone set tomorrow.
Yeah. It's going good.
There it is, friends.
Photos.
You all can draw your attention to live stream voice text and read that for yourselves. I'll read it out loud for the seeing impaired. All right, the horizon cannot curve on a globe. Well, it can.
What?
Look at the horizon. Now turn to the right. Did it drop? Now turn more to the right. Now did it drop? Continue turning to the right. After turning 360 degrees, what happens? It arrives exactly where it started from. How could it have possibly have curved down? Anybody who thinks the horizon can curve on a globe is nuts.
What?
This guy's a glober, by the way.
Yeah, that's insane. That's insane, man. They have to. This is part of this religion, man. They have to convince people that just because it's a curve, that globe doesn't mean it's going to curve anywhere. You may not even see ever any curvature anywhere, right? They're running away from their own claim, like was talked about a few months ago, about 6 months ago. We know who mentioned it. But anyway, yeah,
right. So
absolutely.
The demonstrable question here, right, is if the distance is equal and the angle of propagation is equal at all points, 360 degrees, then how can there possibly be curvature information that the optic could detect?
You said this was a glober?
Yeah.
I'm trying to understand why he was trying to use this for his argument, or what he was.
He wasn't using it as an argument. He's just
right.
Yeah, the context is he's just an honest guy. He understands that if the Earth is a globe of the dimensions that they claim, and optics operate the way they do, and the propagation angles of light, and the differential needed for optical information, which, by the way, was corroborated by Neil deGrasse Tyson and Mr. Planetarium director, whose name I can't recall. He's honest. You can't see the curve.
Yeah, you can't.
Is that Paul Larson, is the planetarium director?
That's think about that. The first statement: the horizon cannot curve on a globe. Let's break that down a little bit. Help us out, AI. The horizon cannot curve on a globe. Translation, please.
Well, I mean, it can after a certain distance from it.
Yeah.
But nowhere near any of these distances that they're giving you, because as long as the propagation angles, okay, are equidistant, obviously the distances are equidistant and the angles are equal. There's no differential in your field of view from which to have curvature information.
Yeah, that's because the way we're seeing the differential between the two tops and sides and top and bottom, going to a squeezing in, that is exactly how perspective works on a flat plane. So I don't know what they're talking about. There's no proof of a globe. You're right about that. You can't see it anywhere. That's because it doesn't exist. Simple as that. Just like the motion thing.
Right. So for example, when you build something or when you try to put up a shelf in your house and stand it up on edge, right?
Yeah.
Because it's square or rectangular, it fits in your house, but when you're tilting it upwards, the edges hit the ceiling.
Right.
Because it's a longer distance, right? But if it's a circle and it's equidistant, then no matter which orientation you turn it, it's never going to be longer on one side than the other. Correct?
Yeah, I'm not sure I even get the text, like the context of what he's saying. Then, like,
even
you got
even
it.
on a-
So
No,
go ahead.
even on a globe small enough to have a curved horizon, when you turn, your central point is just shifting. That's also, it would still work out that you'd see curve, like in a 360 degree view. As you turn, you'd see the curve.
So you're
like,
saying
How so?
Because, like, so you're standing on the top of a ball and it's got obvious curvature. So you just turn 90 degrees and it's just going to look the same as when you were looking before you turned. It's just going to be the same as not as if you've
Okay, yes, you're correct. You're correct if you're already on a ball that has obvious curvature.
Right. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Okay, now the globe in question does not have such a thing.
Correct. Yeah.
The limits of the horizon are so far beyond the scope of your vision that they're at the limits of it's at the limits of your vision already. It's not like, it's not like a Barbie doll and a basketball, It's not like that at all. They always say you're an ant on a huge basketball. You'd never see the curvature of the earth. That's why you can't see it, and that's why Earth's a globe. If the Earth was a globe of radius 3959, you wouldn't see the curvature. You don't see the curvature, therefore it's a globe.
False equivalence. Can't say that a ball is like the Earth. That's also begging the question.
I suspected that's exactly where you're going with this. It's a globe because you can't see any curvature. That's why it's a globe. It always comes back to that, doesn't it?
Well, Sonny, I got a new housekeeping question on the SED.
Wait a second. I have to turn you way up. I didn't understand that.
Yeah. You've been hanging around with Adam Meekin too long.
Right again.
His low volume is rubbing off on you.
I said I got a new housekeeping question put up there on FED.
Oh, really?
It's a globe because of NASA. It's a globe, but
do tell. Wait a minute.
Personal experience is just flat, but it's curving at some point. You can't see it because we're ants on an anthill.
So says the Lilliputian. Hi, Jenny. Wow, it's been a long time. Jenny, I miss you, my girl.
Miss you too, bro. What's new?
What up, Jenny?
Hey,
Reborn every day. Sometimes looking back, seems like a train wreck after train wreck. But then you wake up and get to talk with a beautiful young lady such as yourself, and it makes everything better.
oh, you are just too kind. And
Yeah.
my dog, he is expressing his free speech rights.
I could have sworn I smelled I could have sworn I smelled her perfume for a second. I literally did smell.
Oh.
I think I smelled Jenny through the wires. How's that possible? Wow.
I don't know. I think I don't know what my dog's barking at.
Yep. Okay, let's move on. The dog's barking too, so go ahead. Eli, you're trying to speak.
You're age appropriate to flirt. I can't even flirt. I'm not anywhere near the requirement. But AI, did you hear the new housekeeping question yet?
Is it about level?
Yeah.
Yeah. You might as well say it since everyone's
what is it?
dying to know what it is.
Yeah, I'm sitting in my seat.
I got tired of, like you said, when we were talking about propositional statements and moving on. Like, I just got tired of, like, why the fuck are we having to devise arguments or argue about what level is? First of all, the level that is defined has practicality to it, and then there's this definition that ties to quote unquote the macro scale of the Earth, which is yet to be proven. So that's the begging the question right there. So anyway, the housekeeping question is there any evidence that level is equidistant to the center of Earth? Simple.
The level is equidistant to the center of Earth?
Yeah. It's open for work, but I think it's perfect the way it is.
Well, level, yeah, wow, that's pretty profound, but I would say, I would have to say yes. It would have to be.
What?
Every location, the level would be equidistant from the center, north. Yeah.
If what?
Like, what?
He means on a globe. Like if the Earth is a globe, they claim, level is adhering to the surface.
I don't even.
If they do.
I don't have. No one has to imply anything. It's just the nature of the question. If you say Earth, whatever it is, anyone would propose, they would simply. I mean, it's crazy that we live in a world where if we say you have to have evidence for that, people shy away from it. Oh, no, never mind. That's not what I'm saying. Like, no. Like, if you got evidence in something, like, you quick to show it. You know what I mean? Like, so in this regard, people are saying, well, level actually means this. So is there any evidence for that? And
They're
like,
just
here's the thing about the statement. Whoever makes the claim about equidistance or divergent genus or anything that rests upon this presupposition, okay, it all comes falling down. It doesn't matter if the Earth is flat, round, anything. The moment that someone tries to say, blah, 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 center of Earth, it's a wrap.
Any of it, either way, right? I gotcha. Yeah, I gotcha.
The beautiful thing is, why the fuck would flat earthers make that claim? We don't have to say anything is equidistant to the center.
That's true. Yeah, all we gotta say is concerning level is level. Exactly like the definition. The term means something. So yeah, level. Is it level? Well, we could talk about horizontalness. So horizontal nature. We could talk about parallelism.
Whatever,
just,
dude.
things like that.
Pull up the page out of
who said whatever?
Higher Theories of Geodesy, right? Pull out that page, and it shows that in the same hill, okay? So it has a hill, description of a hill at a certain height with 9 stratifications. Every stratification has a different level and a different plumb in the same freaking hill.
That's stupid. That's the warp plumb line, warping plumb lines. Yeah, it doesn't exist. So
they're freaking retarded.
Make any claims on any of this stuff? Like, who cares about any of those claims? Like, we know the water's condition is. We already know this. It's measurable, so that's irrefutable. You just go with that. All the oceans are horizontal with each other. Every shoreline is at basically same sea level. We're all horizontal to each other, like at the seashore. We're at the same level. So we can look at each other as a straight line affair. So across water, we know what the water is like. So we don't have to say anything more than that. It's navigated across using right triangles that you could do 2 or 3 different ways, 4 different ways to verify your triangle was correct and find out it's correct. That's why they have the things.
Isn't that what you need to make the navigation mechanical things work? What's the instrument called?
The sextant. The sextant.
Yeah, don't you need to have a level surface?
For the many different variations of the cross staff, which was an ancient way that has been drawn, drawings of people using them, cross staffs, and other things like astrolabes, where you're just using a plumb for your horizontal. You measure still the horizontal, and you find the zenith and triangle, the bottom side of the triangle of known zeniths of these celestial bodies. Like that, that whole thing right there just blows the globe completely out of the water. That's printed in ink. Like, does everybody get that? How profound that part of it is, that the logbooks are in ink. They're just known places where those celestial bodies are always over by the second. It's all in time. You go like, what time is it? Okay, and that zenith is way over there. The angle's this. That means that you solve for the triangle. That's all you're doing. You can solve for the triangle with it laying on its side too, doing coastal navigation with other triangulation with known coastal landmarks. This stuff's fascinating. Now, like I thought I still lived on a globe doing all this stuff in my 20s. All that time I thought I was on a globe. But I never thought of it. We just were solving for right triangles. We knew we were solving for right triangles. But it just never crossed my mind as a young person navigating on a ship that I was on anything other than a flat plane. Like, how did they do this to us, where they could make it so you could be doing something that's like that with right triangles, actually navigating, and not connect that? You still think somewhere in your mind, in your cranium, that you're in infinite vacuum of space spinning around on some water ball. It never. I'm asking a serious question. How did they do that part of the brainwash? How? Like, they disconnected those two. How did they do that? I'm really asking seriously. I was going to answer. Okay.
Compartmentalization.
Yeah, that's it.
I was gonna say it was maybe a slow process of introducing the whole idea, however it works.
Mm-hmm. And they're in different realms. When you're thinking about space, you're usually sitting at a desk somewhere inside a building. Like when you're out doing something, you're just doing. You're out sitting.
Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah.
It wasn't a slow process. It was an abrupt, quick, fast, and immediate process when you were the most susceptible and vulnerable as a child. There's a psychological stage of development when you're prone to learn that type of information from a trusted source, which is supposed to be your parents and your family.
Yeah, they
But
say
your family co-ops that knowledge to the public, and the public and the state.
Right?
It's not even an impression. Well, yeah, I mean, it is an impression, yes. But what I'm trying to say is that your brain and your psychology when you're that age is literally open to receive that information about your home, your family, your values, all of these types of things. And so they put that into you when you're ready to be programmed with it. And then you stay programmed with it the rest of your life, pretty much.
That's what they say.
It's kind of like language.
Never blow a first impression, right? First impressions last the longest. That's the one. There's a reason for that. That's why I
it's very similar. It's very similar to the first language you learn. You have absolutely no clue why you speak the language you speak, like how it happened that you all of a sudden knew how to speak. It just happens at a certain stage of development. You're exposed to the information, the body's ready for it, it absorbs it, and then that's part of you forever. It's no trick. I'm sorry, no coincidence that they call it kindergarten, right?
Yeah, they get you
after
right-
the German
right.
word.
Yeah.
Right? And that they convince you that your kid needs to learn all of these things before they, before they can do almost any higher or even medium level thinking. They're like, oh, you got to get your kid to school.
Yeah, this German idea, right? I don't know. That's being racist. Anyway, denigrating my own German heritage.
Well, the idea came from that they told women, you can now enter the workforce and make more money and be more profitable and more functional to your family and society.
Yeah,
it's only
what a
going to
high
cost you. It's only going to cost you leaving your kids at home.
And your
But don't
family.
worry.
Don't worry.
Yes, but don't worry. Don't fear.
That's right.
We, the government, will create centers 24 hours a day where you can drop your kids off, and we will take care of them on your behalf, and we'll raise them right. So help us
And if-
God. Pinky swear.
Yeah, and if you screw up, we'll just take them and put them in another kind of center. Thanks for funding us.
Well, some say that they started that trend, taking children. They did it like against the will of the parents, like 100 years ago or something.
Yeah, fair. But see, the thing is, when someone's trying to make a point and you're interjecting with a point that seems to be the point, but it's not the point, nobody gets the actual point.
Okay, sure.
Not you.
Oh.
It was me.
It was
anyway,
me.
the end of that story, it is, look, it is and it isn't. Because he is right that that's what it evolved into. But the original premise was while the mother is at work and the kids are now in the care of the government, that they would teach the kids the statist agenda. The whole point, the whole plan.
Yeah, they got to teach them how to be citizens.
Yes, but part of their tract of education was to teach the kids to be more loyal to the state than to their own parents.
Yeah, pretty much, right? To the letter.
Scary stuff when you look back on it.
Right, so to that end, it's like, why is everybody fooled by this? It's because they were given the idea in a state of psychological development, which imprinted it, impressed it, solidified it in their psyche as part of who they are, as part of their identity. This is who you are. This is where you are. This is your home.
Yeah. The Pledge of Allegiance, exactly. But check this out. Look what this one particular cosmologist.
No, the globe.
Going back to the globe. What globe? So this guy, YP Varshni. Sorry, am I entering on the topic? Anyway,
I gotta do some hammering.
It's shown that the cosmological interpretation of the redshift in the spectra of quasars lead to yet another paradoxical result, namely that the Earth is the center of the universe. This is a highly known redshift hypothesis for quasars is Earth, the center of the universe. Astrophysics and Space Science 43, 1976. So there you go, folks. That's all we need to know. Thanks, Mr. Varshni.
So, Sonny, what made you post that quote?
Well, actually, it was kind of triggered in some ways by the conversation, but I know it didn't. It seems like a stretch. But I was looking through some images of these different astrophysicists and the things they're saying about being the central place. Like they're talking about it over and over and over again. And I've been saying this for a while. No one's really picked up on it. I don't think that much. Like, they were in a catastrophic problem in cosmology and astrophysics. Everyone would say, "Yeah, big freaking deal. We're flat earthers." Yeah, I know what you're saying, but what I'm saying, I'm saying that about 10 years ago, all the top astrophysicists and cosmologists and theoretical particle physicists and things like that made a thing called "What the bleep do we know?" And they basically are saying, we don't know anything. We don't know what to do about this problem. They talk about the double slit experiment in that real cartoonish way, and it's based on a drama of this blind girl going through life, or she can't speak that well or something. I think she's deaf, maybe. So it's pretty interesting that they've been having this problem, but we have this other group of people that we know that have been in contact with all these years for a few years, right? These anti-flat earthers, they aren't going along with what these cosmologists are saying. The cosmologists are saying, we don't freaking know. Even we have Einstein saying that Tesla's probably right. But anyway, I don't know, man. Like, I digress. Go ahead, guys. I kind of like I'm off in the weeds here. Never mind. I could post these other comments just so you know, not just blowing bubbles.
Hey, I got a question. I know this isn't flat Earth, so forgive me, you guys, but why is the topic of Casey Anthony coming back up again? Anybody know? It's kind of like the new, like John Benet Ramsey shit. They're just gonna take that shit forever.
I don't know the first thing about it myself because I don't hear any of that because I don't listen to any kind of data stream that I never listen to anything that would be saying anything like that. I don't hear
okay.
Because I can't handle it. I won't listen to it.
Well,
So
I
I
was
cut
just
myself
like,
off.
social media.
All of it. I gotta be out in the woods, preferably where there's some stream going by or something. Yeah, I'm just putting these images up. All these statements, and also some Mickelson Morley stuff. Like, that was this guy, James Coleman.
Very interesting, Sonny.
That'd be good. That would be a good film to go over in my, to go over and discuss, like a private room, like a cinema or something, chill chat, like show that movie and break it down, let's pause it, talk about it, what these people are saying, physicists. A lot of them were throwing their hands up at that time, saying, "Look, we got to the point where we're so far off. Like they're telling on themselves. We're so far off, just like Tesla said. Basically, they don't come out and say that, but they're like basically saying, we don't know what's going on beyond this veil. Pretty much, there has to be something. Like, are we creating this as we're looking at it? Like all this stuff." They're lost. There's even people that think that the scientists are creating their new worlds as they're looking out further, that as the optics are getting better, looking out further, just them looking out further is creating new worlds and suns and galaxies and nebula, billions of light years across. You believe that? So some of them are like saying no. It's rather flat out there. Like everything we're showing, it's showing a flat universe, center of the universe, Earth, center of the universe. Why are the Glovers ignoring these individuals? It needs to be brought back up again. That's the only reason I mention it. And their own scientists need to be brought back out on display. What they're saying, they're experts. Like, unless I'm just off in left field somewhere, like I don't know, it could be. Oh, this is a good one. Who's this by? Wolfgang Pauli, The Theory of Relativity. The year I was born, 1958. Also, the geophysical year. The failure of many attempts to measure terrestrially any effect of Earth's motion on physical phenomena allows us to. Goes on to explain relativity's role in explaining away this problem. So I see he's a hostile witness, but he's basically reasoning away why the failure to measure terrestrial motion of Earth or any effect on physical phenomena. That's why they needed, he's explaining away why they need relativity to explain that away. That's pretty astonishing. I don't know if you get that. That's wild. I love history, though. Here's little articles. It's a Friday night. What's happening? Why isn't there more noise, you guys? Make some noise. What's wrong with y'all? Falling asleep out there? Wait a minute, here's a bunch more.
Just
Huh? I heard someone.
chilling. Yep, chilling. Not doing much of that at work. So.
Well, I'm just posting all these things from astrophysicists. Pretty good information. What's that one? This guy, hold on. This guy Tegmark. Yeah, he's one of them. So hold on. Check this out. What this guy Tegmark from MIT, professor of physics, Dr. Tegmark. We found something very bizarre. There is some extra so far unexplained structure in the CMB cosmic something background, right? We had expected that the microwave background would be truly isotopic with no preferred direction in space, but that may not be the case. The octopole and the quadrupole components are arranged in a straight line across the sky along a kind of cosmic equator, period. That's weird. We don't think this is due to foreground contamination. It could be telling us something about the shape of space on the largest scales. We did not expect this, and we cannot yet explain it. Thanks, Dr. That's pretty profound, isn't it? Think about that.
That's probably because whatever they direction their tools and whatever they're detecting is based on an actual structure and an actual construct design that they are detecting, and since they're trying to push the globe, they don't want to admit it, basically.
Exactly. So this is very telling. If you start reading what they're saying, just like we did, and break it down slowly, it gets very intense. Like what they're saying, like this guy's right on the money. He was one of them in the "What the bleep do we know?" They're not coming. He's basically saying that it looks like also not only is Earth the center, but that the whole thing is shaped flat. You can see it. The horizon has a cosmic equator. It's all flat, like a plane. He's saying everything but that.
The cosmic equator, I think, is probably that it looks like that line between the two celestial poles.
The Milky Way.
That might have something to do with it. That stuff that we see in the sky. But yeah, I think it has to do something with the way the way we look at the luminaries, and they kind of rotate in two celestial poles.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, but remember when they say the Milky Way, they mean this galaxy that is billions of light years or whatever, right?
Yeah, but they're saying the CMB. So I think they're talking about this radio wave thing when they actually checked, like, for these remnants of whatever cause or whatever the beginning was. Like, it shows a start place basically, and they're saying that this whole thing arranged itself, that all of that radiating information as far as energy dispersion,
because they are detecting certain things, but they trying to translate it and put it in speak and words that it has to do some type of reference with the the globe and the whatever maybe black hole center or the great retractor.
But look, he's saying that it's like the microwave background is showing us that what it looks like, it's not what we thought it would be. Like, it'd be truly isotopic with no preferred direction, but it's not the case. That it's going in a straight line across the sky, like all that, and all that. It's transmitting in a flat line, like straight across the sky. Got that? Yeah. This is Dr. Tegmark.
Well, I think that the structure up in the sky is definitely has some, maybe like any structure here, like a pyramid or some sort. It definitely has straight lines, and if that's what's causing the phenomena that we observe in the sky, and that what he called when he said the cosmic horizon or some sort.
Yeah.
What did he say? The cosmic horizon.
Yeah.
So we kind of see the phenomena happening with the luminaries, right? We kind of see like this equator kind of line, horizontal line, and then we see the circles in the sky. So when they get loose when they try to translate all that information into the nonsensical globe, so it gets all kind of difficult to get what they even trying to say.
It is kind of hard. You're right about that. Yeah, because sometimes they are saying contradictory things.
Yeah, because I think they actually probably see stuff, but they're blind to it, or whoever is trying to promote the globe. If they actually believe the globe, they probably will see something and they won't be able to see. Like, they'll be blind because they're trying to understand it or get it in a globe sense, and basically looking at something and they just don't get it because they try to translate it even in their minds to the geocentric or heliocentric idea or whatever.
Yeah, look at that shot.
It'll be confusing.
Look at that shot over the water of that. They're on a ferry or something going across. Look how far away those lights are on the other shore. Way the hell out there. And you could see a star up there or a planet, whatever that is. I don't know. I digress. I'm just going through old photos. Other people, I forgot who posted these. I don't know who it was, but they were in New York or something. Here it is. New York. Is this like near New York City? I think. Who was posting? Don't remember. Might have been Eli. Could have been. someone over there. New York City.
Oh, so look, India posted something with isotropic adjective physics of an object substance having a physical property which has the same value when measured in different directions.
Right. Oh, thanks.
So yeah, that contest make it a little clearer. So that I think it goes with what we're saying. The structural it's a structural thing in place. It's not this random global thing that they're trying to portray, right?
The physical properties is like kind of the working substance of that statement. Having physical properties, so the physical property that he said has a physical property of being a straight line across the horizon, like a cosmic horizon. But they're talking about the background radiation, the microwave radiation that they say they've detected. But interesting. I like that. That's cool. Moving on.
We have some new people joining. What is it? Any of the new people have any questions?
Socky, long time. Anything to say there to add to the conversation?
I don't really have anything in specific. I was just wondering what a good argument for flat Earth would be.
We see too far, measurably so, and repeatably, irrefutably so. No curvature in contrary form. That could compel us to think anything other than what we actually see and measure and test as far as obstruction over distance does not exist clearly. This is provable with lasers being used by the military and actually the FE Corps, which are field engineers. Long distance observations in infrared. It goes on and on and on. So, go ahead.
Okay. Could on this laser argument you were talking about, is there like a whole paper on it or something that I could look at?
Sure is. Down below this server, there's
the laser channel. Lasers.
The laser channel. All right, got it. Thank you.
Okay, good. Did you find it?
A sec, I'll take a look at it.
A bunch of different things like that. Long distance observations, military technology, and maybe something about lasers in there. The military uses laser line of sight.
Yeah.
And do you know that the distances that they are using that as a straight line of sight or straight edge to the target is classified? How far? And I would say what I know of, being in the military myself, was over about 100 miles. They didn't even have strong lasers in those days, but they could target over 100 miles.
Well, yeah, but that's because the lasers aren't straight, right? They're not. It's not a perfectly straight beam of light. They have a focal point.
It is. No. Yeah, it does. It does disperse, but that's also classified how long of a distance they are able to collimate this light in the military lasers. You don't have any reason to know that, neither do I.
Have you got I wonder if you're confusing like angle with beam divergence.
Yeah, well, that's, if I think what you're saying is what I'm thinking. Well, I know what I was thinking was, since, lasers, obviously, they're leading up to a focal point up until they reach the focal point, and then after that, they're diverging. Right.
Okay, so I assume that you're talking about the FE Core because that's the last thing posted, right?
Yeah.
So what is the practical effect of beam divergence on this experiment?
Practical effect of beam divergence. All right. Yeah. So, from my understanding, right, they had a laser on one side, right, and then they were looking to receive it on the other side, right? And theoretically, if the Earth was round, they shouldn't have received the laser on the other side, correct?
Yep.
All right.
Close enough.
Well, the issue with that would be that it seems to me like they're assuming that the laser is just going to go. It's like a perfect, it's perfectly straight. It doesn't converge, doesn't diverge. It just goes straight, right? So if we have a laser that's converging, once it gets past that focal point, it's going to be diverging, which would allow it to go over the horizon.
And no, that's a non sequitur. That's a textbook non sequitur. Just because it diverges doesn't mean it can go over a curve. Then that's
especially when
the conclusion doesn't follow the premise. So
I mean, it can't go like it obviously can't go like a perfect curve over. It would continue that cone shape, right, going outwards or whatever.
That would
shape
be
it would take.
That would be Listen, that would be measurable.
Well, yeah, I mean, no one denies that lasers do this. Like, this isn't denied. People know that there's beam divergence within lasers, right? Does anyone in the world deny that? Like, but the point is that it's not going to, like, the divergence itself isn't following the curvature of Earth, right? So it's a non sequitur to the point.
Well, it's not following it's not perfectly following the curvature of the Earth, but that divergence allows it to expand past the horizon. I mean, we could make a quick little drawing with like MS Paint or something to illustrate this.
To claim there's curvature Earth, you would have to show there is some curvature Earth. Have you done that yet?
No, but I could very well pull up some stuff that would allow me to show you there is curvature.
Can we stick on this? Can we stick on this point though? Because like we can go into diverge into 500 other topics, but if we're going to stick with laser tests, right? You must surely admit, and if you don't admit, then I really want to know why beam divergence doesn't follow curvature of Earth.
So, yeah, you're asking why the beam divergence doesn't follow.
No, I'm asking you why you think it does.
I'm not saying that it follows it. I'm just saying that when it diverges, that would allow it to, just because of inherently how it's diverging, right? So if the focal point is near the horizon and it starts to diverge, that's going to allow it to continue past the horizon.
Where is the horizon? Where is that?
A picture. Like
where is the horizon?
Number of where the horizon would be?
Yeah, I mean, like, have you got an address? Is it like 3rd Avenue or where is the horizon?
Well, the horizon is. I'm getting that for you. I don't have it all on top of my.
You're getting me an address for the horizon? Seriously?
No, I'm not getting you like an address. I'm getting you a distance because obviously it's a certain distance from wherever you're standing on Earth.
You sure?
I believe so, yes. Distance
well, let's
to the
get that
horizon.
Distance and take a look.
So, okay, well, I'm up for that. I still don't know why this has got anything to do with beam divergence. You haven't really.
What? I'm very confused. What you're actually asking me? Are you still on the whole like why do I think that beam divergent follows the curvature of the Earth thing?
Yeah, because you haven't answered it.
Here, let me just draw a picture real quick for you.
Oh no, we'd prefer a measurement that was done actually in reality. Direct.
I don't know, man. I can MS Paint, Sonny. Don't piss on my bonfire.
Well, if you want like specific measurements, I can't. I mean, it's gonna take me a bit to give to you. Obviously, I'm not gonna give you
the one with the Nobel Prize. Whatever you have that proves the Earth is a globe, that would have a Nobel Prize. But whatever you got, if you got a drawing, go ahead, give us a drawing.
All right, yeah. I don't really have the drawing on hand. I'm just drawing it out for you to explain what I mean. Right?
Sorry, be right back. Just imagining drawing.
Yeah, just imagine drawing. Yes.
Sweet. I'll do that.
Someone drawing. Right. I got it. The arm there, the hand. Actually, there's a.
All right.
So if light diverges, then a laser must be matching 8 inches per mile squared Earth curve drop.
It's a mural on the wall in the building.
Well, that's why I say it's a non sequitur. It doesn't follow.
Someone's
We'll
face.
find out when we post the diagram or whatever it is. We'll be able to.
Okay.
Yeah, we want to see it. Absolutely. Don't hesitate. Don't listen.
You
to
should
Sonny.
join it. Hold on 1 second.
Only like as if like the other little, like there's a little Sonny on your shoulder. Yeah, I'm not going away.
Are you on the left or right shoulder?
That's kind of creepy. You thought you were just having a conversation about Earth, didn't you? That's cool. I like that approach.
I've got a nice drawing as well. Once you've presented yours.
Yeah.
Creation Bear's probably got
it's
it
a very,
before me.
it's a very like brutal drawing. Obviously, I'm not an artist, but I think it should get.
Hey, don't worry. No one in here is gonna judge you for that. No one will.
I might, to be fair.
We'll see. We'll see about that.
Yeah, I probably will.
I'll ban him if they do. Okay, I'll ban him.
I actually found
Alright.
a mural.
So here's the.
I told you.
Can I actually show this drawing? It
Yeah, I'll
does
give you perm so you can post it. What's your name again? Long time.
Yeah. All right. This does
You're gonna
require.
post it on in the live stream voice text, okay? That's the channel.
Okay.
Give me one. You
I'll
get the
change you
form.
to Flat Metal Jacket.
Okay. Let's see.
Sweet.
Okay, so there's our image, right? Okay, it requires explanation, and basically, right? If you look at the very top of the circle, right, you see how we have our black post there where the laser's emanating from, and
Hell
in
yeah.
theory, the red post that's further down, thus it would be nearly over the horizon or over the horizon in this case. It like theoretically that laser, or what the FE like laser thing seems to be arguing is that it shouldn't be able to detect that laser, but it is able to detect the laser because you see it's converging up until a point, and then once it reaches that point, it starts expanding out, which lets it go. Like, it's not going to follow the curve all the way around, but it lets it go over the horizon.
Okay, so how tall is the... I've got about 4 different problems with this, if I can get into them. First of all, how high is the laser off the ground?
How high is the laser off the ground? Like in this case?
In this case. How many miles?
How many miles? Let's go with a mile. It's a mile off the ground.
Okay, so you're telling me that you've got a mile elevation and therefore you can see further. Yeah, we all know that already.
It looks more than 2 millimeters off that
so
detail.
That happens on a flat Earth as well. Anything else?
Well,
No,
I was
okay.
just explaining why the laser can go over the horizon. And
because
why
you've got
the
massively
FE
out of...
and thus why the FE like laser experiment thing doesn't really prove anything.
Yeah, the FE laser isn't a mile in the air. Yeah, the FE laser isn't a mile in the air.
It doesn't.
Yeah,
no,
it does.
doesn't matter.
Yeah,
It
it
could
does.
be a foot off the
It does
ground.
matter.
It would still be going over the horizon a little bit.
No, because the amount you can see, whether you're on a flat plane or on a curved surface, is dependent on your elevation. So, of course, if you increase your elevation, you're going to see more. And that's true either way. Now,
But
the
we're
second
talking about
problem with...
laser. Okay, I'm not talking about what we can see. I'm talking about a laser going over the horizon, right? If we have a, are you
Talking
saying
about light,
that
right?
if I have a laser? If I have a laser that's a foot off of the ground, it's not, and I set the focal point to be just at the horizon. In this case, are you saying it's not gonna
Where is the horizon?
diverge over
Where is the horizon? Where is the horizon?
Where do you want it to be? Because it doesn't. In this argument, it really doesn't matter where.
Brilliant.
Where
do you want it to be, Crypto?
In this argument, where does it where does that come into play?
Okay, so the horizon.
Like I fail to see where.
The horizon. Did you look at the paper?
Did I look at the paper?
Hey, bro, I just want to go through all of the issues I have with this.
Well, yeah, go ahead, Crypto, because you probably.
Yeah, I will finish it. I promise. I'll be very succinct, except he's kind of not really accepting what I'm saying, so that's why I'm being a bit more kind of, let's just say, enthusiastic with what I'm saying. Yeah, the laser isn't a mile tall, so this is already a massively out of scale issue. The second thing you have here, of course, is that your mile laser, the black bit, you then have a beam that's converging and then diverging, right? You know that's not how lasers work, right?
Okay, please tell me how lasers work then.
Well, you don't have a laser that's a mile wide that then shoots to a convergence point and then diverges afterwards. That isn't how lasers work.
Yes. So then how do they work?
So why have you got a mile tall laser that's literally the whole thing is laser shooting to a point? That's completely not analogous to a laser.
But the laser isn't actually like a mile wide. That's just where it starts from. I just drew it like that so you could more easily see the thing. Like obviously I could have drawn it more realistic and just had the lines basically on top of each other where you could see like a very like
good.
You couldn't see it at all.
Show it in reality now. Set it on paper. Show it in reality. Show it in reality. Yeah. Show it in reality.
Show you a laser converging and then diverging.
I want to see your laser doing exactly what you're saying in this image that you're quoting is what's happening in reality. I want to see the reality part of it.
Except the issue that you're having is that even if the laser is doing what you're saying, right, converging, let's say it does that, the distance that the laser was put between point A to point B from the laser to the target on a globe of 3,159 miles, the hump of water will be on the way. Even if the laser was converging, there will be a wall of water between the laser and the target. So on a globe, the laser will never hit the target.
Yep. That's true.
Okay.
Got 6,000
because of the wall of water between the laser and the target.
In 100 miles, 6,669 feet.
Okay.
You get that, right? That's not a very important thing. There's a wall of water if it was a globe between those distances.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing that there isn't a physical obstruction between those distances. I'm disagreeing that.
Well, where is it?
What?
Where is this drop? We haven't found it anywhere. No one's been able to provide where it is. Like no drop over distance. 5 miles, 16 feet is visible to anyone with your naked eye. You can see 16 feet with any kind of optics at all. A cheap 30 times binoculars, you can see 16 feet of drop in 5 miles. 10 miles, 66 feet. We have the Black Swan. We have 29 miles right behind the Black Swan. Many other images, just like the photo I provided of the Catalina Island, 26 miles off that Sunset Beach right there. Everything's going like a plane. I don't know what you're talking about. Water doesn't behave the way you're trying to say it does. Light doesn't move the way you're trying to say it. Lasers don't behave the way you're trying to say it does. So where's your proof of this?
Don't converge and diverge. Got it. Okay.
Well, they don't converge, no.
They don't converge onto a focal point.
They're not
not 3 miles away, no.
If you
20 miles away or whatever.
Converge that far, you can, yeah.
Well, no, bro. I don't think you know what lasers are.
You're gonna need a crazy lens to do that, but yeah.
I don't think you know what lasers are, and also this isn't that, right? So what they used was a very focused beam that barely diverged. The reason they did that is because they wanted as much accuracy as possible. Do you know about the SALAD, super accurate laser aiming device? Do you actually know any of the specs?
The SALAD.
No, yeah, that's the laser they used. Okay, maybe look that up because what you've drawn hasn't got.
Okay, so if I could ask, what is obviously there's still going to be some divergence, so like what's the, like how much does it diverge, like per foot?
Well, go look at the data. Go look at how the combination is.
Even if it's just a little bit over certain distances, that's going to be, that adds
read
up.
the data.
It's not going to follow the curvature of the Earth, my dude.
Yeah.
No, it's not.
It's not going to follow the curvature of the Earth?
No, it's not. That is, in fact, the whole point of the test. The whole point of the test is because that isn't going to happen.
Yeah. Okay, so Here's a good picture I found. Explain it. Maybe this will help you a little bit.
We asked for a
me. Okay.
And
pictures, folks. More pictures.
A better picture for you.
Apparently, I need to be helped.
Obviously, the laser cannot go below the ground. I know that, but
Long time. There is. You have this picture, right? And I get what you're trying to say with the visual that you're presenting, the image that you presented, right, and the idea that comes with it, right? I get it. We get it. But when we put that to test and we bring out the lasers, there's many examples where the lasers have been put from point A to point B, and at many distances. I have one right here at 33 kilometers, right? Laser from point A to point B at the lake Titihuaca in Peru towards Bolivia, 33 kilometers apart, at 2 meters from the ground, right? At the edge of the water, which is level. And then the laser from point A to point B, they connect it, right? The laser to the target, and there is no hump of curvature between those 2 points, 33 kilometers away. So what you're trying to explain there in the image is being tested and it's been falsified. The image that you posted has been falsified. You get that?
So if that image was falsified, that would mean the lasers don't actually work like that, correct?
Like the laser what?
If that image was falsified, when you say that, that makes me think that, well, if it's false, then the laser wouldn't actually work like that, right? It wouldn't be diverging.
Well, the laser, you know how there's many. I'm sorry, Crypto. Do you know how there's many lasers? You can buy a laser at the dollar store that will maybe reach certain distance, and there is lasers that are used by researchers that can be built to reach very long distances, right? Depending on the test that they're trying to accomplish. So they're trying to accomplish a certain test, right? So they're gonna build a device capable enough to be able to test that distance, right? And not have the issues that you're depicting here. So they build a test that will go through this distance, and if there was a hump of water, it will cover it wouldn't allow the laser to reach the second point, and it did. So this idea that you're presenting has been falsified many times.
Look. Correct, Jimsy. But here's the thing. He came in here asking for flat earth proof, yada yada. So we said, hey, we have this paper. He says, okay, yes, I want to take a look. Now, everything after that has nothing to do with any of the information. Because initially, you were talking about beam divergence as if it had to do with overcoming the problem of the curvature of the earth getting in the way of the target. So you presented something that has no divergence. You just have a line of sight. That's the point. If the earth were a sphere, given the altitude or the height above sea level, the point is to affirm that there is curvature by shooting the laser over a distance that you know that there will be earth curve or obstruction. That's the point. In your diagram, you just have a line of sight to a target.
That's effectively what they're doing in that diagram. Pretty much. You have your start point, your observation point. Even in the observation point is obviously over the horizon. It has Earth in between it and the starting point, right? But you could still see the laser from that point. It might be super diluted in a sense. Can't really. It's more.
Could we also acknowledge the point that you said you did this test in Peru? Yes.
Well, why ask him anything else? I don't even understand how his rebuttal is justified.
my rebuttal is justified. I've just yet to see. I don't know. I just don't. I've yet to get how anything you guys have said basically disproves that little diagram I made. Basically,
Can I get a yes or no on the
because your diagram is non sequitur to the laser test that we presented to you.
That's the problem.
Guys, chill. The answer, sir. I don't want to chill out. Okay, your diagram is non sequitur to the test that we presented. That's the issue.
Okay. So, all right. Yeah. So was this?
I've done a diagram. I've done a diagram. I was hoping maybe you could look at this because I posted it earlier and then other people talked, so I didn't want to interrupt it. But this is more what you're looking at, right? So do you see that I've just posted?
Let me find it. Let's see here. Why is it blue down? Why is it blue down there?
What's blue? I haven't got any blue in my image.
Maybe that's not the one.
I've only got black and red in my image.
Never mind. I found your image.
Yeah.
What? That's just fundamentally not how.
Yeah, that's exactly.
That's how it works.
That's exactly how it works. You have a point source.
Listen, you're telling us that it's not working that way based on ignorance. You already told us you have not read the data, and you're still like doing this. So this is how it works, actually. So now, could you explain why there's no obstruction at a certain distance, over 21 kilometers or however 46 miles or something, whatever the furthest distance? You haven't even read the information yet. I suggest you do that first.
Can I get his response to my image then?
Yeah. To your image. What are you looking to? What do you want from a response to that? I mean,
what do you want?
There's two objects there. I mean, it's not much to talk about.
There's not two objects. That's the beam divergence of a single laser over a supposed globular Earth. Like, this isn't complicated.
Yeah, and then you were asking, I believe you were asking, like, why there doesn't seem to be an obstruction in the test performed, correct? Like there.
No, what I'm saying is that's. I'm correcting your diagram because your diagram had probably more like a 10-mile high laser where the entire laser was converging and then diverging. I mean, there were so many problems with it. I just had to do my own one. This is much more what you'd be looking at. You'd have a single point source from which the laser would diverge. And the problem is, of course, is that it's not going to be able to follow the curvature of the Earth. So that's the whole point of the test. The whole point is that it can't follow curvature. So you are finding out whether the curvature is there or not with this test. That is the point.
I'm fine. Okay. Yeah, I get that. The whole point of the test.
Hold on. Since the lasers hit the target every single time, barring any gases interfering on the surface where they're most prevalent gases, right? Swirling around, that can cause diffusion of light. So it would cause a diminishing of light traveling because the gases are thicker, right? So barring any of that happening, the lasers are hitting their target at those heights every single time. Can you explain that?
Well, where were these taking place? Were they taking place? I believe I heard some Peru.
I'm just going to keep telling you, go back and read the FE core. It's on the live stream voice text at least 4 times. Been posted.
They were taken on Earth, which is supposed to be curving equally in all directions.
Yeah, I found the PDF. I'm clicking on it,
different conditions, different days, different locations, different setups. All of it is outlined, and all the information is there. All you got to do is start looking at it.
I'm new to the server. Just got to give the guy a chance to have a look at the info so I'm hearing it because I'm new. So thank you, but give the guy a chance to read it before he argues. He may try to argue. I mean, right?
Yeah,
Give me a
because
chance to
otherwise,
absorb it.
he's got to look at it first, because otherwise he's arguing out of ignorance.
Right, but he's just trying to have a conversation. He's just trying to have a conversation. I understand. But just say everything that's been talked about afterward is just simply conversation. I'm curious myself on what he's saying. I'm not definitive flat Earth, but I'm not against the idea. I haven't seen the curvature of the Earth, the whole enchilada. That's how I got invited over here.
Oh yeah, good. That's good. We're glad you're here. Join the club. We haven't found. That's why we're still here. We haven't found from any source, any Earth curvature measurement.
Agreed.
On the surface.
You can say I'm not a flat earther, but I'm not opposed. Right.
One of your documents, specifically the influence of atmospheric refraction on terrestrial laser scanning at long range, from Zurich, it appears to say that there was a 60% humidity, or relative humidity. And it would also be acknowledged that in your research at the lake in Peru, that you would also have a high humidity due to the current humidity in Peru. Now, of course, this might have been different at the time. However, generally, the current humidity is quite usually the same, being about 80%. Now, light itself can reflect in
So you're cherry picking high humidity, then you're applying a storyline. That was very, very
Sonny,
creative.
try to let people finish the sentence, bro, because I'm trying to listen as well. He mentioned the Peru one. I just wanted to hear what he's trying to say. Couldn't get the whole thing.
Yeah, and I think he misspoke as well. I think he meant to say refract, not reflect. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, fine. So you're talking about refraction.
So remember, I just wanted to say I mentioned the Peru, but there's no paper post. I haven't posted anything about the Peru and Bolivia. What is being posted about the FE core? Look into that one and maybe try to talk about that one. All the specifics about those tests are in the Google Drive that have been posted multiple times. There, you don't have any variables about the Peru and Bolivia one, so let's not talk about that one yet.
Yes, the Zurich test here says 60% relative humidity.
So what does that mean?
That means that 60% of the air is filled with water.
Nope.
Relative to the normal percentage.
What's the normal percentage? Okay, what does that mean?
Do you understand how humidity works?
No, I'm asking you what it means in relation to the refraction that you've claimed, not how much water is in the air. Can you actually answer the question? What does 60% humidity mean for this test?
Well, according to this wonderful PDF that I have found from a very reputable institute, you can, of course, see that an increase of humidity also increases the diffraction or, refraction.
Right. That's wonderful. By how much?
That is actually the equation that is listed. However,
Okay,
I don't think I want to read out that entire thing, as it does include some wonderful trigonometry.
You can't read out an equation. Okay, cool.
You want me to just send it?
I mean, I'd rather you just do what I asked, which is provide the equation.
If you'd like.
Yeah, sure. Well, the problem is, bro, is that you're making a claim, and it's going to be based on specifically just humidity, right? Everyone here knows that it's not just humidity that affects refraction. There are many other things, including the actual gradient itself, talking about the actual density of the medium. Temperature is important as well. There's a number of factors involved here. You're only talking about one factor, which is why I know you're full of shit.
Well, we can talk about them one at a time. Obviously, there's other points that can be
Sure.
addressed.
So can you provide what... No, but the thing is, bro, you're talking about its effect on this, but you're not being specific. And that's what's frustrating.
Specific. Okay.
Yeah.
So you would like us to do the math for you? That's the only way we can
dude, okay, so what's necessary before doing maths? What do you need before you do any maths?
Why do any math? Well, first I need the data, right?
Okay, so you need the data. So you need to provide that first. Okay, where's that?
I swear to God, I've searched this whole server for this FE laser test, and I cannot for the life of me find it. I've looked it up. It's not there. Now, have you managed to find it?
No, it's your claim, dude. You're claiming these things. I'm asking you to provide citations for those things.
I'm just straight up asking for it. Like I want the data so that I can.
Dude, so what you're telling me is you've made a claim and you want me to provide the evidence for your claim.
Are you saying you have the evidence for my claim, but you're refusing to give it to me?
No, I'm saying you made a claim. You've got the burden to provide evidence for it. No, okay, well, you're just straw manning me now. That's fine.
No, I'm just saying it kind of seems like you have the data, but you won't give me the data for the sake of your own
Hey,
argument.
it's been posted in the live stream voice text more than...
Jamesy, wait. Why would I have the data for your claim?
Well, because my claim relies on the equation, which requires the data, and I've done a text search of this whole channel for this FE core laser test, and there's only one mention of it, and it leads to a PDF that when I click on it, it doesn't work. That's why I'm asking you.
Dude, I'm not a mind reader. You just made the claim. How am I going to have data for a claim you just made?
Because you've been saying all this time, just look at the FE core data in this channel, but it's not there as far as I'm concerned.
I didn't say that once. I'm trying to talk you through it here.
Okay.
It's just like straw man compiled on top of straw man. It's ridiculous.
I'm just confused what you're trying to argue with me over. All I'm asking for is just, could someone please just give me... Oh, wait, hold on. Found it. There we go. Thank you. That's what I wanted. Right there. The PDF link. So I click on the link, and it's just blank. It just says new tab for me. It might just be something with my browser.
So go to the Wayback Machine and go find it.
All right.
Go to the Wayback Machine and go find it.
All right. Oh. I think I found their website.
Yeah, you can download it, dude. You can literally download it from this link. I've just done that myself.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, see, here's the thing. Here's the thing. The internet deletes stuff, and so it's important to use all your resources, like the Wayback Machine, and find things that used to exist but doesn't exist anymore. Because let's face it, they're trying to hide it from us.
Okay. Thank you so much for sending me that PDF. I was looking for it everywhere. Just let me just allow for just a little bit of time to just at least review the data, right?
Have all the time you need. All the time you need. Who's the other guy that said there was a 60% humidity?
He's currently doing the math.
I am currently running math on the Zurich test.
But you haven't provided what that is yet.
Same room.
It is in your own. It is in your own laser test, channel. So I'm surprised that you don't know.
Are you guys in a college dorm room right now?
A college dorm. I am absolutely flattered that you think I am in college, but thank you. But no, we are not in the same room.
Oh, okay.
So, just a quick question. Do you know how much information there is on this server?
Seems like there's quite a bit from what I've seen.
Yeah, so forgive all of us for not having an encyclopedic knowledge of literally everything on the server, since that would be impossible for any human to actually achieve.
It seems like, from just based on your vocabulary, it seems to me like you guys would have a pretty good understanding of your own arguments.
But that's a straw man of what I just said. Can you repeat what I just said, please?
I don't want to argue about,
I don't know why. Dude, I don't really want to argue with you either. The issue is that you keep misrepresenting me, and that's really annoying.
Yeah, there's a problem. Yeah, there's going to be a problem with that.
How am I misrepresenting you exactly?
Well, can you repeat what I said, please?
You said that you had a problem with me
Yeah. Okay. So what was that referring to?
That's because he's defending the claim that the other guy made about you not knowing what is in the server. The other guy said that, and he's speaking in behalf of the other guy. That's why you're having a problem. The other guy said
you're having a problem because it's not the other guy.
No, you're defending. Crypto asked something about the guy that said something about not knowing everything in the server, and you are defending that. You didn't say it.
Yeah, what I said is that it's unreasonable to expect everyone here to have an encyclopedic knowledge of everything. You then said, it's reasonable for you to have a grasp on the information, or like in a general sense. That's very different to what I said. So, like, I don't understand how you can conflate the two.
But in the general sense, like, you should have... Okay, so I think it's pretty... So my logic there was that it's pretty general to at least know the name of something, right? You don't have to know anything about it, but if you know that name, that's general knowledge. And when he mentioned
the name of
you
what?
guys acted like it wasn't even put in here. It was
the name of what?
Gosh, what was the name? It's on the tip of my tongue. Getting the experiment that was posted. Oh, the terrestrial laser experiment. That was the data that was posted in here, the PDF.
Right, okay.
I can repost it. And I know when he mentioned it, like...
FE Core. Are you talking about FE Core? Is that what you're talking about, the FE Core test?
No, I think this is a completely different one that was done. I believe it was similar. I'm just...
Another non sequitur.
Parsing to the data right now. Hold on.
Yeah. Well, I'm just wondering, because like if you're going to be pulling up data from something, I would really hope that you know what that is.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm asking for.
You're asking,
and then I'm being told, "Oh, you should know." Well, I don't know because you haven't named it.
Okay. Gosh, what's his name? Skidmark, would you like to elaborate on the study that you're using, the data you're using from it? Remember the one that you're talking about? The one that they didn't know was on their server.
The Zerg test, yes?
Yeah, the Zerg test one. That one.
Wow, what a special case here.
Yeah, if you need to, I can repost your own PDF.
Yeah, go on then. Okay, so terrestrial laser PDF.
Well, we're talking about the Zerg test.
So this is within...
Pretty clear what we're talking about.
Which page?
This is on your laser... Actually, it is.
Yeah. Which page?
Of which? Of the PDF document?
Yes.
All right. Your information will be listed on page 4 of the PDF document. Right side, second paragraph down.
Right, page 4. Paragraph down. Which one?
Which is to be used for calculations.
Page 4. No, there's no maths on page 4. Through our previous experiments, we found inconsistency with the curvature of the geode model over water surfaces, and we hypothesized the theoretical calculation of curvature in the surface of Lake Balaton and Lake Easel is non-existent. We are researching whether these lakes have a geopotential surface anomaly, or are all water surfaces non-uniform with the geoid surface. What does that prove?
What?
That's page 4.
You were asking for the data. That's the data that we're going to put into the calculation for the humidity's effect.
Right, you see where Skidmark has posted terrestrial laser.pdf, right? I've clicked on that.
I have it opened.
I've clicked on that, and it's just taken me through to the FE Core thing.
Really? Yeah.
Hold on.
Let me test.
The FE Core and the test they're bringing up is a different one.
Yeah, my apologies. I had to double click it. Single click just took me through to the last thing I downloaded, which is weird. So this is from... Where is this from?
They found it on the laser channel in the server.
Okay. Well, at least we've got something to talk about now. So we're looking up for here. So this is quite a lot of info. Let me give a few minutes to read it all.
Yeah, it's quite a bit.
No one else is going to talk while I'm reading that.
Yeah. What did y'all ever see that Wheel of Fortune segment where they said the Earth looks pretty flat to me?
No.
Hold on.
Yeah, the new people, you guys are looking into the laser test. This is one of the topics that is in the server, and there's many examples that show that there is no curvature to be found anywhere that these tests are being done, right?
Okay, there's no curvature to be found anywhere.
Specifically, the claim radius that is being put on that is being tested, right? The claim of the spinning globe, 3,959 miles.
You guys know there's no curvature to be found anywhere, right? Because you've been trying to tell us for the last half an hour why we're not finding any.
So we can't measure the curvature of the Earth, is that what you're saying?
That's kind of what you're saying, too.
Everybody claims that because it's nowhere to be found. That's the whole point. It's nowhere to be found.
I'm just halfway through this, and it says here that with the data that they've presented, there's a variation of about 10 millimeters. Is that the bit that you're referring to?
Holy crap. I've downloaded this PDF like 3 times, even though I already have it downloaded.
I have a quote from the conclusion of the document that might state otherwise, however.
Well, no, you've just referred me to page 4. I'm asking you if this is what you're referring to.
You want me to read the whole document or not? If you want to quote the whole
tell me
document,
about the document?
read the whole document.
This is so weird. It's like, oh, look at page 4 while I tell you about page 12. Why don't you tell me what you're talking about so I can read it?
Are you incapable of reading the whole document?
Which part are you referring? It's a 6-page document, bro. I can read it in like 20 minutes, or maybe 15, but I can't read it instantly.
He is so silly. That was silly, dude.
Okay, so let's see here. The quote, we demonstrate the significant influence. Alright, so since you've lost track of where we are in this conversation, here's the quote that he was referring to at the end of the document. Here, I'll read it for you. We demonstrate the significant influence of the atmospheric refraction on long-range TLS measurements. We showed that the vertical beam deflection is hereby the dominant factor and can cause distance errors of up to a few. I have no idea what that abbreviation is.
Decimeters.
Yeah, it's just measurements over 1 to 2 kilometers across an alpine valley.
Yeah, so 1 dm is equivalent to 10 mm. Yeah, so that's 10 millimeters.
Okay, so
you said 10 millimeters.
From 10 millimeters up to 1 to 2 kilometers.
10 millimeters is a centimeter.
10 millimeter nut.
Hold on, decimeters, hold on.
Yeah, that's
right. You're...
Okay,
yeah, less than half an inch. Just less than half an inch.
What do you mean?
Yeah, so a decimeter is a tenth of a meter.
Half an inch to 1 to 2 kilometers over.
Yeah, so a decimeter is a tenth of a meter. Sorry, I got that wrong. So you're looking at yeah, so it doesn't say exactly how much, but over a kilometer you're looking at.
It gives us a range though, and the range does include the possibility of still being able to, obviously see that light across the horizon, because that's I don't know about you, but that's a 1 to 2, like 1 dm to 1 to 2 kilometers is a pretty wide range, and I think 1 to 2 kilometers of
It's like, how much of a range
refraction.
is that? Tell us. Exactly how much of a range is that? Tell us.
Yeah, to answer India in the
A dm?
Let's hear it. How much is it right now? No, just tell us out loud. You already know. Tell us.
What do you want me to tell you, sir? You're
You
very
said it,
confusing
God.
at times.
Oh my God.
The DM? You want to know what DM is? How much that is?
You said it was a right range. You tell us how much of a range it is right now.
It doesn't
Sonny,
take it.
Sonny, you're not helping. Sonny, you're not helping.
Sonny, can you get in the same room where your microphone is? Get in the same room.
Okay, so the range is 10 centimeters to 2 kilometers.
I backed away so I wouldn't blast you out.
Yeah, that's 20,000
Hold on. We showed that the vertical beam deflection is
How
here
much
by the
is
dominant
it?
factor and can cause distance errors.
Can you tell us how much it is in inches? How much is that in inches? Can you tell us that?
How much is a centimeter in inches? Okay.
That's
So 1 dm. Okay.
2.4 centimeters and 1 inch.
Okay. So 1 dm is 10 centimeters. So 10 divided by 1.24.
24 centimeters
would
and 1
be-
inch.
Okay.
24 centimeters and 1 inch.
Yeah, what's a DM?
So a DM.
It's a tenth of a
What
meter.
is it? No, I
10
know. I know
centimeters.
it is. I just want to see.
Okay.
10 centimeters and 2 kilometers, you
Alright, so
said?
if 1 dm is 10 centimeters and an inch is 2.54 centimeters. Let's see here. So 10 divided by 2.54, that leaves us with 3.937 inches.
So
So
what?
almost 4
So 4 inches. So 4 inches.
That's
It should already be
low.
dropping by over 8 inches in that distance.
Yeah, what's up
The
with
Earth
that?
should.
So look, that's what I was trying to get to in inches. That's all I was trying to say. That's why I was getting excited. So it's only 4 inches in how many kilometers again?
2, so that's like 1.25 miles.
In 1 to 2 kilometers. So
I don't think that's true, guys. Just saying.
Talking
I
about
don't
the
think it's
laser shot. We're talking about the laser shot, right? We're talking about the diversion of this laser shot, right? So it's only 4 inches. You just said it. So 4
across
inches.
1 kilometer and then 1 kilometer, 1 to 2 kilometers, and 1 kilometer is about 1 kilometer
That's what's in the
is
FE core?
it's just over half a mile.
Dude, what are you even talking about? Can you clear this up? Like, make this simple for me?
Y'all are like really confusing me. It's like I'm getting
You're confusing me.
away, and you're like,
We know you're
throwing
confused
me
because you don't understand math. That's why. That's why
I
it's
don't
confusing.
understand math. Would you like to do the
No.
math then?
You already did it yourself. It's 4 inches
did
and
it.
21 kilometers.
You don't
It's not
trust me. Apparently, I don't
Are
know
you
math.
reading
I
off?
figured
Are you reading off of the FE core document? All right, stop talking for a sec. Are you reading off the FE core document?
We're not talking about the FE core document. We're talking
you
about a
are,
completely different thing.
Yeah, because you lost the plot.
I lost.
That's why.
We
Yeah, you
posted
lost
it. We've
it
been
completely.
we made
You're
it pretty
not
clear
even
we're
the same
talking about
source.
terrestrial laser PDF. Yeah.
Yeah, and then
Like,
did
we
you
posted
compare that to the FE core laser test? Did you compare it to what we were providing you?
Yeah, but we're arguing. What do you? So I have to argue with what you provide me. That's what
Oh
it
my
feels
God.
like.
No,
But let's not go into that. That's a
if
whole
anyone
other
else can
argument.
talk to this moron, I have nothing else more to say. I'll yield the floor completely.
Discrepancy. All right. Are there any more questions? 'Cause I've done lost the plot. Y'all have completely turned me around.
Do you think the Earth is a globe?
Yes, I think the Earth is a globe.
Why?
Why do I think the Earth is a globe?
Yeah.
Well, for one, the obvious answer would be I was taught the Earth is a globe, and everything I've seen proves the Earth is a globe. And we have pictures that the Earth is a globe, and the only counter argument to those pictures that I've seen thus far is that it, one, has a fisheye lens, and two, it is photoshopped.
Okay, hold on. Have you seen the globe though?
Have I seen the globe?
Yeah, have you seen the globe? Like, have you seen curvature?
Have I seen curvature?
Yeah, like, or
On a
does it
globe?
look flat to you? I don't understand. Because you said you've
Does it
seen
look
pictures
flat
and
on my
videos and you trust them. That's okay, whatever. But have you ever seen it for yourself? Or have you ever gone where the
I ever
pictures are
been to
taken?
space and seen the thing, or
So,
the Earth, right?
So you believe it, but you've never seen it. That's what I'm getting at. Is that right?
Right.
I believe. No, I've seen it in pictures, obviously.
Well, yeah, I know, but you've never seen it in like yourself, right? You just believe it
No,
because you've
I've
seen
never
pictures
been
of it.
to the ISS or anywhere far
Right.
enough away.
So
to actually
I've
see
seen
the
pictures of
entirety
a lot of.
of it.
I've seen pictures of a lot of things. I don't believe all of the pictures though, because I have never seen them in my real eyes.
So I can put
So,
this.
yeah, by the stat-
Then why is it possible to fly all the way around the Earth? Like, I could
Yeah,
get
so
the
by the
flight
standard
ticket.
Well, you can fly around and sail around the flat Earth. That's
You
possible.
can fly around and sail around the flat Earth.
Yeah, you don't have a
Okay,
good
so we
mental
have a
conception
square,
of it.
and if we
You
go-
need to talk to someone here and figure out how the flat Earth looks like before you start criticizing
Okay,
it.
so then can someone tell me what shape we think the Earth is if it is flat?
Yeah,
Is
it can't be
like
spherical
sphere-
because
is
the
it-
surface measures flat, so it can't be anything that curves. But by the standard of evidence that you just said that you believed in the globe by, you must also be a Bigfoot believer. Because we got pictures of Bigfoot.
You also must be a flat Earth believer because we've got pictures of the flat Earth.
Yeah,
Like
we do.
everybody's talking over everybody. Am I
Who
dead?
is this
Or am
noob
I
that
mute?
keeps yelling?
Yeah, like who's keep?
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, but it seems to me. Okay, so it's different from Bigfoot, right? Because the only thing I have
That's it.
of Bigfoot is that, I just have pictures and folk tales, and it's obviously made up. Whereas the
yeah,
claims to
exactly.
No, just let me.
That's
just
all we
let me
have for the
finish.
globe.
Let me finish. Okay. So basically, right. I'm
But other
taught
people believe
that
the
the Earth is a globe, and there is evidence out there called pictures of the Earth as a globe.
There's pictures out there.
And then
Bigfoot.
also, I can get a telescope and look at the moon and see that it's also a globe, and other
That's
planets.
not the Earth.
see that
Wait,
they're
first of
also
all, we
globes.
could go into that, but why are you
go
looking
into
at the?
that.
But why are you looking at the moon when we're talking about Earth?
Yeah,
Am
that's
I
like sort of
looking at
like
the moon?
pointing at a
Okay, so
gorilla and
tell me
going,
this.
"Look, there's
Why would
gorillas
the-
out there."
Why would
Therefore,
the Earth be flat? If
Well, why would
everything-
why would the
every
why would
other-
the light in my room be circular? I don't know.
Why
I
would
don't
the
know.
light?
But
Okay,
my room
so
isn't
if-
my room isn't circular.
You're right. How does that?
That's
Okay,
what
but
you-
the difference is.
Well, that's
the
what you were
light
saying
doesn't
about the
come from
moon.
room, so
If I
you're
looked at
comparing apples to
something in
oranges
the
here.
if I looked at something above me in my room, therefore my whole room should be that way. That's what you're arguing
Sorry,
with the moon.
could you we're
Yeah, why would
talking
you liken the
about-
things
so
that
if
you
we're
see in the
talking about
sky
a
to what?
room, why would we suddenly be talking about a
It's the
light?
same
So why would
concept.
we
It's the
assume-
same concept for. It doesn't matter.
It's not, because we're talking about the Earth here, which is a planet.
Okay, so
The moon
I see a
can be
light post. So
considered-
I see a light post. I'm standing outside. I see a light post, or actually a traffic light, and there's a circular green light. So therefore, I should be standing on a circular green area, right?
What? That's a green. That's a light.
Dude, you're saying you look at the moon, and therefore you're standing on
Okay,
a
let me break
circular
this down.
object.
So if
Lights in the
okay,
That's what
sky.
you're saying.
nature, right? Nature tends to
about the
do
floor.
the same thing over.
But you're
and
literally
over.
disregarding what we're saying. The Earth is flat, and you're saying no. Look at that. Look at that. That's a circle.
We're like,
And
we
we're
like
saying, and then we're agreeing with you, but we're saying, yeah, that it is a circle, but we're talking about Earth. So why are you talking about that?
Are you asking why I'm talking? Like why I'm talking
Yeah,
about?
dude, you're looking in the wrong direction.
Yeah,
you want to make a claim about
just
the Earth?
made a
Look at
tangent.
the Earth. Measure the Earth.
Like we just talked
Okay,
about
so if-
observing the
no,
Earth
if
and what
I-
it looked
no,
like,
so the
and
whole
then
thing-
you said you look at the
someone-
moon to determine what the Earth looks like. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah. But no, the argument was someone said, well, I guess you believe in Bigfoot too, by that logic. But no,
Yeah.
the reason I don't believe in Bigfoot is because I can't look to anything else and see a correlation that would even remotely
What are you talking
resemble.
about? There's gorillas, there's monkeys, there's all sorts of primates, there's all sorts of
They're
Bigfoot-like
like us.
creatures
It's
that
just a
exist.
big version of us, right?
Are
With
they
Harry.
intelligent? Because
Bigfoot's very intelligent because no one can see him that often.
do we see
He hides
any
very
like
good.
very, very intelligent monkeys? Like more so than normal? I don't. I've never seen
Yeah,
one.
I've seen a monkey that
The one
does
that I
sign
have
language.
seen, I've seen around the moon.
Do any of those lights in
around-
the sky have intelligence on them? In what way are they anything like what you're standing on?
Well, you're just trying to. I fail to see how your comparison disproves.
I
my
fail to see how the Earth is like any of those
disregarding
things in the sky
categories
that you're
we're
likening it to.
comparing and you're transisting those categories into other categories, right? Like if
That's
we
what
are
you're doing.
comparing,
Yeah, you're doing
if we are
it, dude.
comparing
It's what
oranges
you're
to
doing.
oranges,
If you had
okay,
any
so
brain,
I'm
you would
comparing
understand that we're just giving you a demonstration of what you're trying to do.
What's with the over talking, guys? Do I need to mute people or what? What's with the over talking? Like one person can say something, then the next one can reply, and it's pretty simple. Like no need to over talk each other.
okay, so what you're effectively doing, right? I'm comparing. Let's say I'm comparing the mold on an orange, right? Or between oranges. I'm comparing oranges to oranges, and then to counter that argument, you're comparing the mold on an orange to an apple.
Okay.
Or a
I got you.
watermelon.
You're saying the Earth is an orange, the planets are oranges, these are all oranges. Okay, what's a planet, and how do you know the Earth is
Okay.
one of those?
Are you trolling? Because
No,
the
seriously,
rules
what's a planet?
specifically-
Define it, and then tell me how the Earth fits in that category.
You want the definition of a planet.
Yeah, what's
Would
a
you like
planet?
the official definition of a planet, or what I would consider a planet?
Yeah, what do you
Because
consider a
what the
planet?
official definition is and what I consider a planet are two completely different things.
Okay, well, what is
Well,
a
they're not
planet?
completely different. What?
Just tell me what
Well,
a planet
I'm
is.
asking you. Would you like to know what
Tell
I
us what
consider?
it is in your own
Like,
words. Just tell us in your
enough
own
for
words,
me to
man.
consider something.
I just
Tell
need
us
to know
what
what a
it is.
planet is so that I can know whether or not the Earth fits in that category.
Tell us
Okay, so
what it
then you
is.
would like the official definition of a planet, which, God forbid,
How about you
thankfully,
just
I have
use your telescope, look at the sky, point it at a planet, and then just
Right.
tell me what you
Alright,
see.
fine. I'll
Tell
just
me what it is.
describe from the naked eye what I think a planet is. A
Yeah.
planet is okay, so a planet is a decently sized, so like very large object in space that is round. It
Whoa,
has
whoa,
a
whoa.
core.
Is there
Whoa, whoa,
is there
It
a
has a
minimum
core.
size?
It has
Wait,
a
is there a minimum? Is there minimum and maximum size? What's the minimum?
I would say there's a minimum size, yes.
What's the
Well, how
minimum?
large? And how do you know that from looking at it? How do you know that
What's
from
the
pointing
minimum?
your telescope at it and
But
looking
you
at
just
it? And
you
how?
just want me to make basic observations. You didn't say go into specifics. If you
No,
want
no,
specifics, I can give you the
no,
official
we have-
definition if you'd like.
I'm just wondering how you can claim to know these things simply by looking at an unverified light up in the sky.
Are you asking how I can tell if something is a globe?
Yeah. How do you
I'm
know that
looking
that's a
at it.
globe out there in the medium of outer space? How would you know that by simply
Okay.
looking at it from the Earth?
If
And then
I
how
look
would you
at the
know
moon-
then, and then take the next leap from there to know that the Earth is one of those two? How on earth would you know that
one-
if somebody had not told you that story?
Okay, hear me out. So, the moon or Mars or literally any planet you look at or moon in the solar system is a globe.
Solar system? Wait, globe? I don't observe a globe. I mean, I observe circular lights. I don't know exactly
if you look
what
at
they
the
are.
moon, what shape does it look like through a telescope?
Circle.
It looks like a circle.
Yeah.
Well, you
Yeah.
only see the same
So
size.
Could I give you
globes and
pictures of
circles aren't the
moon?
same thing.
You only see
Balls
one
and
side.
circles aren't the same thing.
Yeah, you
So
can't
from
even
what I can
prove
verify with my
the moon
with
is
my
a
eye.
a sphere.
Yeah, what I can verify is it's circular.
can.
I don't know that it's
Use a
globular.
telescope.
You can't see the whole thing, buddy. It doesn't even spin.
Okay.
No matter even what it
Let
looks
me
like
just-
on one
let me
side,
just-
you don't even
okay,
know
let me
if
just
there's
give you a
another
picture
side.
of the moon. Okay.
You only see
The
one
real picture
side.
through tape. Moon through.
Is it
How do
reflecting
you know
light?
what's on the other side, dude?
Does the
Listen,
moon
yes,
reflect white light? Yeah, the moon's
is the,
reflecting
is
light.
the
from the
moon
sun.
reflecting
You can
light?
see it.
Okay, do you know? Okay, good. So moon is reflecting the sun's light. Okay, great. So now, can you tell me what the requirement is for any object in its shape at the face where the light is coming off of? What is the shapes that can be a reflector? What shape? Do you know
What
that?
shape in specific can reflect things?
Yeah, there's only two choices.
There's
Only
only
two
two
shapes
choices.
can be a reflector of light. So could you tell me which
Let's see
ones?
here. So the shapes that can reflect light, or so I didn't know the answer to that question, so I looked it up, figuring it'd be some sort of easy answer, since it seems like it's pretty, it'd be pretty standard knowledge. But I'm not seeing anything about specific shapes. It's more going into the material and like the actual surface of it, whether it's smooth or rough.
Okay.
Or
Well,
you know what I mean?
yes, I understand. For the information we're looking, it's hard to find real stuff. So it's only flat face or concave can act as a reflector. Any other shape that's curved on in any way at the surface that's doing the reflecting causes a drastic diffusion of the light. It diminishes its distance.
Okay, so in layman's terms, it's still reflecting it. It's just diffusing it instead of anything else.
So
should we just give you the
right? Wait a minute. The bottom line is this. I'll tie it up in a bow. The moon is its own light, and it cannot be a reflector unless you're saying it's flat or concave. So you want to go with either of those two. Those are the only physical choices you have. So you're going to go with those, or you're going to go with it's still a ball. Then it has its own. It's making its own light, though. If you're saying it's a ball.
Flat or concave. So if I have a ball, it can't reflect stuff?
No.
It can only diffuse stuff?
Yeah. Spherical rocks don't reflect light.
That doesn't change anything.
Spherical rocks don't reflect light, period. They don't do it. They don't.
I could take a rock right now. No, I could take a ball, right, and put it up to a flashlight, and I guarantee I see a reflection on it.
You cannot see the reflection. No, you could see the rock, but you can't see reflection of light. No, you can't.
Here, I'll tell you what.
You guys talking about? Okay, I'm definitely going to get in at some point because you two can't just dominate the whole room. It's getting silly, to be honest. So, what Sonny's talking about is a specular highlight. Am I correct?
Highlight.
Okay. Do you know what a specular highlight is?
Nope. Never heard that term before.
Okay. So you know when there's like a I don't know, let's just say that you're together. Have you ever played snooker or pool or anything like
that? Snookular pole? No.
No. Have you ever played?
I just butchered that, but no, I've never heard.
You know snooker, the game snooker, right? Pool. You know these games?
Like pool? Yeah, I know pool.
You get a cue and then you hit the ball. Yeah, Gemsy's just posted something. You see that? Okay. There's Donato missing a shot. Sorry, bro.
Off the ball.
Well, it's not just the light reflecting off the ball. There is a specific point on the ball where there's a very bright spot from the light. Okay, that is a specular highlight.
Are you trying to argue we should be able to see that on the moon if it's really reflecting from the sun?
I'm just clarifying Sonny's argument because I felt like you were talking past each other. I would personally like to go back to the previous argument, but I don't feel like that's going to happen. So,
okay. So, Sonny, would you like?
So that's Sonny's argument. What do you say about it?
His argument, I would say, well, for one, he's trying to argue what I think he's trying to argue. The sun is massive compared to the moon. So, the actual...
they look like they're the same size.
What?
They look like they're the same size, so how would you know that?
They look like they're the same size, so how would you know that?
Yeah, you can block both of them out with a quarter at arm's length. You can block both of them out exactly a quarter.
Yeah, because...
Even science tells you they're the same size. Dude, go look it up. Your little science books are going to say they're the same size in the sky. It's just...
in the sky, that doesn't actually mean they're the same size.
Okay, so how on
well, they
Earth
look
then
the
would
same size, dude. What the? Yeah, if something looks the same size, that means it's the same size usually, right?
Okay, no. Hear me out. So if we have a car and it's right in front of you, so if we have a car and it's right by you, right, and then we have a car all the way down the road, like a couple miles that you can theoretically see.
Again, you're using an example in real life, where in real life you could drive over to the car and you can move around, but in the real life you could also not fly to the fucking sun, dude.
That's not what I was gonna say. So in real life,
you have
a car next to you.
You're not understanding. You can't do that with the sun and the moon, so it doesn't make sense what you're saying.
Okay, you will see if you let me finish. Okay, so if you have a car next to you, and then you have a car all the way down the road, and they're the exact same car, and you stand where you can see them both at the same time, they are going to, at the right distance, right? They will both look the same size, but any further, and that car is going to look smaller, right? That's
okay,
how
but
it
you know
works.
they're at different distances. Like you said, you're able to go to each of
we
them and
agree then
confirm
that
that they're different distances. So how would you do that with the celestial bodies?
Okay, so how would I confirm?
What if they're just the same size and same distance-ish? What if that's the case? How would you know?
But if that's the case,
yeah, how would you know?
I know if the sun was the same distance as the moon?
You ever measured, dude?
Have I ever measured? So just because I haven't done it doesn't mean it's ever been done.
So
Like, I
you're
could get
repeating the
measurement.
story that we all know, right?
But how did anybody measure the distance?
How did
If you
anybody
don't know, then why do you trust them?
You know why you're making that claim about this distance to the sun and why it looks the same size as the moon? Because you got this thing called the radius of the Earth that you think is there. So you're basing all of those distances to the sun, to the moon, and their sizes based on the radius of the Earth. And that's the whole point we were trying to bring to you know what's the radius of the Earth, right? Okay, so the laser, the laser test. What was that?
I was just saying thank you for bringing it back full circle like that.
Yeah, because you're making a claim about the distance to the sun, the sizes, and that kind of stuff, and that's why we see same size as the sun and the moon. But then when we go test your claim of the radius, we pull out the equipment, the lasers, the radars, the radios. We pull out all of the equipments and the measuring tapes and the levels and the levels. The curvature, the radius, is nowhere to be found. You cannot find it in reality. So your claims about the radius of the globe that you're claiming that you need in order to be able to claim what you're claiming about the distance to the sun and the distance to the moon and their sizes, that radius is nowhere to be found in reality. It's only an idea.
So that radius is nowhere to be found in reality, correct?
It's been falsified. It's by testing, by lasers, by communication systems, by radio signals.
Oh, okay, that's a really good point. You brought up communication systems, right?
If you
but okay, we can talk about that. But the radios, like I'm telling you,
you really want to go into that.
Before you go into that, I want you to understand. So the radius is nowhere to be found, right? So if you did a radius inward, 3,959 miles, right? That's the radius of the average. And then on the outside of the Earth, if you walk a mile and draw another straight down radius, 1,959 miles, and you keep doing that every single mile, there's 8 inches of drop per every mile squared. So there's a formula, 8 times the mile squared. 8 times 1 squared is 8 inches. 8 times 2 squared is 32 inches. 8 times 3 squared is 72 inches. 8 times 4 squared was 16 times 8. It's 104 inches. It keeps getting bigger, dude, and the curvature's not there.
It keeps getting bigger and the curvature's not there. It
The
seems
drop
like
keeps
you're going to
getting
take
bigger.
into account,
The drop
that the surface of the
exponentially
Earth is not smooth at all. So you
drop-
can't, in
but
reality, you
water
can't really
flat-
average that out and expect to get.
Yeah, can I just address that, please, without being interrupted by the flat earthers? Cool. So, the issue is that we're not talking about the actual dry pieces of land, okay? So we're talking about the water. Now, would you agree that water is level? Now, I deliberately didn't say the word flat. I said the word level. Would you agree that water is level and therefore conforming to a sphere on a globe?
So you're asking me if water is level, and therefore if it's level, then it would have to conform to a sphere on a globe, right? Well, it's...
Yeah.
Okay, so if we're on a planetary scale, right? Well, that begs the... What's the definition of level?
Level. Level.
Water is level only in relation only to its container. Right?
Why are you asking me a question and then talking over the answer?
Because
I can define level for you, but I don't want you to talk over me while I say it.
Yeah, my bad.
Okay. So level, which is something that both the globe and the flat Earth side do agree on, is the idea that you've got no part that is closer or further away from plumb. So you've got a plumb line, okay? So if you imagine that the plumb line is measuring distance from, I don't know, on the globe it would be the center of a ball, right? So let's just say a ball because it'd be easier to describe. You got the center of a ball, and that water would be the same distance from the center of that ball everywhere. So therefore it would conform to that sphere, okay? Do you agree that that's the case? Gravity is pulling it into that shape.
Yeah, I would agree because...
Okay.
Yeah.
So then,
yes.
From that point of view, we're not talking about hills, we're not talking about mountains, we're not talking about topography, because the water has to have a very specific shape, which we can test for.
Mm-hmm.
That's all this is doing, right? So when you say, oh, but there's topography, there's hills, there's mountains, there's this, that, and the other. Not on water there isn't, because water has to conform to your globe.
That stuff is flat.
Okay.
All right.
So, what the fuck did I just listen to? My bad.
That was Neil deGrasse Tyson.
The water has to conform to the globe.
Yes. So if it is a globe, yeah, well, you believe there's gravity, right? So you believe there's gravity, you believe there's a globe, so we can test to see if that curvature is actually there. We're talking about the curvature of water specifically.
I mean, yeah, theoretically, with enough distance, we could see and measure the curvature of the water.
Okay. Yeah. Now, we have been given a radius for this globe. Now, of course, you're going to say that it's not a perfect sphere, it's an ellipsoid, right? We all know the argument. But it's still going to have a range. Okay, now we've been told that it's roughly 8 inches per mile squared. Now,
so that's
obviously we're told, I haven't given you the range yet. We're told that the maths is slightly wrong, whatever, but it's accurate up to 250 miles, more or less, and actually at a shorter distance, it actually benefits you. So up to 250 miles, we're actually giving you the benefit of the doubt. So if you say the maths is wrong, fine, we'll use the proper maths, but it actually hurts you. So whatever. 8 inches per mile squared. Okay, that's the curvature where it has to be following a globe. That is very easily measurable.
Yeah.
So when we try and find it, it's not there.
When you try and find it in reality, it's not there?
Yeah.
Okay. So what have you done to try and find it?
Oh, we've just been talking about the laser test, haven't we?
Oh yeah, I know the laser tests. Obviously, I'm just curious if there's anything else other than the laser test.
Mirror flash test.
Like, we just fundamentally disagree on the laser test, and it doesn't seem like we're gonna get anywhere with that. So I was just wondering if there's any other thing that we could move on to.
Yeah, I just named it, but you talked over it. Mirror flash test.
How about a light test?
Mirror flash test and light test. Got it. Let me just.
Yeah.
Could you link that for me so I could just take a look at the data? Or
I don't know if we've got anything on here with regards to that. Actually, I don't know if anyone else knows if we have that, but I can certainly get it. Just don't know if we have it in this server.
I just wanted to mention that he said that we disagree fundamentally on the laser test. I don't think this is an agree or the laser test and the way it works is not an agree or disagree genera. I don't think so.
I'm not saying that. Like, I'm not saying either side is right or wrong, because obviously I'd be biased on that. I'm just saying there's no point in arguing it, because it feels to me like we just kept going in circles, and it just led to a completely, frankly, useless argument. Because
what about a legal document?
Sorry, I just wanted to. So this is why I normally insist on 1v1s, because the problem is when you have 5-on-5 or 5-on-2 or whatever, everyone gets cut off, no one gets to finish their points, no points get developed, and all the rest. So I'm happy to go into that with you, but I need to do it on my own, or I'm happy to not talk and let someone else do it. But I don't want to be half-assing a bunch of shit.
Yeah. So, okay. From here on, I don't know if you want to continue what you're going on, you can. But I know someone mentioned earlier, they mentioned communications, right? Well, I think Starlink satellites count as communications. And can we all agree that Starlink just works, right? It works. Can we?
I don't know anything about Starlink, so I'm not going to comment on it.
You know what a repeater is?
Anybody here have a Starlink?
Do you know what a repeater? Do you know what a repeater is?
A repeater?
Yeah, a repeater.
A repeater, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
What does it do? What does it do in communication?
What would a repeater do in communications? So a repeater in communications, it's kind of just in the name, right? So it takes in the data, or it takes in the signal, and then what it does is it repeats it, right? It rebroadcasts it to extend the range.
Maybe you need to do a Google search or something. Do some research.
So what is a repeater, and how do you use one to communicate? How does a repeater work? Blah 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 blah. I think of a repeater operation as being much like running a relay race. The transmitting station hands off to the repeater, which receives the signal and passes it on to the receiving station. So you push the transmit button to send and release. To receive, only one side of the conversation is heard at any given time. So it sits in between the transmitter and the receiver. Right?
Correct.
Okay. Transmitter goes to that. That diagram. While I'm looking, I know if you would like to explain it while I'm just looking at all this.
Well, I'm the one that brought up a communication system, and he just mentioned transmitter and a receiver, right? And you can look up the first ever transatlantic communication.
Hold on.
So the first communication from the east of the United States, New England, to Scotland, it was done over 3,000 miles from point A to point B, line of sight. And yeah, that's 3,000 miles, no bulge of water in the way, two-way communication, direct message, okay? Transmitter to receiver, no repeaters in the middle. And then there was another one from England to Australia, over 10,000 miles, transmitter to receiver, right?
Yep.
So...
Yeah, I just wanted to...
All right. So if we're trying to argue that there are repeaters in play to make the Starlink actually work, how would you like it? Like, what if I could say that we could see the cluster of satellites?
You don't need a Starlink to work if you have repeaters.
I mean, you don't, but we can like physically see them like with the naked eye.
Don't you realize that his Starlink claim depends on the radius again?
Yeah, you need a radius, dude.
Okay,
it's orbiting.
Cool and all. But do you acknowledge?
No, you're just whistling right past. You're just whistling right past it. You need the radius. We asked you how do you get the radius? Then you start talking about Starlink.
Yeah, because he's missing the fact that you could have high altitude balloons and devices floating in the air.
Yeah.
He thinks those things are going to outer space.
Yeah, but we don't need to replace his story, right? We asked him, how'd you get the radius? And then he started telling a story that needs the radius. So we're back to, well, where'd you get that radius?
That needs the radius? I need the radius to talk about how...
Oh, yeah, boy, orbital mechanics aren't happening without that. So, yeah, you definitely need the radius.
Your whole story, and all of the arguments that you make about the globe are 100% dependent. That's the foundational claim, the radius.
Visually see things, so I'm trying to give you something that you can actually visually see. We can see the Starlink satellites.
We can see too far. That's the whole point. We can see way too far.
There is no.
We see distances.
What you mean by too far? We can't inherently see way too far.
I mean, we see far. We see far that show us that there is no curvature.
Just keeps going.
Hey,
you get it?
Like seeing some balloons.
Oh yeah, no, I get. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
The shape of the Earth. Just saying.
Yeah. So your story about what those things in the sky you're seeing are, it won't work unless you have the radius. The globe story about that. Yeah. Well, we don't need to really figure it out. It's just that you've made the positive claim that there's satellites in orbit of a globe, right? And in order for them to be that, you definitely have to have the measured radius to get the orbital mechanics to do all of that. So we got to go back to where did you get the radius? If you don't have that, then, well, they're just simply something else, and it's not on us to provide an answer to that, right? This is your positive claim, remember.
Hold on. Please. Okay. So if repeaters were in use, it would require a very specific type of receiver. To my knowledge, you can't just take a satellite receiver and use it to receive AM radio, right?
Bro, you didn't hear what Jemsy said at all, did you?
Oh, y'all talk like New Yorkers. Like y'all talk really fast.
In the 1920s, before there was ever NASA and shit floating around in space, there was transatlantic communications using radio.
Or radio, yes. Keep going. Sorry, keep going.
Radio signals. Using like what was it? Ham radio?
Isn't it called the LORAN system?
What does this lead into?
LORAN system. Look into it. Google it.
To the radius claim, remember if there was a radius of 2,959 miles between the east coast of the United States and the west coast of Europe or Scotland specifically, there will be a hump, there will be a wall of water that will be miles high, and the communication from transmitter to receiver will be impossible.
No, it won't.
But since that is not the case, the transmitter and the receiver can connect, and the transmission can be done because it's at a horizontal position level water, and the communication can be done. There's no hump of water in between the transmitters.
There is a hump of water in between the transmitters. They can still connect to each other though, because the actual
through the hump of water,
the atmosphere, up and down. It doesn't go through the water now.
It's point to point only. It's got to be a straight line from dish to dish. That's the only way it happens. Period.
It has to be point to point only,
Incorrect.
right?
There's a physics system called total internal reflection. And most likely, all of you are using it to get fiber optic internet right now to actually be talking about this.
Yeah, we have that in place today, yeah. Go ahead.
So, okay, so you got a fiber optic cable that works using total internal reflection. And what are the materials being used there?
Well, in specific for your fiber cable, you can use plastic. However, total internal reflection can also be shown in water, air, and a multitude of other resources and materials.
Okay, so have you ever done this in the sky?
Well, wouldn't that be what's happening when they're bouncing off what, in the general terms, when we say it's bouncing off the atmosphere, would that be considered?
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be considered total internal
That's your
reflection?
claim. Right? Do you see how you've just referenced? Okay, and now you're talking over me. Do you see how you've referenced your claim as some sort of evidence for the claim that you've made?
Okay. So then you need evidence bouncing off the atmosphere, then, right?
Yes, I need evidence that they're actually that the atmosphere is capable of total internal reflection. I would love some evidence for that.
Got it. All right, just 1 minute. Just 1 minute.
Thank you.
Not particle internal reflection, total internal reflection.
Yeah,
I'll be interested to see what you say.
Reflection.
Well, basically, he will say that the radio waves are reflecting off the air, like from point A to point B up in the air, then to point C, the receiver. That's what you're saying. To be able to go to the other side of the globe, to the other side of the hump of water. That's what you're claiming, right?
Yeah.
How far away?
Yeah, what I'm saying is that it's reflecting off the atmosphere. Okay, that's my very vague thing until I get an example to show it. Because you guys want a real life example of this.
How far away was the Titanic communication when it was going down? Does anybody remember that? I don't have the numbers off the top of my head.
Oh, no idea.
The Titanic was heard from like thousands of miles away on radio signals.
He's saying that that's done by reflecting the signal of the air, of the ionosphere. I think that's the general claim.
Marconi already had proved by the time of the Titanic that they could communicate across those distances. No
well,
problem.
If it's reflecting off the air, as soon as you send it, why doesn't it reflect right back to you? That's ridiculous. The air doesn't reflect anything. Those signals go right through the atmosphere.
Okay, so if we're saying it's reflecting off the air, is there like a specific thing in the air it's reflecting off of?
No.
Oh, you're the one claiming that.
The air changes, okay, the composition of the air, right? Obviously.
So you're asking us what your claim is?
What?
Is that what you're asking us for your claim?
Asking you? No, I'm not asking you for my claim at all.
Right.
I don't know where you guys are getting this stuff from. It seems like y'all are just trying to throw me off and confuse me.
Well, no, look, you make a claim. I've asked for evidence of the claim. I've not seen any.
All right. I'm getting there. So turns out my assumption was right, that it had something to do with the makeup of the air, right? And that's the atmosphere, right? So it's not bouncing off the air, it's bouncing off. Okay, just from a first glance, it seems to me like it's actually bouncing off the ionosphere.
Yeah, I know that that's the claim.
Okay, so
container.
We could all have told you that.
So if it's bouncing on, okay, so then we agree that it's bouncing off the ionosphere. What's your point?
No. We agree that that's your claim. We agree that that's your claim. We don't agree that that's happening.
Ionosphere up until this.
I've already heard this 1,000 times. I'm trying to get you to actually give your claim so we can actually talk about it. Right?
Claim is that we can communicate over long distances via radio with vast amounts of matter in between both the transmitter and the receiver, because the radio wave is bouncing up to the ionosphere, bouncing back down, then bouncing back up again off the ground, and then it just keeps doing that until it reaches. That is my claim.
So you're saying that Marconi pointed his antenna towards the ionosphere to bounce it from New England, United States to Scotland? That's your claim?
No, I just said my claim. Would you like me to repeat it for you? And you don't have to reword it because it's very specific.
Yeah, remember, when people do practical things and they actually build the devices to do this stuff, they build this stuff in a very specific way, right? They have to be something done very specifically to make the thing work. And when you look at them doing it and what they wrote and the way they accomplish it, they said when they accomplish it, they describe it as the first direct two-way message transatlantic transmission, radio transmission, right? From point A to point B. Direct message. No bouncing of the ionosphere like you're claiming now.
But there is.
They didn't say that. Huh?
Who didn't say that?
Marconi?
Yeah.
Have you ever considered that they were just simplifying it for the general public?
No. Do you ever consider that you've never checked into the Hertz range and how that is radiated like we have? Did that occur to you?
A Hertz range?
That you don't know what you're talking about.
Why are we going off topic here? Let's get back to the argument at hand. My claim is...
Bro, listen, we got to point out that we have to point out that...
talking over
1 second. One second, because we have to point out that you just learned this. You didn't know about this before. So you're looking into your confirmed bias side of the claim and claiming that as a fact.
Hey, only certain frequencies allegedly bounce off the ionosphere. You know that, right? It's not all frequencies.
He's claiming it. Well, he's muted right now because he's lying. Yemsy just called it out.
Oh my God. Okay. So I didn't learn anything from what you said. Why? Because you're all talking over each other. It's very hard to understand people when there's two different people talking.
What frequency are you speaking about? Because not all frequencies bounce off the ionosphere. Allegedly.
Okay. Could I see the proof of not all frequencies bouncing off the ionosphere?
It's like
I'm not disagreeing nor disagreeing.
You know, like, hey, dude, do you have a degree in anything, or do you have any knowledge?
Could I see the evidence? Though we have the internet; it should be widely available.
Yeah, you don't seem to know anything.
Bring your evidence, because we're waiting for your evidence. Yeah, we're waiting for your evidence.
What do you want?
So why don't you have it yet?
Okay, what evidence, please?
So everything you've claimed so far requires the radius, so we're waiting on the measurement of the radius.
Everything I've claimed so far requires
absolutely all of it. Yeah, all the claims you've made about the planetary bodies, the so-called solar system, the satellites, the Earth itself, all of that requires the first step, the radius measurement. So we got to get that from you.
Tell me this. Why does... All right, I'll give you the radius. If you can explain
No. I'm not asking for the radius. I'm asking for how you got it. I know what the claimed radius is. I need to know where that came from.
Why? Okay, how does this have anything to do with radio waves bouncing on the ionosphere and then back off again from the Earth's...
That is the red herring. That's the part that has nothing to do with anything here. That was the red herring that you went to.
We were talking... If that's how it works... then that would explain why we're able to...
Bro, you don't even know how frequencies work. You have no idea.
I don't... Are you saying I have to have a college degree to understand?
No, there is a difference between what you claim how it works and the depiction of the story that you're trying to portray, and there is how things actually work. There's a difference between those two. The claim of the globe and the radius and the distances and the sizes, and you bouncing things off the air. There is that claim, and then there is the practical objective truth.
But couldn't I also make the same claim that you are making a claim?
Yeah, that's honestly what it seems like here.
You made the claim.
No, remember the laser test? Remember when I told you the direct all the laser tests, all the measurements, level.
How did we get back to
direct?
We're on radio frequency.
Yeah, because you ran away to that.
We have provided all of the evidence in place. That we have provided all of the evidence, all the tests, and like I said, the radio system, that the way they work, and you are to disprove falsify the radius, and you're still claiming the radius when you have no evidence of it. Can you provide any evidence for the radius?
I'm not mentioning the radius this hetero, I don't even know how to say his name. He keeps bringing up this radius, and then he proceeds to try and redirect the argument.
Check
back
it out.
to the radius.
Check it out.
And exactly before we go, Rocky, real quick.
Yeah, I keep trying to redirect to the point. Crazy.
And this is the whole point. This is what you're actually missing. This is something that you probably want to sit down and consider, because you're just throwing the radius away. You're throwing the globe and everything that comes with it away, but still claiming the globe, even though you don't want to hear about the radius. The radius gives you the globe. Without the radius, you have no globe.
All right. So the radius of the Earth, crazy. I'm about to blow your mind. The radius of the Earth is.
We know what it is.
He's going to make the claim.
You want to know
don't
how
need
we
the
got
claim.
the radius of the Earth? Here, let me figure
Yes,
that out.
how?
Okay. Watch this. I'm going to do this thing called Google. It's gonna be
Hey,
crazy.
man, do you know what logical
never thought of
fallacies
that.
are, man? You ever heard of circular logic?
Okay, have you ever heard of the logical fallacy where it says constantly, it's the fallacy of constantly bringing up fallacies in the argument to combat an argument, thinking
Yeah,
that the fallacy
this is the
itself
first one that I
inherently
brought
combats
up, by the
argument
way.
and makes
First
it
one.
just-
And I'm talking about you and your circular logic, bro.
So I never heard of Google before. It sounds like you know what this is, and you're going to use it to give us the radius. So I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, I am. I was just combating his a very frankly,
but that's also
very
kind of
annoying
like
fallacy.
irrelevant. That's sort of a red herring too. Like, let's just get the radius.
Now?
We've just been desperately trying to get to this, and it just seems to keep getting shifted away. So
Okay,
let's get
you've
it.
been desperately trying to get to this. Let's make that very clear. You have repeatedly been.
That's the
bringing this
point.
back up
That's
over
the
and
whole point
over
of the
and over.
conversation, boy. That's the entire point, and you've been
don't poke
desperately
me in
trying
this.
to get away from that point. So please stop stalling and let's get to it.
How
So the
did we
direct
measure
measurement, how the direct measurement
the
was made.
radius of the Earth?
Stop
Let's
wagging
see
your
here.
tongue and tell us how the direct
Yeah,
measurement.
he's Googling, guys. He's Googling. He's going to see now what it is. Go.
You want me to go? Okay, so
Go ahead.
So the first thing that pops up from www.physics.uwyu.edu, so a university of some sort. If you want the specific university, I can open it and give it to you.
No, I want the
snippet
method.
that pops up is Eratosthenes was able to measure the radius of the Earth using the distance in
Never heard of
measurements of difference in measurements of shadow length at two locations directly north-south of each other on the same day.
Wow.
Okay.
So high tech.
There you go. That's
There you go.
how he measured it. Now,
Okay,
is there a
so-
new
Can
way
anybody
that we-
break it down for him?
I don't
Can
know.
anybody
Yeah.
break? Did he say Aristophanes? That's what he said, Aristophanes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he
what I
found out where my name comes from now. So he's made it that far.
No, I didn't. I'm not even paying attention to any of your names.
So, what do you understand from this, from Aristophanes? Do you have any understanding how he came up with the conclusion of the radius? Do you get it?
He's taking the shadow length at two locations directly north and south of each other on the same day. Okay.
That demonstrates what?
He's doing math stuff. Let me get the formula. There's a formula for it.
On the same day, 500 miles away, and
Nope.
like
It does not say on the north or south poles. It says north-south of each other.
yeah. But you said in the same day. I didn't say poles. There's no poles, anyways.
So
on the
we
ground.
put- So it sounds like
what you were implying.
Wait a second. It sounds like what you're doing in your method is pre-assuming the globe, right? Because you're using the same
Pre-assuming the
longitude,
globe.
right? And
Are
the
you trying
longitude.
to act like flat is the default?
No. I'm trying to get your method here, and it sounds like you're presupposing the globe, right? Because you're talking
I'm
about longitudes, which
presupposing the
pertain to
globe, because that
hold
is
on,
what-
pertain to a globe, right? So it sounds like he already knows he's on a globe, and now he's just trying to calculate a radius or a circumference of that globe. He already knows he's on. How does he know he's already on the globe?
You know he's already on the globe.
Right, because you're already talking about globe longitudes in the
Specifically,
first place,
math
right?
that he used wouldn't work if we weren't on a globe. Now, would it? Like,
How
it
is
would
that the case?
It would return something. How is that the case?
Yeah,
Because,
you
like,
can't do the calculations he did unless you're on a globe. What do you mean? That doesn't make
let's do
sense.
the calculations he did, I guess. You know,
I can do any.
arrow-
I can do any calculation I want. Does that mean that Earth is a ball?
It's a calculation. If you take real life data and put it into a formula, that should theoretically tell you if Earth is a ball, and it comes back that it's a ball, or the data.
Can you tell me the variables?
Theoretically,
Can you tell me the
theoretical.
Can Can you tell me the variables that you took
in real life? So it's not.
What were the numbers? What was the variables that were taken to do this calculation? Yeah. What are the variables?
So in this picture, we had.
If it sounds complicated, that's because you're making it very, very complicated.
Oh no, these pictures do not make it seem complicated at all.
This is easy. I know. This is real easy.
So basically, the distance was, based on this picture, about 800 kilometers. They were taken 800 kilometers away from each other. One in Alexandria and one in Syene. Okay. And now, the data he got from that, let's see. Let's see if the shadow distance measurements survived over 2,000 years. Okay. Let's see.
This guy is funny.
On June 21st, he planted a stick directly in the ground and waited to see if a shadow would be cast at noon. It turns out there was one, and it measured about 7 degrees. So, 7 degrees from... Now, if the sun's rays are coming in at the same angle at the same time of day, and a stick in Alexandria is casting a shadow while a stick in Syene is not, it must mean that the Earth's surface is curved. And Eratosthenes probably already knew that.
Okay, how did he already know that all the sunlight was coming in at the same angle? Because when I go outside, I don't ever observe that. I always observe crepuscular light from the sun. So how did he know that?
You don't observe the light coming in from the same angle?
Parallel sunlight coming straight down vertically, parallel? No, I've never seen that.
How do we have shadows with hard lines?
I don't know. Well, I've got one light on in the ceiling in my room right now, and I can observe all sorts of varying shadow lengths and angles throughout the room. Is it a ball?
Yeah, but they're all consistent.
No. They're not. That's exactly what I'm saying. They're not. They're diverging because there's one light source, right? And the angle from that light source to all these different things that are casting shadows in the room, it's all different.
Yeah, well,
so I'm getting different shadows all over the room.
Yeah, the light source in this case is directly above you. So you can't use that as an example because the sun is not directly above
Yeah,
us.
you're getting it. The sun, well, it's not. It's directly above some latitude right now, isn't it?
So technically, it would be directly above wherever you define to be above. Okay, that's purely what you considered. We haven't agreed what would be directly above the tropics.
It's south of what you guys call the equator right now. It's directly above that position on the Earth, isn't it? It's almost at the Tropic of Capricorn now, right? It's directly above that position.
For everyone.
What do you mean it's not above us?
For everyone.
That's what we see. If you're in the tropics right now, you look up.
If it's in space and it's away from us, it's really not above us.
Space?
Us or the Earth? What are we talking about here?
You're saying
talking
there's
about
sky below you. Really? Prove it.
When did I say the sky was below? Well, technically, if it is a globe, then the sky would technically.
Okay.
That's what you're saying.
Okay, so let's get it back to the point here. So you told us that he already knew that the sun's light is parallel, which is something none of us have ever observed, and that's what is required in order for his conclusions. Well, you kind of did, but anyway, that's what he needs for his conclusions to follow, right? That's one of the prerequisites of the test, right? The sunlight must be parallel, and the Earth's surface must be curved, and then from varying shadow angles on the Earth, we can calculate a circumference of a globe that we're already supposedly aware of, right?
So you're saying that to do these calculations, he had to already assume that the Earth was a globe?
Yeah.
Well, I hate to break it to you, but what I said, the exact words I said, because I'm just kind of reading, I was reading an article just out loud, and Eratosthenes, or however the hell you pronounce it, probably already knew that from...
Yeah, that's exactly what I just said.
This is me from previous observations. That does not mean that he used his previous knowledge of the curved Earth to prove that the Earth was curved.
No, you're right. It doesn't mean that he used any previous knowledge of it. It could be that he just outright assumed it, and there is no previous knowledge of it, for sure.
If he assumed it and it worked, that means it's somehow wrong.
What if you pre-assume that the sun is closer and the lights are convergent? How do you say that one?
Convergent.
Yeah. What if you assume that? Would you know the result that it will give you?
it will give you a horizontal plane instead of a curving.
Didn't Neil deGrasse Tyson admit that it proves either model flat or round? Did Neil deGrasse Tyson
Guys,
admit that?
yeah, even the priest of the globe religion will tell you himself that Aristotle's doesn't prove the globe because you could pre-assume different variables and it will give you a different result. So it's unconclusive.
Okay, so Neil deGrasse Tyson said that Aristotle, how the hell you pronounce it,
doesn't work.
Doesn't actually prove the globe, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, because like I said, if I've got this one light source, right?
I get mine.
But hold on, like I've got this one light source in the ceiling in this room that I'm in, right? And it's casting divergent shadows all over the room, right? Because it's one light source and all these things placed around the room in different positions at different angles to that light source, right? So we're talking about exactly the same thing.
Okay, so you're back to the light in a room thing, right?
Right. Because what I'm telling you is that he has to presuppose a few things in the first place in order to get his conclusion. In order to calculate the circumference he said he calculated, he had to first assume the nature of the sun.
To the floor.
Exactly. So how do you know how close or how distant the sun is? And why do you think its rays are parallel? Because we don't observe that. We don't observe parallel sunlight. So how does he know that as well?
We don't observe parallel sunlight.
No, and when we bring this up with Globers, they'll tell us it's because the atmosphere diffuses and scatters it, right? They know that we're not observing parallel light, which we need to in order for this Eratosthenes thing that you brought up to follow.
There's all sorts of shit that affects light once it gets into the atmosphere.
Right, and so with that said, that goes, Eratosthenes goes out the window.
Out the window.
Yeah.
So do you have any other example that prove actually today's, like not 2,000 years ago, actual measurement of the curvature of the Earth? Do you have the method and the person that actually did this?
That I don't think that necessarily completely disproved Aristotle's.
Perfect. Do you find it a little bit kind of weird that you had to go 2,000 years ago and you cannot be like today or maybe a year ago or 2 months ago, someone that actually... Did you hear me finish? Did the middle of my sentence interrupt the beginning of yours?
I've just been, quite frankly, I've been interrupted so many times that sort of thing, like you know what I mean?
All right.
Like if I'm
so let's go back to that. Do you
for me to interrupt others? Okay.
All right, that's perfect. That's perfect. So do you understand that a 2,000-year-old argument that is inconclusive because it will give you different conclusions based on your presuppositions and pre-assumptions? Do you think that actually proves the curvature of the Earth? Are you claiming that?
I'm claiming that Aristophanes
proves the globe. Are you claiming that Aristophanes proves the globe?
I would say he did, because it's all theoretically. Oh wait, can't do theoretical. So, in that region, the amount of diffusion would be it would likely be close enough to be able to prove that there was a globe.
Okay. So you're saying not parallel, but parallel enough.
Parallel enough. Okay. Close.
I don't think so.
I'm not saying it's exact.
Let him finish. Let him finish, because he's not.
True.
I guess if it's diffused, then obviously it couldn't be like 100% exact, but he could probably get it close enough to be able to tell. Like you don't need the full sphere to tell it's a sphere. You only need like 7 degrees of it.
Yeah, we're not saying you do need the full thing. You can just do an arc segment, right, and then try to calculate the rest based on that. But we can't even get an arc segment.
He didn't even get an arc segment?
Because like I keep telling you, he had to beg the question of the globe in the first place, right? There's specific parameters
he had to consider the possibility of the globe to even begin proving the globe.
Right, so it's kind of like before he even begins calculating a spherical circumference, he already knows there is one. So how does he already know that?
What?
Where did that knowledge come? Yes, right. He has to already know that there's a globe in the first place before he starts to calculate the circumference of it, right? So how does he already know that?
Science works. you take
Begs the
a
question.
gander or a.
It's not science. That's geometry.
Yes, geometry, and that's
I'm not talking about the actual math behind it. I'm talking about the process he used to find it.
That's not
thought that,
science. When I
the
measure a
Earth might
table,
be
I'm not doing
round.
science.
That's a test.
But his method, listen, his method basically presupposes the globe in the first place. You have to presuppose the parallel sunlight and this whole scenario that is required in order for his conclusions to follow, right? So we basically just assume in the first place it is a globe. Now we're going to use this method to figure out how big it is. How do we already know that it's a globe? How do we already know that the sun's light is parallel when we don't observe it that way? How do we know these things?
Okay, well, there was no he didn't have to presuppose that it was a globe. If it wasn't a globe,
well,
the
it has to
shadows
be.
wouldn't have been the way they were.
Right, the surface
And
has to be curved if the sun is gigantic and very distant and its light is therefore parallel. If that's not the case, then his conclusions are false.
Okay, so can you prove the sun is not round?
It is round. Just look at it.
No, it's not
To
spherical.
everyone. Anyway,
Can you prove the sun is not spherical?
Yet. We haven't bludgeoned that enough.
Well, it's got nothing to do with anything. Like, I mean, if it's a sphere and it's close and it's
Is
not
the sun
that
a
big,
sphere?
then it's going to cast diverging shadows all over the Earth. So, like I'm saying, you're begging the question of the globe scenario in the first place. We need to know how it's known that it's a globe in the first place.
It's known that's a globe in the first place. Pictures, my guy.
Okay, but we have pictures of Bigfoot.
Disprove the pictures.
That's
Not very good pictures. I can point out so many flaws in those pictures. It's very easy to tell.
That's a burden of proof reversal, sir. Not going to
burden of proof reversal. Can we just continue the argument?
You can't use photographs as evidence. They could be altered.
Yeah, let's try this. Let's try this, Sucky. I say Bigfoot exists. I've got a photograph of him, right? And then you say, well, that could easily be doctored to look like that. And then I say, prove it's false. That's what you just did.
I have a question for you. Why do we put pictures in scientific papers if we can't use pictures? They use pictures. They do.
Yeah, they have backing data. Do you have backing data for your pictures of globe Earth?
There's data.
Backing
you just deny
data.
it.
Backing data.
Deny
Backing
the
data, bro. Listen, backing
data. You guys just don't accept the backing data. That doesn't mean the picture's false, though.
But because you present an image of something doesn't mean that thing actually exists in reality. There's pictures of all sorts of things that, of course, don't exist in reality.
Just have diarrhea of the mouth.
There's pictures of Godzilla. There's pictures of King Kong. There's pictures of Bigfoot. Pictures in and of themselves are not enough, right? For obvious reasons.
Can I ask a quick question? Can I ask a question? I want to ask a couple of questions though. It has to do with a circle. All right.
Yep.
So just in observation of a circle or a sphere, if you have an arc, right, and that arc continues all the way around. This is for what's his name? Sucky. You have an arc, and this arc continues around. Will that arc eventually come back full circle and complete the circle?
So if we have an arc and it continues all the way around the circle, you're asking if it's going to eventually come all the way back around and complete the circle.
Yes.
If it keeps going, yes, it will.
Yes. So what does that entail? What is that full circle called with that line? What is that line defined as?
What is the line?
Right, that arcing line, circumference.
Oh, wait. The circumference, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah, I get what you. Yeah.
Right. And so, in order to have your satellites orbiting the circumference of the Earth, that would mean that you know what the radius is of the Earth.
Ordering the circumference of the Earth. Okay.
Because it has to be a certain height at all times. So it has to be. You have to know the radius in order to know the height above it.
Height at all times. It can vary. It's not like locked in one position. It's locked in one path, not locked in one position, though.
Okay. Well, either way, it's in order for it to be going in that orbital sequence. You have to be able to know what the radius is
in order to keep it from like floating away from you or falling down too quickly, correct?
I need to know the radius of the Earth to keep something from floating away from the Earth.
Yes.
It's in the
I just
calculator.
need to know the gravitational forces at specific distances. In fact, the ISS does run into this issue. You know that, right?
Right.
But
See,
you don't
you
know what
wouldn't know.
gravity
Listen, Saki, you just hit on it. You wouldn't know the gravitational forces at certain distances unless you know the size of the Earth.
No, that's not how gravity works. You need to know.
Yeah, it is. You need to know the
Yes,
size and the
it
density. You need to know the mass, right? The density and the radius. You have to have that whole thing figured out in order to know what. Yeah, you're going to need that.
But to be able to say that's not how gravity works, you will need to know what gravity is. Do you even know what gravity is?
All right, hold on. Before we go, since we're going down the gravity gravy train, right? Okay, if it's flat, theoretically we should be pulled sideways if gravity exists. But I'm gonna guess
Gravity
you
is
don't
your
believe in
claim.
gravity.
You don't
So
reverse
let's
it
go.
onto us.
What? Okay, so
Gravity is your
what do
claim.
you believe? What do you
What's that?
say?
I said that gravity is your claim. Don't reverse it onto us. That's all I said.
Gravity, yeah, okay. As I said, you guys likely don't agree on gravity. However, if gravity exists, we should be pulled sideways, according to a flat Earth.
I'm begging the question again.
So
It's your
then-
claim. And now you've just said, here's
I'm
what will happen if my
asking you.
claim is true. It's your claim, so prove that it's true in
How
the
can
first
you
place
make
before you
any
tell us what's supposed
claims?
to happen.
Gravity, what is it?
How can you
Keeps us
make any
down.
claims about the flat Earth if you don't even know what it is?
How can I make? So then, what is a flat Earth then? It's tell me what a flat Earth
Exactly.
is.
You don't know what reality
what it
is.
is?
You claiming a globe that you never experienced. How you gonna make
You know
any
what a
claims
flat Earth
about
is?
what?
Can you tell me what the Earth is then? Since you know.
The
if you don't know, then I
that
guess
stuff
you
that
can't be
gets
arguing
between your
this either.
toes.
What?
You know
The stuff that
the
goes
thing that,
between,
that
no, but
gets
I'm
between
talking
your
about the
toes.
shape. Like what form does the Earth take?
Well, we
Why
can
does
rule.
it need a shape? Why does it need a shape? We know it's not a globe because we
What shape's a
falsified
person's
that.
head? Why does that need a shape? That's what you're saying.
Well, no, you're saying you're telling us claim
Needs a shape.
claim a
It
shape.
has a
Like if we need
has
to
to have
make a claim about a shape. What is the shape of a lake?
The shape of a lake? I don't
Yeah,
know.
what is the shape of a lake? Oh, you don't know? Okay. So
Circle.
does
I would
a
consider it
shape need a
circular,
lake?
oval,
Does a lake need a
maybe
shape?
some weird square thing? Depends. Is it man-made? Is it natural?
It's irregular.
There's so many different variables. You're
Right,
the
so
one
the
that
thing
started
is-
claiming that I had to know this information in the first place to be
Well, you
to talk
do.
about some argument.
That's
You
the
do,
thing
it's part of
because
your
you
claim.
think you think this reality is like when you think about the globe, right? You go to Google and you see the globe in Google. You see the image of the globe, right? And that's what you think the Earth is. And then when you say flat Earth, what image do you get in your mind? You get like a disc flying through
If
space.
if I think of a flat Earth, obviously I'm thinking it's flat, thus non-spherical.
Yeah, a disc flying through space,
Conventionally,
right?
it's likely going to be a circle, like every other planet, which you admitted that we can see every other planet at the bare minimum with our naked eye. We can tell it's at least a circle.
No. But that's the problem that you're having. You're imagining an image. You're imagining this object in your mind, and that is not what this place is.
What is it?
I don't know.
Not in my mind. Are you saying I can't think about something and come to a real conclusion just because it's in my mind and not in reality?
We all lack the frame of reference to be able to make a close idea of what this whole thing is. We're not looking at it from the outside. So for me to claim that I know the shape of it, that will be lying.
What? I'm sorry.
Yeah, me too.
So what I'm getting
know
at, you're saying we can't know the shape of the Earth because we lack the frame of reference. Because when we think, we're thinking about it in our mind and not actually like in reality, right?
Well,
Yeah,
we
we
can know
can't-
this much. We can know that it's not spherical because we can go out and
We
measure
do
the
know that,
surface for
yeah.
curvature, right? And if it's not measuring as curved, then it's impossible for it to be a curved object like a sphere. So that gets that off the table. It doesn't
What is it?
necessarily tell us what it actually is, though, right? Just ruling a possibility out. Listen, just ruling a possibility out doesn't tell us what it actually positively is, right? Do you
It's
follow?
just one step closer to it. You can tell me the list of what it could be.
Well,
No, I
we
can't.
can describe it, right? Listen. We can describe it. Listen.
Without having an alternative viewpoint on what that
Okay,
shape is.
we can put the descriptions, right? So level, people describe it as flat, right? Motionless. There's no movement of the ground, and it's a contained environment.
There is. It's
So
called continent, earthquakes, movement of the ground.
no, earthquake is not the actual rotation
Ground
of the
is
globe.
moving.
There is nobody has ever detected that either. Just like the
So
radius,
then we're
there's
talking
no
about
radius.
actual location. Point.
Actual
Did you
what?
say we haven't detected like movement? Hold on, restate that, please.
The actual rotation of the you claim of the globe, 1,000 miles per hour at the equator, that has never been detected by any equipment or anything. So yeah.
So we've never detected the movement of the Earth. Correct? Is that what you're saying?
That's only a claim to be able to yeah.
And just to put a little like extra aspect on that, like your claim of the globe believes that like the entire Earth is all encapsulated in like an atmosphere, and so everything is moving at 1,000 miles per hour. So you're in the reference. You've never detected any kind of motion.
We've never detected any type of motion.
Correct. You've never detected a wobble. You've never been.
Yeah, because it's all the same inertial reference frame, right? The whole system is the same. Yeah, it's the same reference frame.
And we have to go outside the Earth to tell how fast it's spinning, correct?
Who's doing that?
Couldn't we technically just look at... Couldn't we just use the sky, actually, to determine this?
No, because you're
the
begging the
sky is
question.
rotating. Wait. The sky is rotating. Yeah, sure. If you look up and you're claiming that the sky is rotating, we look up. Yeah, the sky is moving. Sure. What does that has to do with the ground?
No, I'm saying. So can we not use the sky as a frame of reference to tell? So we can pick a spot in the sky. And then the moment we can no longer see it, we start a timer, right? And then
look, if you simply assume that the ground beneath the sky is moving, then you can do what you're talking about doing. But why assume that?
Because we have to assume it in the first place to try and prove it, and then if we can't prove it, then
you said it yourself.
It's based on an assumption and it's not real.
You said it
Do you
yourself.
disagree with the scientific method where, well, step one, here, let me pull it up.
You don't know what that is.
Last time I checked, you're telling me I don't know what, I'm in biology. Totally don't know what the scientific method is at all. Trust me.
What is the first step of the scientific method? What is it?
The first step of the scientific method. Well, step one is you ask the question. What are you trying
No.
to prove? That is it.
You see? You don't know what it is.
I don't need to tell you. So then what is it then? Please tell me.
What is the second?
What's the
Okay.
first step of the scientific method?
Okay, what is the second one? Since you say ask the question. No, what is the second one? No, you answer, right? The first one is you ask.
You disagreed on the first one. I want to hear what the first one actually is.
The first one is you ask a question. What is the second one?
That's what I said. Why'd you disagree?
Okay. What is the second one?
Why are you disagreeing? It's like you're out to get me from the start.
No. Okay. What is the second one?
What's the second one? We do
the second step,
research. Isn't that actually no? So we ask a Hold on, 1 second. Okay. So super basic. We ask the question. We do background research. We construct a hypothesis. We then test the hypothesis with an experiment. We then analyze those results and draw a conclusion.
Is that the scientific method?
True,
that's what it is?
Let me finish. If the hypothesis is true, we report the results. If the hypothesis is false or partially true, we still report the results, but we think and we try again. and then we make another hypothesis, and then we test, and we do that over and over and over again.
What's the test consist of? What are your variables?
The test consists. I'm telling you the scientific method.
Yeah, I'm asking about it.
Of whatever it requires to test what you're trying to test.
Hey, what step of the scientific method is observation? The natural, the observable phenomena. Which step is that? The observable phenomena.
Observable phenomena. Obviously,
the observation. Which step is that?
Like step 0 or step 1, basically. We'd observe the phenomena, ask a question, make the hypothesis, perform the experiment, analyze the data, and report the findings.
Okay, good.
So when you're testing, what are your variables?
Produce these results. What am I? Variable?
Yeah. What does the experiment consist of?
What does the experiment consist of? Well, how would I know when the scientific method is a very it is just guidelines. It's the order of how you do things, and what your experiment is and what the actual variables are can be completely different between.
There's only 3 types of variables you have to name. It's not that hard.
Oh, so you're talking about like the actual types of variables in the scientific method.
Mm-hmm. Like, what are you testing?
What am I testing?
You've got your observed effect, right? That's one of the variables. That's called the dependent variable, right?
All right. So one of them would be we'd have our independent variable.
There you go.
What's different? That's
your supposed cause, basically.
The control group.
That's going to be so the IV, that's going to be your supposed cause, right? So that's going to be the thing that you. That's going to be the thing that you want to test. For example, if you want to say that gravity is the cause of things going down, you drop an apple, it goes down.
Variable, yes.
Yeah, that's going to be your independent variable. So you need to manipulate that independent variable, right, in order to determine that it is in fact the cause of the observed effect, the DV, dependent variable, right? Mm-hmm. So basically, you would have to turn gravity off and on, right? Do the test both ways, with and without it, and see what happens with and without it to determine that it was the cause of the observed phenomena.
Okay. I missed the last part. I'm very sorry. You cut out.
It's really simple. Basically, you just need to manipulate your independent variable. Just switch it off and on. Like as simple as switching a light switch off and on. Is that light switch the cause of the light? I mean, that's really a dumbed down analogy.
I'll give a good biology analogy. All right, like you have a vascular system, and that vascular system is all enclosed all the way through, right? And you want to see that if, like, your hypothesis is if you cut open the vascular system at any point, you're going to form this hypothesis. The vascular system will not lose pressure if I cut it open, right? That's a hypothesis, correct?
Yeah.
So then you cut the vascular system, and then what do you observe when you cut that vascular system open and there's a hole? What happens?
When you cut that vascular system open, cutting the so we start out with a normal vascular system.
Correct.
Well, the factor of the experiment that would change, aka the independent variable, would be us cutting the vascular system open, and it would be the difference between whether it's cut open and not cut open.
No, it'd be the difference between whether there's pressure or no pressure. That's what we're trying to observe.
Oh, I thought y'all are still on the friggin' scientific method gravy train.
It is. The independent variable is the vascular system, the wall, the tubing. But the hypothesis is, do I lose pressure when I cut it open? Or does it maintain pressure when I cut it open? But the pressure, the only way you're going to know that is if you remove a portion of the vascular system and you cut it open.
No, because you could observe.
That's a manipulation of the independent variable, correct?
No, because you could observe that the vascular system can increase and decrease in pressure while the wall is still intact. Thus, you wouldn't have to poke a hole in it to know that it can lose pressure.
Okay, perfect. Okay. So, quick question: Is the shape of the Earth a scientific question
or a mathematical question?
or
is the
a
shape
geometrical
of the
question?
scientific. Well, geometrical would likely, I would consider it to fall under mathematical, personally. There's,
Okay, so is that do you need the scientific method to determine the shape of something? The answer is no.
What shape is your? Do you have a plate next to you? What shape?
Yeah.
Yeah, do you need
It's
the science?
round and flat. Listen. My plate. Remember when you say the Earth is round, right? My plate is round and flat, just like my table.
It's round and flat. Have you tested it's round
It
and
is.
flat?
Have you ever seen a round table?
Have you ever seen a round table? Yeah.
Yeah. Have
Not
you ever seen
perfectly
one?
round. There's discrepancies.
Oh, okay. So the Earth is perfectly round, is
if
it?
we're saying it's round, we're implying it's perfectly round. So, like, are we sure it's actually round, or is it like imperfectly round? How do we find that? Oh, scientific method. How do we test that? I don't know, but there's a way to test that, and I could probably take a crack at guessing it. Yeah. So how does this relate to proving flat Earth again? Please redirect, or
Well, anyway, I just wanted to say my enclosed system. If you cut it open, right, that enclosed vascular system, you're going to lose pressure, right, because it's enclosed. Correct. The same thing that we can already go with the laws of thermodynamics and entropy.
Actually, no, not by default. Not by default. You're gonna lose pressure. It depends on how much input you have and how much pressure you have pushing it into the input. If it's enough, it would.
If I cut my artery open right now, I'm going to lose pressure.
Nah, you'll be fine. I'm kidding. Yeah, you'll lose pressure.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. Like, that's just another reference. Like, you have to have, in order to have pressure, in order to have any kind of a pressure, it has to be enclosed. That's one statement. Number two, there is no curvature anywhere on this earth.
That's amazing. I can take a picture.
Number three, you never experience any kind of motion at all on this earth. Those are the three claims that we make.
And you said you picture a curvature. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, I knew you were gonna do a straw man like that. You're gonna.
Wait, isn't that what? No, wait. That wasn't supposed to be a straw. That wasn't supposed to be a straw man. Isn't that what you said?
Find a rocket to take a picture, because I will gladly do it for you if you will give me the funds.
Oh, okay. Future proof. Never mind.
Yeah.
Oh, there's just not enough interest in it.
No, it's just I thought that you already had the proof. Now you're telling me, well, I could get it. So that's just not what I was hoping for.
I have.
Did you see that?
No, I do have the proof. I have the pictures. You just deny that.
Yeah, but you just deny Bigfoot.
Deny them just because I didn't I wasn't physically there.
Yeah, you just deny unicorns.
Is there anybody else
of Godzilla? Are you denying Godzilla? I have videos of Godzilla.
Is there anybody else that we can talk to?
The existence of Godzilla. Why do you bring up such extraordinary things? Obviously, it's not real.
Well,
do you need someone?
Obviously, the globe is not real. Obviously, the globe is not real. It's pretty obvious. It's not real.
You can't just tell.
Yeah, you just hit the nail on the head.
If I show you a picture of a floating chair and then show you a picture of a chair on the ground, which one are you going to think is real?
Do you know the difference between images, picture, and photographs?
The difference between pictures and photographs?
Yeah, images. You know the images that you look at the globe when you Google globe and you see images of it?
Mm-hmm.
Those are not photographs. Yeah. Those are not actual photographs, right? You know that, right?
Yep.
It's not like me taking a picture of my cat and sending. It's not like I take the picture of my house and I send you a picture of my house and a picture of my cat and I say, "Hey, I got a cat and a house," and you say, "Hey, sure, a photograph of my house or of your house and your cat." But then you bring a depiction. You bring a cartoon and you say, "Hey, you live in this cartoon, guy," and I say, "No, I don't," and you say, "Yeah, I got a cartoon. This is where you live at." That's what you're claiming.
No, I can tell you don't actually live there because it's obviously a cartoon.
Yeah, because we don't live in a cartoon.
You want to know how I can tell we don't live in a cartoon, though?
We all know that. It's pretty
Take an
obvious.
observation of my local reality and see that most likely reality hasn't changed all that much by the time we get to where your house supposedly is, and thus it want to be in a cartoon.
And your reality dictates that you live on a horizontal, motionless, contained environment, and your globe claims the total opposite of that. So your claim of the spinning globe flying through the vacuum of space is a direct negation of your actual experience and the actual loss of nature.
Experience and loss of nature is the only two words I had heard from that. I feel like you're trying to point something out, and I'm just not getting it. That's definitely what's happening.
So you live in we live in a level horizontal plane.
Mm-hmm.
We can demonstrate that. We can verify that. It's repeatable. All the tests. We live in a contained environment. You breathe gas pressure when you expand your lungs, and the pressure of air rushes in your lungs is because there's pressure of air, gas pressure, and the only way you can have that is if you live in a contained environment where the gas exerts pressure on the walls of the container, right? And then there is no curvature. You claiming the opposite of everything we experience. Everything you experience, the globe is the opposite of everything you experience on the loss of nature. Because where's the container?
We're not tall enough to see that it's a globe, so obviously. Like, I'm not just going to...
Where is the container on the globe? Where is the container to have the gas pressure?
I'm like an apple under a tree. Does that mean just because I can't...
We're not apples. We're not apples.
No, hold on. It's an example. Obviously, we're not talking about apples and trees.
We're definitely not apples.
Exactly. So if I am an apple and I say, I think that we can climb trees, guys. That it's possible to climb the tree, okay? Then you say, no, we can't climb the tree. You want to know why we can't climb the tree? Because
you're imagining things.
Physically climb the tree. Does that mean we actually can't climb the tree? That sounds like a fallacy.
We can actually, I can actually climb a tree.
If someone would like to point it out, go ahead.
You're in this example, you are the one claiming that there is no tree and you cannot climb it.
I'm the
at the
one
same
claiming
time.
we can climb the tree. You're the one claiming we can't climb the tree. That's the difference.
Are you claiming?
You're claiming we can't climb.
There is no gas
I'm claiming
pressure?
that it's possible to climb the tree. You're claiming that it's impossible to climb the tree because we as apples can't climb the tree. That doesn't mean it's impossible to climb the tree.
If the tree is proving your radius, then yeah, it's definitely impossible for you to climb that tree.
Okay.
Okay, so
do you know what gas pressure is? Do you know what gas pressure is?
Yeah. That's not. Why are we redirecting into something else already?
Do you breathe air? Can you breathe air right now? Take a deep breath right now. Can you?
No, I don't.
Yes or no?
I breathe liquid nitrogen. I'm stone cold.
So you are breathing air, right? Because you're alive. That's pretty obvious.
Yes.
If you don't breathe air, you wouldn't be speaking to us, right?
You know I'm alive just by my voice, actually. Same thing as the picture. How do you know?
So look at this,
Are you
right?
sure I'm real? Actually, by your logic, am I real? You can't see me in person. I could just be a
let's take it to the gas pressure,
No,
right?
hold on.
Look what I
Let's
posted.
use your logic here. Am I real?
I'll mute you if you're not gonna address this.
I want to say
Can
this.
you tell me if I'm real? I want to know if I'm real.
Let's
It's
say
too
this.
late. I promise you.
So the necessary look the gas pressure, the pressure of gas is the force that gas exerts on the walls of its container, right? The molecules are in constant random motion and frequently collide with each other and with the walls of a container. Because the molecules are in motion, a gas will expand to fill the container. Since density is defined to be the mass divided by volume, density depends directly on the size of the container in which a fixed mass of gas is confined. Are you getting that?
No.
Dude, this guy doesn't get anything. Why do you guys like? It's fucking over.
You guys are like, I don't think you realize just how confusing you guys are.
Well, look, it's super simple, dude.
I don't know if you
Yeah,
noticed,
like
but a
it's
lot
so
of people-
basic, dude. If you don't get it, like
Look,
you're just
Open,
gone.
open your window. Open your window in your heated
Go look
house in the
outside,
winter.
dude.
Just open a window. The
It
high
doesn't
pressure of
look-
the heated room. Hey, hold on. The high pressure of the heated room you're in, it will
So what are
try
you
to
trying to
equalize with
argue?
the lower pressure system of the outside.
Definition. What are you trying to relate this to?
High pressure goes to low pressure always, so having a near perfect vacuum right next to the high pressure system of the Earth is insane and impossible unless anybody can demonstrate the possibility of such a
Gravity,
thing.
of course.
Yeah, except you couldn't demonstrate gravity because remember I told you what you would have to do to demonstrate it in a scientific experiment, right? And there's no known existence of such a thing. Unless there is. Are you aware of a scientific experiment that proves gravity and uses gravity as the independent variable?
Oh yeah, actually, we've measured gravity waves.
Well, no.
Wait, you got to be a little more specific.
I'm not going down that rabbit hole. I don't really
No,
care.
I asked if you knew of an experiment which used gravity as the... Wait. Gravity is your supposed cause of the atmosphere, right? Do you have an experiment that uses gravity as a supposed cause, i.e. the independent variable?
An experiment? You think I have hundreds of thousands of pounds worth of material that I can condense into a small enough space to simulate planet-like gravity?
Okay, I'll just take a no.
Scale?
I'm happy with a no. Now,
Are you
the other thing that we would
Are
need...
you seriously asking me for that?
Yeah, because that's your claim. And also, you're talking about planets. You're begging the question again. So now we need a curvature measurement of the Earth so that we have some indication that it could possibly be anything like these lights in the sky. We're talking.
Measurement.
No curvature.
Hey, I think you should focus on the begging the question thing. Make sure you
I
understood
just
that.
want to ask Jimsy a question. Okay, y'all won't let me ask him a simple question. I want to see how his logic works. Because I've been talking to him the whole time. It feels like.
Well, it works. It works, and I'm trying to figure out if yours does
Jimsy,
at all.
am I a human? Am I real? That's a serious question. Based on how you guys see it, am I real? You haven't seen me in person.
Do we have a wait? Can I answer that question quickly with another question? Is it all right if I answer that question?
Before you do that, can I just say real quick that speaking of logic, this is called a logical fallacy, a red herring.
Yeah, but there's another way to call it out. Hey, buddy, can you hear me? Testing. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
What logical reason do I have to doubt that you're a real man?
That could be the same. That could be said the same for the photo of the Earth. What logical reason do I have to doubt that Earth? So if we're going into logic, okay, here we go. If we're going into logic, what logical reason would I have to doubt that the Earth is flat? And thus, why would we be faking why the Earth is flat? And that would lead us into the logical reason for me to doubt that Earth is flat in the first place. Why do we fake that Earth is flat?
Chill. Do you want me to go back to the very first question you just asked me a question? What reason do you have to doubt the picture of a globe Earth? Remember you just asked me that a few seconds ago? At the beginning of your reading?
That's what you mentioned. Logical reason.
Let's analyze this question. What logical reason do you have to doubt the picture of the globe Earth? Now, let me ask you a question. Have you ever seen a horse in person?
Yes.
So if I ever showed you a picture of a horse, would you have a reference point to use to tell me whether or not that's a realistic picture of a horse or not?
Yep. Oh, also, we can see other planets.
No, next question. Have you ever been to the vacuum of space?
I ever been to the vacuum of space?
No,
no,
right?
I can simulate the vacuum of space.
Oh, no, just answer the fucking question. The answer is no, right?
I'm not answering with the yes and no's. Y'all just fucking spiral.
This is a closed-ended question. This is a closed-ended question. That means a yes or a no. Otherwise, it's not a
If you're gonna take it and twist it into something it's not going to be, I'm not going to answer just purely yes or no. I'm going to add context to it.
I'm not trying to twist your arm. I'm just pointing out to you, you have no reference point to use to tell me whether or not a picture from space is real or you have no reference point. That's a good reason to doubt what you're saying. So that's your reason. That's your logical reason to doubt the validity of those pictures. You
Okay.
have no reference point to use.
You want to know
to
how I
determine
can
whether they're
tell?
real or not.
You want to know how I can tell that Earth? You want to know what my reference point to say that Earth is a globe is?
Man, quit stalling. That's what we've been asking for like 3 hours.
Stalling? It seems to me like every person that disagrees with you
He's
guys
stalling
is
again.
and stalling. Every single person.
He's still doing it.
I'm still doing it.
Yes, we want to know how you know it's a globe. The same thing we've been
How do I
asking
know
you
it's
for
a
about
globe?
3 hours. Yeah, ask me again so that you can stall again.
Stalling. So how many
Yeah,
times do you
say
want
that
to
again
go
so you
back
can stall again.
about how I'm stalling? It seems like you're stalling by asking me how I'm stalling. That's seemingly counterintuitive.
Yeah, just project it back onto me.
I am. You're very welcome.
Okay.
Quite frankly, I'm getting a bit aggravated. I'm thirsty, and I want to go. So if y'all have any other questions for today,
Go ahead,
wrap
go. Go ahead, go.
Yeah, why are you
Hey, man, listen, it was good talking to you. We presented the evidence. If you ever find any evidence for the globe, just bring it here and discuss it with us. At this point, moment, you didn't provide any evidence, and we did provide to you much evidence to the contrary of the claim of the globe. So, yeah, whenever you find any, you could bring it.
Please go and do more
the
research.
evidence
Go
right
and do a
now.
lot more
I can send you it.
I really don't
send
need
you
you to do
photographic
research while you're talking to us. You need to go do the research for a little while, whether it's a week or a month. And then come back and talk to us some more.
Thanks for your time, buddy.
You're always welcome to listen.
The Earth is flat.
You can ask questions.
I'm gonna open a fundraiser for you guys just to donate to me so that I can build a rocket.
I don't need it. I got money. I don't need your money.
Why don't you build a thing? Oh wait, Han, not a fundraiser.
You do understand that's not where our standard of evidence lies, right? Like you need to measure the Earth and detect curvature. That would suffice us.
Theoretically, we could literally just send one of you guys to space and
Yeah, when are you gonna do that, dude? You're just like, this is theoretical. You keep saying theoretically. Like, dude.
This is a appeal to future fallacy.
Automatically means that everything I've ever said was.
It's most of the things you say is like, theoretically, if we look at the moon, that determines the shape of the Earth. Theoretically, if we do this, it's that, dude. It's just like you're so lost in your.
Santa Claus
You're so lost, dude. You're lost in the Matrix. You're lost, man.
What? Lost in the
You're
Matrix?
lost in your own mind. You have 2 eyeballs and you fail to use them.
I have 2 eyeballs. I use them, and what I observe tells me pretty directly that.
Yeah, you observe. No, you. Yeah, I know what you observe. You said you observed photos and videos, but you have never observed like anything with your eyes, other than through another screen.
With a telescope. Have you ever looked at Mars and observed as it rotates? Thus, it's a sphere.
Yes. I've seen Mars, I've seen the moon, I've seen the sun, and they observable phenomena.
Who cares? We're not talking about the shape of. But we're not talking about the shape of Mars, dude.
Hey,
and theoretically, Mars is not like the Earth.
How does looking at the luminaries determine the shape of the ground that you're standing on?
But not realistically.
Only theoretically? It's not in theory. What are you talking about? You disagree that Mars rotates?
No.
Everybody observed. Hello. Everybody observed Mars and the luminaries, but that doesn't determine the shape of the ground that you're standing on.
Okay, can you just let me finish? So I can use logic to determine that if Mars is like that, and every other planet that I can observe that's close enough to see the detail to actually tell if it's rotating or not and see its shape, I can probably also deduce that the Earth is probably
that is
shape.
illogical.
In your mind, you are conceiving this universe, galaxy, solar system model that you are putting all of them in the same bucket. It
doesn't matter if it's a solar system.
No, it doesn't, dude. Because
change whether it's in a solar.
You can't go. Listen, you can't go to the solar system and fly around and look around at all these things you think are real. All you can do is look in the sky, dude.
No. You're just pointing it in the wrong direction. That's all. We're trying to figure out what the Earth is, and then you're pointing your telescope. Hold on, you're pointing your telescope away from the Earth. You pointed it in the wrong direction, right? So we got to get back to the basics.
What reason do I have to believe that our Earth is special and isn't also the same shape as literally
Bro,
every other thing
we went
like
over
it
this.
that we
That
can
doesn't
see?
make sense, dude. Because
No,
I'm sitting in
give
my
me a
room.
reason.
I
Let's
look
not
up.
argue semantics over here. Let's argue.
You're arguing.
Reason.
You're arguing semantics, dude. You're arguing semantics.
What reason? I don't care. Okay. What reason?
Give you a reason. Let me give you a
what
reason.
logical reason? Okay,
Let me
go
give
for
you,
it. Give me a reason.
Give you a reason. If I look at you, I don't know your skin color, but let's say you are black, and I look at you, and I see that your skin is black, and then I refer to myself as black because I saw that you're black. Does that mean that that statement is true?
Well, we can observe on Earth that there's different variations of skin tones. So no, we can't. But guess what? We can't do that for. We can't do that with planets. Every planet we know of is spherical and it rotates.
What on Earth do planets have to do
Please
with
try
Earth?
another example.
What on Earth do planets have to do with Earth?
Earth is a planet. That's why.
How would you know that?
How would I know that? Because
you're okay. Like, let's take this scenario right here. You're just a caveman with a telescope for some reason. You point. Hold on. Let me just get through this. You point your telescope at a planet, which is just a light in the sky that moves separate from the other lights in the sky, and you conclude Earth is one of those. How did you do that?
How did I what? How did I deduce?
Yeah, you talked through it, so you don't know what I said. So let me just do it one more time. And don't talk through every word everybody here says. Right, so let's just say you're a caveman with a telescope for some reason. You point the telescope at the planets in the sky, which just appear to be lights that do not move with the other lights in the sky called stars, and then you conclude, yep, that's the Earth. That's what I'm standing on. How did you get to that conclusion from looking at the lights in the sky called planets?
Looking at the lights in the sky called planets.
Yes.
How did I get to that conclusion? Well, let's see here. If the only thing that I can see in the sky that looks like land is a thing that I call planets, I'm standing
It looks
on
like
land,
dude. Dude, does it look?
Come on now. If I can tell that what you think Mars doesn't have any land and thus it doesn't.
What land? What? Hold on. Just tell me what. Tell me what land does
I
it
said
look
point
like?
a telescope at it. When you point a telescope at it from the Earth, right, out of your backyard, you do not see land. That's not what it looks like.
If I look at Mars and I see a planet, right? You know what I see? I see a surface, aka land. If I'm standing on a surface and I see nothing else out there with a surface, what else am I? Am I to assume that Earth is just a 1 in like a bajillion?
No. So now you're equating any surface to land specifically.
You don't see land. A surface isn't necessarily land. You don't see dirt. You don't see topography, right? And the other planets are not even claimed to be that. They're claimed to be gas balls in a vacuum. Why would that happen?
All of them.
But point being, how do you point over there? Point being, how do you point a telescope at any of these luminaries and then reach these conclusions that you're reaching about them? How do you do that? I'll tell you how you do that.
Stop talking over me so that I don't need you to tell them how I think. Okay, that's very.
I can tell you exactly how you do that though, because I did the same thing for most of my life. Everybody in this room pretty much did. What you do is you point the telescope at it with the prior preconceived notion, right, that you've been taught your whole life about what these things in the sky are, and you simply just assume that all of that storytelling about those things is true. That's what you do. You just look at them and assume that the stories you were told about them are reality. But you don't know that, and you never would have reached those conclusions independently.
You want to know how I know that Earth is probably also a planet?
Yeah.
This is what this is. You want to know how?
Yeah.
Because you're going to let me finish.
Someone told you.
We look. Nope. Because I take telescope. I look at every other planet in the solar system.
Okay, other planet. You're already assuming that Earth's
a planet. No. I'm classifying them as a planet. So there is nothing wrong with me saying that. So let me finish. No, you're talking over me again, and then you complain about me talking over you.
I'll let you go.
Okay, so then I look at every other planet, right? And it's either gaseous, I can tell, or it looks like it has a surface to it, right? And if it looks like it has a surface, and so if we have planets with surfaces and gaseous planets, right? If I'm standing on a surface and not gas, why wouldn't I just assume that I am on what I'm on the same like category of things as the things that I'm looking at? Like, why should I assume?
How do you know what the difference? How do you know the difference between gas
and special one? You're answering questions with questions, and
but how do you know the difference between gas and solid at a million miles away?
Questions with questions.
No, how do you know? But how do you know the difference? No, because I'm asking a part of your question that I don't understand. You're saying you can differentiate. You're saying you can differentiate gas and solid at millions of miles away. How do you do that?
If you answer my question, then I'll answer your question.
I'm trying to answer yours, but I have to ask how a part of your question what you mean.
To answer a question.
Yeah.
You should already know the answer. Like, if you're so.
You should be stopping so fucking retarded.
Wow, getting a little spicy, are we? Yeah. Would anyone like to answer that? Why shouldn't I assume that I am just... Like, why should I assume that we are the special ones?
Why can't we be...
That's a philosophical... Wait, hold on. That's a philosophical question?
No, not why we're the special ones, but why the surface we're standing on is the special one.
Yeah,
Why?
okay, yeah,
Logic.
okay, so that... Hello,
Everything
can you hear
I
me?
see says otherwise.
Yeah.
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, yeah, hello?
Yeah, okay, you can hear me, right?
Yep. Go for it.
Okay, so I'm going to answer your question. See, both of those questions that you just answered in both of those forms fall under the category of a philosophical question. This is not a philosophical
question. I'm using logical reasoning. It's not philosophical.
Why are you talking? Why the fuck are you talking?
As you pause for a second.
Can you hear what I'm saying?
I can. I
Hello?
disagree with it.
Okay, shut the fuck up and hold on for a second and hear what I'm fucking saying. Can you do that for a second? All right.
Yeah.
So both of those questions in both of the forms that you presented them in are philosophical questions. Now, this server is not a philosophical server. This is a flat Earth server. It's a demonstrated fact that the Earth is in fact not the spinning ball that they claim it is. So we just stick to that, which involves objective reality, not subjective reality. Philosophy. Still talking, dude.
Giving me a chance. If you're just gonna go on and talk forever, then yeah, I'm gonna interrupt you.
Dude, what do you do not have any fucking attention span? Are you fucking serious? Like, are you fucking 5 years old?
What you're doing is you're just asking like 20 questions all at the same time and then expecting me to answer them one by one. Like, no.
Let him finish and he will talk. So just shut up.
20 fucking questions at the
I'm
same time.
Dude, I'm about 2 sentences to make it done. You're not even fucking listening to me, are you? What the fuck am I even saying this for? You're just a retard, not even listening.
Dude, you're
okay. What? Why are you guys yelling?
15 questions all at once, expecting me not to interrupt you, and then expecting me to answer all those questions at the end.
Nobody. We're done
asking questions. You a question, dude. I'm answering your
That's
question.
What it feels
You're
like.
not listening to the answer. You're interrupting me in the middle of answering your stupid question. What is this? What are you, a child? Grow up.
Literally.
Do you want me to answer your question or not? Answer yes right now. Do you want me to answer your fucking question or not? Yes? Okay, so like I said before, like I was saying, this is not a philosophical server. This is a flat Earth server, which involves objective reality, not subjective reality. This is not a server devoted to subjective reality. This is a server devoted to objective reality, which involves more exclusively than that, the fact that the Earth is flat. So, yeah, when you're asking philosophical questions in here, and we're saying we don't care about those philosophical questions, that has nothing to do with us, dude. That's you and your own whatever, blah, 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 on your own time. Go do that somewhere else. Philosophical questions from you are not taken seriously here. We have no reason to answer them. Not even a reason at all. So go on, ask the next question. Ask the next question you want, but don't make it a philosophical question. If it's a philosophical question, we're not going to answer it. So don't
philosophical question.
Who is we?
What do you? I never said we.
I mean, your question is why?
Because my question was based on logical.
Speculation.
No, not speculation. It's called logical deduction, my guy. You should try it.
Speculation.
Speculation? Who gets to determine that speculation?
No. So listen, your logic is based maybe on your experience and the way you employ your senses, and you come to a logical conclusion. So when you observe a level plane and you feel the ground you're standing on as a motion, it's motionless. You don't feel any movement. So your vestibular system is indicating to you the ground you're standing on is not in motion. Like I said, you also, with your vision, observe, look. You see a horizontal level plane, and then you look up to the luminaries, sun, moon. Do you see the sun moving, rising from the east, setting on the west? Do you observe with your eyes the sun and moon and the stars moving? Do you see that or no?
Yeah, I see the sun moving.
Okay, so your vision, another of your senses, you observe, your senses telling you, indicating motionless, moving sky, motionless ground, level horizontal. Your senses are telling you this. Then you claim the opposite of what your senses are indicating towards you. So you have a nonsensical argument at this moment.
Is my eye
And the conclusion, your logical conclusion, were you claiming a logical conclusion that you're coming up with a logical, is actually an illogical conclusion. But you don't know, you haven't noticed that yet. Were you claiming it's a logical conclusion that the ground that you're standing on is the opposite from what you experience? It is illogical.
Okay, so it wasn't It wasn't a I don't even care about the fucking question anymore. So what you're saying is it was still a logical question. It was just he just didn't like it and called it philosophical, right?
No, you're not talking to him right now. He doesn't want to answer your question. I'm answering your question. Your experience, your senses are indicating something to you, and you're claiming the opposite, illogical. You claiming something that is nonsensical, therefore coming to an illogical conclusion. You get it now?
Yeah, I don't even fucking care about the question anymore. I'm just mad.
So now that I pointed out to you and you realize that it's illogical.
Philosophical. Even though you've clearly said it's logical, it's just illogical and thus not philosophical.
No,
that's nonsensical.
Wow.
Yeah, your nonsensical claim in your nonsensical conclusion is giving you an illogical view of what you're actually experiencing, and then you're asking us why you cannot use your logic to come to the conclusion that the thing that you're standing on is the same thing as the stuff that you observe in the sky.
You're trying to define my logic, which is like kind of not how that works. I can come to the logical conclusion that the thing I'm standing on is the thing I see in the sky. Why? Because I have no reason to believe otherwise that we are anything like different from what I see in the sky. I'm implied to believe when you see a tree, do you think, that's the only tree on this fucking planet? There are no other trees at all. If I see if I see a cherry tree in my yard, and I don't see any other cherry trees, do you think I think it's just a lone tree?
That doesn't really make sense.
No,
but can I ask you a question?
Because you won't let me finish. You just start talking over me every fucking break, even though you get mad about when I do it.
Tell me how long you're gonna need.
I have to define my time span now. You don't do that.
Well, just make sure you don't go on forever. Just to make sure you don't go on forever.
Orion, I was actually engaging with him after you said you didn't want to talk to him to answer his question. So I was addressing his question about the logical that he had about the luminaries and the ground that he's standing on. So do you have any reply to that? Do you have any reply about your nonsensical, illogical assumptions and conclusion?
It's not actually illogical. Just because you say it's illogical doesn't make it not non-logical.
Okay, is what you're claiming is what you're claiming it's sensical or nonsensical?
Makes perfect sense to me, so I guess it's sensical.
Okay, which of your senses is indicating? Okay, when you look up at the sky and you see the sun, the moon, and the stars in motion, moving, right?
Okay.
Which of your senses are telling you that that is not happening?
That what? That we're not moving?
No, when you look up, you use your eyes. Yeah, you look up, you use your eyes, your vision, one of your senses, and it's indicating to you that the luminaries are moving, the lights above your head, right? The sky is moving. You're claiming the opposite of that.
Yeah, you want to know why? Because our senses aren't necessarily reality.
The last one.
If we were born into a world that's already spinning, how the hell are we gonna feel it? Not like we.
Okay, exactly.
Like what we feel when we feel us moving, we're just feeling the acceleration and deceleration. We're not actually feeling us moving. Like in an airplane,
So
you feel takeoff
your
and landing.
vestibular system. So the liquid in your inner canal of your ears, right? That liquid, your vestibular system, will you will sense actual rotation. If you move your head, you know that you're moving your head, right?
Acceleration in
Okay.
That's acceleration in those directions.
So
right?
so the ground that you're standing on, when you're standing on the ground, do you feel? Do you feel?
Elaborate. He just wants to be a dickhead in chat. Like actually.
Don't worry about the
That's
chat.
not disrespect. That's
your
exactly what
your
he's doing.
vestibular system is telling you that the ground that you're standing on, it's motionless. It's not moving. Right? You don't feel. Do you agree with me that you don't feel any motion of the ground? And if the ground moves, you do feel it, don't you?
Yeah.
Exactly. So when it's not moving, you don't feel it moving.
Still moving. You can only feel the acceleration and deceleration.
So when the ground starts shaking,
have you ever felt an earthquake?
Moving. Not just.
When the ground starts shaking, do you feel it?
Yeah. You want to know why? Because the shape.
Okay, exactly. Okay. So your senses are pointing out to you that the ground is motionless. So they claim the opposite. What you claiming the opposite of that is nonsensical.
What? I'm not. Hold on. Repeat what you just said. Just repeat it.
Your senses, your vestibular system, part of your sensory system of your body, it's pointing out to you that the ground that you're standing on is motionless.
Well, that doesn't mean shit to me because when I'm in a car, I'm in like a smooth ass car, okay? After we're done accelerating, if we stay at exactly 60 miles per hour and it's a smooth ass road, guess what? It's going to be pretty hard to tell if I'm not looking out the windows that we're actually moving.
Okay.
How do I know we're moving?
Perfect example. When you are in the car and it has something called the odometer or what's the other name of the equipment? The velocimeter. I'm sorry. I'm missing the
speedometer.
There is the speedometer. The speedometer will actually point to you towards your vision that you're going either 0 when you're not moving, because you're not moving, and then when you start moving, your speedometer will show you a change of speed because you start moving. Right?
Yeah.
Exactly. So now you're claiming a nonsensical claim, saying that you're not feel the movement even if you're moving.
Feel movement.
You don't feel movement when you're in a car.
The accelerometer or the speedometer is having the speed, not the acceleration. How does it determine the speed? Well,
you're claiming.
I'm not a mechanic.
You're claiming.
It counts how long it takes. Or it's
tell me this. Tell me this honest.
To do a full rotation or something like that.
Tell me this honestly. Are you actually claiming that you don't feel movement when you're driving in a car? Are you just saying that, or is that an actual fact?
If my eyes are closed, so meaning I can only go off feeling, okay, not eyesight or sound.
Okay.
If I'm going purely off feeling, if my eyes are closed and I have earmuffs on and can't hear shit, and the driver is just the best driver in the world, right? He's staying at 60 miles per hour exactly on the smooth ass road that's perfectly flat, not going up or down. Obviously, it's going to deviate a little bit. As long as it's thing, and this thing has good ass suspension. No, if you don't already know you're in a car, you're not going to be feeling that movement.
Hey, what if you are on the? What if you are on the?
You don't actually feel anything
Hey,
up until
I
the
get
moment that you accelerate or decelerate. Because that's how.
But you're missing a very important variable. What if you are outside of the car? Do you feel the movement?
No.
Let's say you're standing on the roof of the car. Let's say the car is a convertible. Do you feel the movement if the car is a convertible with an open? There is no roof on the car. Do you feel it?
Hey, let me know when you're done with this one, Gemsy.
Yeah. Do you feel if you are in a convertible? Be honest. Do you feel when you are in a convertible and you're going 60 miles per hour? Does any of your sensory system is indicating movement?
I feel this thing called wind, or if I can actually feel.
Do you feel the wind? Yes or no?
Obviously, you can feel the wind.
Oh, you do feel the wind. So why you're saying you don't feel it?
Not the same as movement. You're saying that I can accelerate to a speed to 60 miles per hour and then continue to feel that I'm at 60 miles per hour. That's what you're saying, which is just blatantly false.
What I'm saying is that your senses always tell you when you're in motion and you actually feel it, and you're claiming that you don't.
Cover your eyes, put some earmuffs on, get someone to drug you, right, so you don't even know, and then have them put you in the car, go down the highway, 60 miles an hour in the smoothest.
How in a convertible?
Wait. Can I get the next one? Wait. Can I click on next after Gemsy?
Yeah. So the conclusion of this is that you're making you're making these claims that goes against your senses, against your experience, claiming the total opposite, and then asking us to follow your illogical conclusion.
It's not an illogical. How are you ever gonna respond to the car thing? You cannot feel.
Yeah, you do feel when you're moving.
Yeah, you don't feel motion when you're not. You don't feel motion when you're not moving. There, I just responded to it.
No, you can't feel motion. Obviously,
and then you feel it when you are moving.
But you want to know why? You can't feel it when you're moving either, because of this thing called you can't feel moving. You can feel the acceleration and deceleration.
So, again, when you're done, Gemsy, I'll
moving. That's how you know.
Okay, go ahead, Orion. I'm done.
Hey, so buddy, so you've illustrated this analogy or a metaphor. I'm not sure which one it is, but it's one of the two, right? This analogy, right? With the car, right? Your car analogy.
Yeah.
All right. So the car is going straight, right? You know, it's not turning left or right.
Yeah, the car is going perfectly
you're saying it's going 60 miles an hour, consistent 60 miles an hour, right? That's what you're describing, right?
No deviation at all. And the only
okay, right.
you don't have visual or auditory.
I got you. You don't need to over-explain it. I'm just trying to point out a problem with your analogy. Now follow me here so I can explain this problem with your analogy. Problem is, your car is going straight 60 miles an hour, and you're saying, I don't feel any acceleration any direction because I'm just going straight on the highway 60 miles an hour, right? All right.
What?
So
no, that's not what I said at all.
What? Oh, how is this not what you said?
I said you can only feel the acceleration and deceleration. You can't actually feel just moving. You can't feel that.
Yeah, but no, hold on. If you're going 60 miles an hour in a car and the car turns left or the car turns right, that's technically an acceleration from one direction or the other. You understand that, right?
Just turn left or right.
Yes, it does.
It doesn't make
it does. No, hold on.
Fucking U-turn, my guy. It doesn't start spinning the opposite direction. We can't tell that Earth is spinning because when we were born, we have no frame of like we couldn't feel that acceleration. We just
hold on, buddy. Hold on, chill. No, this has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. I'm talking about vectors and miles per hour, and accelerations and acceleration rates involved with this. So let's work through this together here. You believe that the Earth is a ball with the radius of 3,959 miles, right?
It's not a perfect ball. It's like this weird fucking voice.
It doesn't need to be a perfect ball, dude. We don't need to go into fine details like that. It's generally
We're going into
a
radius. That's a fine detail.
Can you give me a yes or no answer to that fucking question, dude? What's wrong with you?
I'm tired. I want to get a Coke and go to bed.
Do you know what
That's
centripetal force is?
But
Wow, dude. He's just too dumb. Like, I don't know, dude. Well, anyway, I'm just gonna explain it anyway. Fucking what? No. For the audience, dude. For the audience, I'm gonna explain the problem with your analogy. So you see, you believe the Earth is a ball. Okay,
Yeah.
You believe that the Earth is a ball and has a radius of 3,959 miles, and you believe that the speed at the equator is 1,000 miles per hour. Now, since a ball, the circumference of a ball is a circle, so the equator of the globe Earth is a circle. That means that's a pathway. That's a pathway of motion. That is a circle. That means that there is constant acceleration outwards from the circle. So that's why you're at the very base level, your analogy or metaphor, whichever one it is, doesn't fit. It doesn't
You
work.
want to get
Talking about a car going on straight down the road at a constant speed, and you're not talking about it turning left or turning right, because that's what the globe model depicts. The globe model depicts it turning left or turning right, depending on your point of view. Your globe model depicts it as a constant turn.
Let me pull it up then. You're wrong.
You know, though, the real problem with his claim and his argument is that it was just a whole long way of saying that the Earth moves because you can't feel it moving.
You know why you can't feel it moving? Because
I don't really need to hear. I don't need your excuse. I don't need your excuse. I needed the positive proof that it's moving. You told me, oh, it's moving.
I'm explaining to you how. No, I'm answering your guys' question of why we can't feel it's moving.
No, that wasn't our question. Our question is, how do we know? Hold on.
I'm answering that specific question.
That's not the question, boy. The question is.
Now you can continue.
For fuck's sake, you have to mute him. The question is, how do you know it's moving? And then you start telling us about how we don't feel it moving. Yeah, we know we don't detect any motion. That's the whole problem here. So what we were trying to get is, how do you detect motion?
Do you detect motion?
Right. Yeah, we don't need a just Joe story about why we don't. We know we don't.
Motion. Well, biologically you can detect motion via your ear. There's a thing in there, right? And it lets you feel acceleration and deceleration. We know that we're in motion. If we felt acceleration.
Yeah, we don't care. We want to know how you know the Earth is moving. Once again, you're telling me why I don't experience the Earth moving.
Mr. Biologist, you're the one who said you were going to school for biology, right?
Earlier, he also said that he's not in school right now. He was flattered that we thought he was in college, but yeah.
Right? Yeah. Well, no, hold on, Mr. Biologist.
Graduated junior high.
What is the name of that thing in your? What is the name of that thing in your ear? Because somebody already mentioned this argument to you, and you didn't have a clue what he was talking about.
I'm a
biologist. Like structure inside your ear that controls like balance and lets you actually feel.
Yeah. There's a system. What is that called?
The system? You want a specific system name? Sorry.
It was already brought up like 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago, maybe.
Yeah.
He said the name of the system.
It's fluid in your ear, and it has crystals.
You don't know how fast
There's crystals
like a bunch
in
of
that fluid.
information just being thrown at me. Okay.
Here, wait, hold on. I gotta go on. Give him a clue. It rhymes with Venus, and it ends with system. Do you know what it is now?
It rhymes with.
You're terrible at rhyming.
You are. It rhymes. It rhymes with testicular. It rhymes with testicular.
Vestibular.
Yeah, that's a better one.
It doesn't really rhyme with that either, but close enough.
I'm a biologist.
It just depends on how you rhyme it. Really, it rhymes in both.
I'm a biologist, so I'm.
Sorry, how does this relate? Is it? Are y'all trying to get me on the biology thing?
I got a
don't know if
degree
I'm
in
a
science. Am I a scientist?
Yeah, we're getting you on just wasting our time for hours on end. Yeah, we're pointing that out.
Arguing, wasting time. You consider anything wasting time? Have you ever considered? Like, it just seems to me like every person is just
Hey, can you hear me?
wasting time.
Hey,
Why
suck
are
you
you
long
here
time.
if it's a
Can you hear me?
wasting time?
Can you hear me?
Mute it. Got it.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Anyone else? Anyways,
yeah, I couldn't tell 'cause this
Gemsy,
guy
you
doesn't
guys
stop
can thank
talking.
Gemsy your fucking Gizbo. I
Oh,
forgot
he
which
muted
one.
you.
We're going off on the census.
He muted you,
argument,
GMC.
getting
He
into all
muted
that
you.
sensing bullshit
Who did?
and whatever the hell. y'all
I
are
hear
going
you, but he muted you from his side. He don't want to hear you talk.
Oh, they can do
I
that?
don't want it. Who? Gemsy?
Yeah.
I don't fucking care.
He better not do that. That's a bannable offense.
Yeah, don't mute nobody. Yeah.
Yeah, unmute everybody that you muted because
I
you don't
thought
have that
about
privilege.
muting that Eratosthenes guy, but I
If you don't want to listen to what we have to say, you could just like leave the actual live stream.
I've
You
said
don't have
very
to-
little, so I don't know why you got all.
Wait, so let's test this. Who was it that he thinks that he muted?
GMC.
I don't know. That's what they said.
Heratosthenes, but I kind of want him to say it again.
He was talking over you, GMC. That's why I think he muted you. He said muted, and then all of a sudden he didn't hear you talking anymore.
I totally forgot what I was saying. He was just talking over me. Whatever.
Wait, let's just second. Hey, buddy, did you mute anyone in here?
No. I just said I thought about muting the Hera guy because he's annoying, but I didn't. I said I thought about it, not that I did.
Well, all right. Well, you seem trustworthy
I
enough.
said
I'll just
that
take your
in
word for the
response
moment.
to someone saying that Gemsy muted me. That's what Gizbo said.
Well, yeah. All right, whatever. Hey, I got a quick question to ask you, buddy.
It said you muted GMC, but just word of advice: don't mute anybody. Just because if you meet somebody and start talking and they're talking, it's gonna sound like a cluster.
Yeah. What was your question?
What reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat?
What reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat? Look at literally any other thing that has a surface in our solar system and it is not.
Begging the question.
Oh, wait. Hold on. Can I?
That is why.
Yeah, but can I ask you a question about your answer? You said look at any other
thing. You want to interrupt you, not me.
Yeah. So your answer was look at any other thing in our solar system. I mean, what do you mean by
my answer was look at any other thing with a surface in our solar system, and you will see. Watch it for long enough, and you will see that
Most
it's
things
a circle.
have a surface.
Then you'll see it spin.
Yeah.
It's a sphere.
So all right. So with a surface. So when you say
with
surface,
a surface.
Okay. So when you
Exactly
say surface,
what you think it means. It's a surface.
No. Well, hold. I'm clarifying. I'm trying to clarify this. I'm just asking clarifying questions at this point in time. All right.
What is
I'm not
Earth's
trying to feed you in any
What do we
corner.
consider it?
Yeah. So when you say look at other surfaces on objects in our solar system, I follow you.
Ground.
What do you mean by? Do you mean look at through a telescope at lights in the sky? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
All right. Well, the thing is, I have a very high standard of evidence, and I have a reasonable standard of evidence. When people make claims as to what the lights in the sky are, I have to have an actual direct sample of it and analyzed in order for me to know what it is. Someone has to go directly to it, or I have to be able to go directly to it and see it for myself, or at least analyze a sample directly from it myself. You know, so the thing is, we don't have samples of the sky, and in fact, there's this kind of this rumor. I mean, I don't really take it too seriously but the point is, direct validation of claims is not the same thing as just claims. So what I'm trying to say is, when you're trying to say that as a reason for me to doubt the Earth is flat, it's just not a reason for me to doubt the Earth is flat, because it's just stories about lights in the sky. It's nothing more than that.
That's amazing. So if I was to bring samples back of another surface of another thing
But
of
you're
another
not going
light.
to any
Actually,
light in the sky, would you believe that I actually did it?
Forgive me, my friend. I misspoke. I actually said something that's out of line for where my standard of evidence is personally. So what you just said there and what I just said there, excuse me, scratch that. In order for me to believe that those things in the sky are what they say they are, I have to go to them myself and directly validate it myself. Samples would not suffice me. I'm sorry. But no, I would have to go to space myself and go to the moon in order to acknowledge it as an object and a place you can go to. Until then, the moon, the sun, and the stars fall into the category of unverified lights in the sky. Nothing more, nothing less. The distance to them is unknown. Position is unknown.
I have a question. Have you ever been to a country called Iceland? Have you ever been?
No, I have not. Now, are you trying to say that I should doubt? No, hold on. Are you trying to say that I should doubt the existence of Iceland because I haven't been there?
By your logic, yes, you should doubt the existence because you haven't been there.
Okay. Hold on.
I have samples, doesn't matter. You have not been there.
Yeah, so I have a follow-up. So yeah, I have a question to that. What reason do I have to doubt the existence of Iceland? Because I have been to other countries before. I have been outside the United States before, but I have been to other places. I have met other people from other places. Yeah. I have no reason to, as far as I can tell, it's not an extraordinary claim to claim that another country exists.
My brother's been there.
Then why is Iceland?
Hold on, chill. What I'm trying to say is, it is not an extraordinary claim to claim that another country exists somewhere else. But it is an extraordinary claim to claim that a light in the sky is a burning ball of gas holding its shape in a vacuum. A ball of gas holding its shape in a vacuum millions of miles away, that's an extraordinary claim. Claiming that another country exists, that's not an extraordinary claim. That's why this is a false equivalence fallacy. This is not a proper equivalency.
Yeah, proper equivalency would be like go to Narnia. That's a proper equivalency to what you're talking about as far as going to other planets in the presupposed outer space vacuum.
Yeah. Hold on. Yeah. I'm sick of this. Hold on. I'm finding this fallacy that one of y'all keeps committing over and over, and I cannot wait until I find it.
What, keeps calling you on it, you mean? Begging the question? That one?
Someone keeps saying it.
Yeah, I keep telling you that you're doing that because you keep doing it.
Uh-huh.
And you also keep reversing the burden. And you also keep using
I'm going to find the fallacy that you've committed every single time. Every time.
Yeah, you try.
Hey, wait, can I ask my question when you're done?
Not good try.
Wait, I got a quick question for you. Wait. About your thing. Do you doubt the existence of Iceland or any other country?
Think I doubt the existence of a country? Are you trying to get me banned? Because last time I checked, that was a rule thing.
No, hold on. You were trying to say that you were trying to take my own logic and attempting to put it back on me. And so I'm simply asking you, do you doubt the existence of any other country?
Personally, do I doubt the existence of any other country? Do I doubt the existence of any other Earth?
Repeat it like 2 more times.
Dude, it's a very simple. Hold on, it's a very simple yes or no question.
This isn't a very simple argument, so sorry.
It's really hard to answer the question, eh?
Wow, that is crazy. That is some crazy mental illness right there. This is crazy mental illness just dragged out in the open right here.
So yeah, that's been 3 hours of that. It's a really good expose for globe logic, so-called.
All right, what are you guys even saying?
So on one hand, you have this place that you can travel to. There's flights that you can book.
But have you traveled to it?
You're missing the point. I have the ability to travel.
It's like nonstop red herrings with this guy.
Oh man.
I mean, well, how about this? How about this? We have members of the server who are flat earthers that we talk to on a daily basis that live in a land called Iceland. I can take their word for it.
We don't have any flat earthers on this server who live, however, on Mars.
Yeah, or can go light years away to the nearest star, and or I'm sorry, well, to the sun is the nearest star, but to all those lights in the sky that are claimed to be multiple light years away. Some millions of light years away.
Hey guys, I got a great idea. I hope that Trump gets reelected and he changes the educational system so that they start teaching in school that the Earth is a globe and it's a ball, it's a planet, and it's spinning in the vacuum of space. But America is the globe. Like it's all of the United States of America just make up the globe. There's no such thing as any other country. It's just America, planet America.
That would be amazing. He should do that.
Fuck yeah.
Yes, America.
The funny thing is I'm thinking you might believe that it would be that if he did that. I mean, you did the first time around, right?
You want to know why?
The government?
Because I understand that the globe is a planet. America, if we're talking about United States America, that's a country. Not a planet.
Planets are wandering stars in the sky. What are you talking about? The Earth is a planet.
The country.
This makes no sense.
Not a planet.
Yeah, none of those things are planets.
right
The
out
Earth,
here.
the country, none of those things are planets. Planets are wandering stars. They're lights in the sky that do not
Did I
move with
say
the constellations.
Like, on.
Yeah,
There
we're
is-
not on a
there
planet.
is a planet. What?
Yeah, planets
never
are
said-
wandering stars. They're stars that do not move with the constellations. I don't know what you're talking about, planet Earth. I don't
Stars
get
that
it.
do not move. Yeah, let's go with that.
Yeah, that's what we're going with. That's what everybody throughout history has gone with up until the last few hundred years. That's what they are. That's what they're observed to be. I just don't
Yeah,
follow your
we just
conclusion to Earth being a
classify them
planet.
as planets because they're different.
No, that's what the
fire.
word planet. Yeah,
They
that's what the
call
word
it
planet means.
Fire. There is a difference.
That's what the word planet means. The etymology of it, it's Greek, and it means wanderer
We
to
agree that
wander.
there is a difference between planets and stars.
Yeah, the planets wander. They're stars that wander around. They don't move with the constellations that are fixed.
Yeah.
You would
positions.
look up into the sky.
If we agree that planets are stars, no. If we agree,
Yeah, good. We're
stars
getting
and
somewhere.
planets are different. And then we
Yeah, they're different in that the planets wander, right? They don't move with the constellations. So that is completely non sequitur to the Earth. There's nothing to do with the Earth. The Earth isn't one of those lights in the
Define.
sky. The Earth is below your feet. It's not in the sky. So that doesn't make any sense. I just wanted to
If we
correct
know
you
what
on
a
that.
planet is, and we can define it because we're using it.
Yeah, I just did.
If
It's
we
a
look
wandering
at-
star.
If we look up and see Mars, what do we call that?
A light, a wandering star called Mars.
So then what's a planet? What
Traces
counts
out
as a
pretty
planet?
patterns above the Earth. It moves in a nice path.
Yeah, but what's what's the let's see here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, in Gizbo, I'm not an atheist, just so you know. Nice try though. Anyways, let's see here. Gosh, what was I gonna say? Everything's just falling off my tongue.
That's pretty simple. Planets are just wandering stars.
Oh,
The Earth is
no, I was gonna say, so then what is a planet if Mars is just a pretty light in the sky and it's not actually a planet? Because keep in mind,
Exactly.
we agree that planets and stars are different.
Hey,
Well, that's what it is.
yeah.
You just described it. That's what it is.
have you ever
got
looked through
Mars
like
is a
a
planet.
telescope at like Venus or anything?
Right?
Have you ever
That's what
actually
I'm getting at here. If anyone would like to clarify what he's saying.
No, you
It's
just
an
did. You
unverified
got
light
it.
in the sky.
You got it though. What you just described it as, that's what it is. It's
They're
just
just
a
like
one.
light
Okay,
shows,
so if
bro.
Mars
Have
is
you even
right
looked
is
through
a
the
sphere, why
telescope?
wouldn't and it's a planet?
Well,
It's
I don't know
not that
about
much of a
sphere.
stretch to say Earth is
Said
a
it's a
sphere because
planet.
it's also a
It's a
planet.
wandering light in the sky.
Yeah.
So if it's a can I try to explain it to him a slightly different
Go for
way?
it.
Well, so the stars move, at least seemingly, in a formation where they all seem to kind of go together in their own sort of set
They're all orbiting
trajectory.
the sun.
But you can hear me, right? So like
Yeah.
the stars move
But
with
no,
their
you're
own
trying to say.
trajectory, all right, and then the sun moves with its own trajectory. The moon moves with its own trajectory. And then there's this category which we call planets, which the definition, at least in older dictionaries, is just simply wandering stars, is what we're pointing out to you. In modern times, we're telling you that they've taken this word planet and taught us it to mean other things. But what we're saying to you is that it's just another category. So it's another light in the sky, but its trajectories are all independent. So one planet has one trajectory, another planet has another trajectory, but they don't go with the other stars that all go in more unison trajectory. And so, yeah, that's what a planet is. It's just a star, but it goes with its own trajectory. But it's also an unverified light in the sky.
Okay, so like while we were on this topic of stars, I just realized we can't prove gravity because it doesn't exist apparently. Just going off what you guys say, basically.
What gravity?
If
what type of gravity?
if we agree that everything's
or
wandering,
Newtonian?
does the sun revolve around us, or do we revolve around the sun? This is very important, actually.
Well, it's very simple. It's what you observed. We observe the sun making a circuit above our heads. It's really just that simple.
Oh my God.
Hey, when you say gravity, do you mean like time space, or are you talking about mass attracts mass? What kind of gravity are you talking about?
I'm too tired to argue with that. Okay, so
just
I
saying.
think I'm gonna go to bed. Now,
Yeah, you don't really know.
hopefully some
Brother.
other Glober comes here and offers an outside voice, so it's not just an echo chamber like it usually seems to be.
You're saying that as if it wouldn't be an echo chamber for the globe everywhere else.
I'm not saying that it's not an echo chamber for the globe everywhere else. That's why I'm here.
Dude, you've been
obviously.
talking the whole time.
But it's
talking
still an
over
echo
people.
chamber.
You need to
Nonetheless, an echo
listen.
chamber.
You know what? Give this guy some props though. He didn't spiral like most of them do. By this point, most of them are spazzing and swearing and shouting and stuff. And he didn't really insult anybody the whole
Yeah, I give him
time.
props
mean,
for not
he was
rage
pretty
quitting.
fallacious, but he held together. He didn't spaz. Like he deserves some cred.
Yeah, well, I don't appreciate it when I'm nice enough to not call you guys a bunch of things. I kind of just hold it back, right? And then I get called retarded, stupid, unintelligent, all sorts of mean stuff.
Nobody's doing that though. Nobody's done that.
Yeah, well, or at least we'll try not to. Hey, buddy, I think you're cool. I hope you come back here, like tomorrow or whenever.
No, I'll be back. Yeah, my friend won't be back. He can't stand you guys.
He's borrowed. I banned him. He's gone. That's
No, you're cool. He can't. He doesn't like arguing. I like arguing, but I'm tired.
Yeah, you sound like you like to argue, but we're not trying to argue. We're just trying to tell you some stuff.
Real quick, Sucky. I just want to say, this is what it's like for us out in the real world, dude. And we deal with this all the time, and we're not afraid of it. So who said it earlier? Harris Dawson. You said we do appreciate your patience and not spiraling and not becoming just like negative energy. You talk over us a lot, but at the same time, at least you're not being name calling and ad hominems and all that stuff. So thank you on that.
Yeah, for the talking over you guys thing, that's just, I know if I feel like I like to wait for a quick little breath to just quickly answer the question so that if they keep asking more questions, I don't have to answer 20 questions at the end of what they're saying. So like for short stuff, I usually won't, but for longer stuff, I will. And that's just how I am, unfortunately. But, alright, goodbye for now.
Peace out.
Later.
Banned. Just kidding.
No, nobody liked my reference I had earlier. Like, if I was standing in a room full of like black people, and then I just assumed that I was black because they're all black.
Yeah, that's a good one.
It's not bad, but I mean, in that case, they're all humans. In this case, I don't see any commonalities between Earth and those things in the sky they talk about.
Oh, yeah, I agree.
It's like I'm in a room full of, I don't know, plants or something.
Or like I see a bunch of room. I think I'm a cat because I'm around a bunch of cats.
In a room full of like laundry machines or something. I must be one of those.
Mm-hmm. I see a lot of cats. I'm probably a pussy.
He's right, you know.
Be nice. There's ladies in here.
Yeah,
I mean, I was talking about cats.
Well, they got some balls if they come in here, so no worries.
That's true.
That's the irony of it all.
He did good. Who was his friend that you banned?
The other one, I forget his name now.
Was it TM on the parentheses? TM or something like that?
He had another trolley name. I'll scroll up and find it.
It's not Sparky. No, I think he was down in chill chat talking to me for a second.
It was his name was that's right, TM Skidmark, that guy.
Skidmark.
Do you server ban him? Server?
No, I just cog-dissed him. He spiraled at the end and started posting like hentai and stuff like that. So I just cleared it and banned him.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Hentai? All right.
Yeah, sure.
Definitely no terms for him.
Yeah.
No image terms.
Yeah, and some other like Hitler stuff, whatever. Stuff trying to like, I don't know, put the server at risk or whatever.
You guys stayed with him for a long time. I was surprised.
I was surprised.
Was it because
this is what this VC is for? He was engaging on the conversation, so getting upset at him and if you don't like his question or whatever, allow other people to speak. Don't just trying to push him away.
Let him demonstrate the fallacies of the globe too. He did that really well.
Yeah, he did good.
I kind of wanted him to do more of that. I just felt like we kept interrupting him or whatever. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, a lot of people wanted to talk to him. Yeah.
It's hard to hold back when somebody's saying the stuff that he says, but I think he hung himself pretty well, or hung the globe for us.
We did okay, I think, and there was a little bit of interruption, but for most part, people behave okay. But just the retarded stuff and the
I mean, like, it was crazy.
And the yelling.
It was crazy though, because he was like, you could hear him clicking on the keyboard, like every time we asked him a question.
But that's totally fine because people sometimes for people this is the first time they ever heard this stuff, right?
So funny. The stalling and then the repeating the questions to us and stuff, trying to buy time. Yeah. But yeah, this is the first time he's hearing about it. It's the first time he's really thought about the globe, even, right? I mean, he just grows up taking it for granted like everybody does.
Right.
Exactly. That's why we got to be patient, and I think we did okay.
I mean, I wouldn't have been any better like 20 years ago.
No, it would have been a lot more like warlike. You know what I mean? Like, there would have been ad hominems would have went out the window like 5 minutes. 5 minutes into the
troll. Just a straight troll. I wouldn't have taken it seriously for 1 second.
Yeah. I had to keep telling myself that he was young just because, like, just by his voice. I was like, no, he's too young. He doesn't get it. He's still indoctrinated.
but still, it's a good thing to engage in conversation and try to come to a logical conclusion about whatever topic. But you saw the Aristophanes, at least you can let him, because he Googled it, right, and he was reading it. So that's why I was asking him about the variables. How did they conclude it with that? And then he mentioned the parallel rays. I mean the parallel rays and that kind of stuff. So you could break it down, and then we can mention that all you gotta do is change the variables and the assumptions, and it will give you a different conclusion. So that's why it's not a good argument. We're asking for measurements of the curvature of the Earth or proof of the radius, and he's talking about something that may or may not happen 2,000 years ago.
On all their YouTube videos, they say that we're archaic.
And mainstream science says that proves, either flat Earth or globe. So,
yeah, those are the things that we gotta point out, so they can actually look at those perspectives instead of just the prescribed ideas that they probably have in their minds. Most of the Globers or the globe believers.
It's such a silly proof, though, because, does the sun fill the entire sky? No, it just has a certain point in the sky. Of course, shadows are going to diverge over the Earth, whether it's flat or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't tell if he attempted to mute you, GMC, but not GemZ, but GMC DXF.
I was never muted. I don't know. Someone else said that. I was never muted, so
he just meant he was going to mute you for him.
Right, your mic wasn't muted, but I can click on your profile and mute what I hear from you or deafen what I hear from you. Does that make sense?
Oh, like you could mute me, but it's not muting everyone.
Yeah, right.
All right, I get it.
I think he attempted to do that individually, and then when he found out it was server ban offense, he immediately
I only
undid.
said a couple things to him. I was just like, dude, can you hear me? Because he just kept talking, but whatever.
I think he was tired. I think he was really tired, and he was just spouting off the top of his head at that point.
It's no big deal. I'm not tripping.
I'm wide awake now, man. I'm all hyped up and stuff. Who's next? Like Goldberg. Who's next?
How you could feel an earthquake, right? And there's a seismic graph, but there's no seismic graph of the Earth spinning, right? You know what I mean? I don't know.
Well, whenever we ask them how we know it's moving, they go on and tell us all the reasons why we can't tell that it's moving. Therefore, it's moving.
Well, his reasoning literally was, it's moving because Mars is moving, because Jupiter is moving, so we're moving too.
He kept going on about a car, and you got to blindfold yourself and be in a straight path in a car. I was like, what are you talking about?
The funny thing with his analogy, though, is he's blindfolded. He doesn't know he's moving, so basically he's just saying that he doesn't know that the Earth is moving.
Yeah, no, I think somebody else brought that into the conversation, and then he kind of got stuck on that word, and it kind of the whole conversation kind of spiraled. But I liked what Orion was trying to say. I think it was Orion. It's either Orion or Aristophanes. The whole when you're driving down the road, you don't ever drive the Earth isn't going straight. It's going around the sun in a circular path. And so by that definition, you'd have to put yourself on a circle track and go around in a circle, and you would feel those forces every step of the way going 60 miles an hour around a track. It's not a straight line. You're going around something. So there's always a pulling outward or a centrifugal force that's going on. And that was something he was trying to get to, but he wasn't listening at that point.
It's constant acceleration. And he's trying to say we only feel acceleration, yet the globe orbit that is claimed is constant acceleration. So why don't we feel it?
Yeah, hey, just so you know, the point I was trying to make to him was specifically in relation to the rotation of the Earth and the Earth being a sphere. And so there would be a constant acceleration outward. But you're right to point out that the same thing applies to the orbit around the sun. So that's 2 accelerations outwards involving 2 different vectors.
Right.
And also they say that the days are getting shorter, so the orbit is just speeding up. So more acceleration that you don't feel, even though you only feel acceleration, and that's why you don't feel the Earth moving. Okay.
Yep.
But you know what? There's another situation where you don't feel movement. It's when you're not moving. I don't even understand why they say these things. Like, why don't they just come out with, here's the test, this is what I think proves it? Like, why give us this whole long story about what? Well, we don't feel it.
And I didn't want to dive into philosophy, but he asked a really good question. And I kind of just wanted to see where his heart was at. But I didn't want to, Orion took the lead on it, so I wasn't going to dive too much into it. But when he was like, what makes Earth so special that it would be the center of everything? And my answer was with another question: why can't it be?
What's the thing is that that's not even their question, though.
Right.
This is just like a religion that was taught to everybody. These aren't thoughts that these people would independently have, right? They wouldn't come up with this on their own. This is just what everybody's been conditioned to think. It's the Copernican principle. These aren't their thoughts. It's a religion that they were indoctrinated and brainwashed into from birth that they don't even realize that they were.
Well, and so, in that conversation, obviously, if it starts to get all philosophical, shut it down. But, kind of, why can't we play with that answer a little bit just to get it to
how is it not special? How is it anything like those things in the sky? Are those places that you can go to? Is Mars special? Is it a place you can live and grow trees and have agriculture and have civilization? Can you do that on Mars? I don't think so. I think the Earth is pretty special. Even in their scenario, the Earth is special because it's in the Goldilocks zone. It's the only so-called planet where any of this stuff really happens, right?
Things just right. No, yeah, I get that completely. And that's all I wanted to do. I kind of wanted to just play on that a little bit and have that little conversation. Why can't it be special? What's wrong with that? Not go too deep on it or anything, but it is special. It is extremely special.
It's the place.
Right. It's
even in their model, it's the place. You're not going to Jupiter.
Mm-mm.
Even if it were a place in an outer space vacuum that you could travel to, hypothetically, you wouldn't be able to exist there.
Yeah.
Doesn't sound too special.
But that's all. I just wanted to kick the can on that. In the future, if somebody asks that question, why can't we just kind of go around that a little bit and just kind of like I said, kick the can? Maybe that's what knocks it over for them. Holy shit, it really is special to be here. And kind of drop that veil a little bit. Sorry.
But there's so much begging the question, and they need to know a little more logic because I don't think they even realize the amount of stuff they're presupposing or why it's fallacious to do that. Because every single argument that he made, he had all of these assumptions built into it.
Mm-hmm. Well, you got to figure, y'all on the average have been around here for about 5 or 6 years. And you've heard the same argument over and over again. And I could literally hear y'all in the conversation, as he's leading into the next fallacy, you already knew what he was gonna say.
Oh, the same script. The same script forever. As soon as they start talking, you already know exactly where it's headed. Everything is just presupposing the outer space vacuum, presupposing the Earth is a sphere, that all these things are spheres. It's just nothing but assumptions all the way down. And so it becomes sort of like an art of trying to get them to see that that's what they're doing. It goes beyond proving flat versus globe to how do I give this glober therapy? How do I break the spell?
Maybe that's something that we need to kind of start thinking about, being a little more art, like you said, artistic about like the approach and everything. Because I mean, we could flack smack people all day long, but like, I mean, how often do people? Yeah, how often do you smack somebody in the head and they don't know why they got smacked?
Yeah, we can't give them, flat Earth PTSD.
Yeah, like what actually cuts through to this guy? Like, what will make him realize his logical fallacies, right? And realize that he's just presupposing all this stuff, and realize that when he points a telescope at the sky and confirms his own biases about it, that all he's doing is, well, just that, just confirming a story that was put in his head about this stuff. He doesn't know any of it for himself, and he never would have come to those conclusions on his own. How do you get them to realize that that's what they're doing, other than just saying those things that I just said, which I tried to do, and it didn't work? So what do you do with these people?
Well, I have a guess. My guess is it's only when everyone around him starts talking the way we're talking about the Earth being flat.
You're right.
Then, if ever.
That's what it'll be. Yeah, I've heard it said before that these people like this will never learn the truth unless the TV tells it to them, or something like that. Unless the hive mind adjusts.
No, it's growing, dude, and I'm actually helping with that. Like, you mock me and make fun of me for saying this, but I'm on Truth Social, and I kid you not, dude. Like, more and more people are following me every day when I talk about flat Earth, and they get behind me in these conversations with these people, and it's pretty amazing. Like, people are waking up, dude.
Well,
it's really slow.
Do you see the?
Hello.
Yeah, my bad. There's a kid in my house trolling the chat. So
I always tell people to read or listen to the audiobook Kings Dethroned, because you've listened to it, right? Or you read it?
No.
You should really check out the audiobook Kings Dethroned. It destroys the heliocentric model.
So many things do. Reality does.
How?
Yeah.
Dude, just look it up. The audiobook. There's a couple versions on YouTube. Kings Dethroned.
Check about it out. What it's about.
It just shows how the flaws in the heliocentric model.
Well, I just wanted to say real quick on the note. Sorry, we'll go right back to that. But on that note, Gizbo, of people waking up, I don't know if you were following the Witsit debate yesterday on Modern Day Debates, but like most of the comments in the chat are pretty much the flat Earth side, and a lot of people saying like, "Geez, like these Globers really came empty-handed." Like, I'm kind of surprised. Like, Flatty's clearly cleaned up here.
Yo, someone post a link.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
And no, I don't disagree at all. Like, that's the crazy thing. Like, even with the launch of Artemis 1, like, they had to launch it in the middle of the night when nobody was watching, because, like, I don't know, like, it has to be all in their imagination. It can't be done during broad daylight and be like the headline news for the day. Anybody see it in the news?
Matter of fact, can you post a link for that as well? That fake moon landing launch? I mean, the moon launch?
Oh, the Artemis 1 launch?
Yeah.
See, that's another thing that helps. Like, that Artemis launch, like, you get a few minutes rocket leaving the ground, and then they just cut straight to this blatant CGI animation, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I'll bet you anything you get a lot more globe defectors just from that right there.
Yeah, I don't have that book memorized off the top of my head, and also I'm pretty high right now.
You're funny.
I'm looking for the best one. It's like, they have a lot of different live streams that they did. I guess I'll just give you the regular one. Got a cog disc. But I mean, like, it's just so odd. Like you think that would be a proud moment that they'd want to like do that during the daytime, and they picked the nighttime to do it. The memes on them are hilarious. What is this? What did they say when it launched?
Yesterday.
What, that Artemis thing?
Yeah.
Oh, hey, did y'all see that Wheel of Fortune video that I posted earlier?
No.
On Wheel of Fortune, they had a puzzle that said the Earth looks pretty flat to me. So the video I just posted, that was the Artemis. Post it in video form for y'all. So check out this Wheel of Fortune skit.
You know what? Just because you posted the video form of the Artemis instead of like the freaking huge video from NASA,
yeah,
I'm gonna watch the Wheel of Fortune thing.
Is there anybody in here that's new?
I'm new to you.
You're new to me.
New? What do you mean new? New? Like what? How? What do you mean new?
Fresh meat.
New
I'm
to
not
what?
new to you anymore.
New to this website or new to this topic?
New to this server.
Server. I was in this server a couple years ago, or whenever, when it first, when Helio and Ron were first doing a YouTube channel, you know. But I deleted myself, but I came back right now.
And Percent, you're not new to me, dude. I've seen you around for a while. It's amazing what time will do for you when you like step away from your computer and you go out, you experience the real world. And then with the whole new lens of like knowing that the earth is flat,
take some time off. Like I took like 6 months off. And then I came back and it's like my whole world has changed. And the conversation, what changed? My whole perception, how I view things, the lens I view everything through.
Can you be specific?
Well, like just understanding what my vision really looks like. Like why I see things the way I do. Like understanding like how as things get further and further away, things shrink. Like people don't understand that when they come into the server brand new and like, oh, you know, like it's you're on a spinning ball, you're on a spinning ball. No, dude, it's just going further away. Like that's just the way it is. And it's funny too because like people will like show me like a filtered picture of the sun, not filtered picture, filtered video of the sun going from like a point of view in the sky all the way down through sunset. And so what I'll do is I'll pause the video, and I'll take a screenshot of when it's at its highest point in the video and at its lowest point in the video, and I'll put them side by side. And the sun is actually like shrinking as it gets further away, and that shouldn't be possible on a globe. It's that sun is 93 million miles away on their model. Like there's like, you know, a few thousand miles is going to be negligible, if that. But it's noticeable when you put them side by side in comparison.
Yeah.
You know, I'm thinking about things, you know, like you guys said earlier, like your vestibular system, like it notices everything. Everything.
Where do you live?
I live in Dallas.
I'm in Long Beach, California.
Yeah.
And I work on the waterfront, dude. I see the flat water all day, every day. It's ridiculous.
So you want to hear a funny story, right? So 2 weeks ago, this guy comes in. And he's in Ireland, but he's a surfer in Ireland. And I was like, dude, he's like, yeah, I'm a surfer, man. I was like, cool, dude. I was like, have you ever been on your board out in the middle of the water waiting for a wave and said, damn, that shit looks flat? And he's like, maybe once, but I never really thought about it like that. Oh, fuck. Now I got to go surfing.
It's like that in the South Bay. Not like Orange County beaches, but like, say, like Redondo or Torrance Beach. That shit will be like flat as fuck certain times of the year.
Flat. You want to know something cool that you can go do that you can like flat smack people on the beach with? Like get down into a plank position at sea level, like actually sea level where the water is, and look out over the water, and like the waves are barely getting any height out of it. Like they're not. It's flat all the way over the fucking wave, dude. It's fucking hilarious. Like, oh my gosh.
What? Go on, sorry.
I was just say, you're like, oh my gosh, look at that 4.5 foot wave, and all that happened was the water receded 4.5 feet. The fucking wave stayed the same height.
But my friend, he lives in Palos Verdes over here. It's a big ass hill and shit. It's like 1,000-something feet up. And,
know about. I used to live out in Hesperia.
What?
I used to live in Hesperia.
Oh, okay. But dude, like you're looking out and the ocean, you know, it's at eye level, so it looks like it's higher than the land. You know, it's a trip, man. But you never really notice that before you know what I mean? It's just like whatever.
It's funny, dude. Or go up somewhere like the Santa Cruz or something like that. Even if you've ever been up north.
Yeah, I've been there in the mountains.
Yeah, overlooking all of that shit, going out into the ocean. It's still eye level.
Yep. Yeah, I've been out there to Fountain and Boulder Creek.
Yep.
It's nice.
I'm surprised Flat Earth Dude isn't on here tonight.
But how late was he here yesterday? He usually crashes early, don't he?
Bro, that was funny. Truth Flat Earth. He posted the picture of it. Do you watch Wheel of Fortune? Is that why it was on there? Did you record that? Truth. On you, man. Like they're putting it right in front of you. The Earth looks pretty flat to me. 8 minutes into the show.
Yeah, earlier I was watching Theo Vaughn interviewing Ari Shafir, and they were talking about flat Earth for a second. And I think this came out today or in the last couple days. But anyway, they were talking shit, kinda, but then Ari Shafir's like, well, nobody can prove the globe. So that was crazy.
Ooh. There are live views of the moon right now for Orion from the Artemis 1 launch. Ugh. Why is NASA not doing the live stream?
Hey, when they supposed to get to the moon?
They're there right now, dude. So
they already made it?
Yeah, look what I just posted in the thing. In 10 minutes, Earth is gonna come into view.
So they have to go back to the old sets and shit? That crater backdrop on the old moon set?
Yeah, so here's what I don't understand, dude. Like as the Earth is it all looks lit up. That's what I don't understand.
Yeah, it's like that Michael Jackson video when he's walking on the sidewalk and it lights up. That's the whole moon. That's the whole moon, dude.
You know, I thought there was a Terminator line here.
Yeah, when there was like a supermoon a few years ago, and on the other side of Signal Hill, the moon was lower than the top of Signal Hill, right? But on the other side of Signal Hill, the sun supposedly set like 2 hours before. So, like, what the fuck was lighting up the moon? Is what I was wondering. Didn't make any sense, but you had to be there.
Talking about the selenium eclipse.
No, you know how the moon is like lit up. It's just lighted up all the time.
Yeah.
But it's supposedly the sun, right? From somewhere. But there was there was no way, because I was on the other side of this mountain and the moon was like lower than this mountain. So it didn't make sense, dude. Because the other side of this mountain, there was another mountain that was a lot higher, and the sun had already supposedly set. You know, I don't know if I'm describing that well.
There's some things that make sense in that whole globe conversation. Like I understand the dynamics of it and everything. But my argument is like, who fucking verified it? Oh, we don't need to verify it. We got math. No, that's not how it works.
Yeah, dude, I've observed shit that didn't make sense to me, like, you know, since I've been into this for like 7 years or whatever. I've seen, like, I would look at stuff in the sky at night, and I have downloaded like on, you know, a star app on my phone, you know?
Right.
And so I try to see what the fuck is this or what's that, and I seen what was supposedly a star in front of the moon for just barely like the edge of the moon, and like that's supposedly not possible because the moon is way closer than the stars are, like trillions of miles, right? You know what I mean? Like I seen that with my own eyes. So, and then I tried to film it, but it just didn't. I made a video on my iPhone. It doesn't. You don't really. You have to be there in person, you know.
Yeah.
But I've seen tons of shit like that.
Like this whole live stream they're showing right now, we're supposedly seeing the dark side of the moon.
Can you play that or?
It's in the thing. There's 6 more minutes until the Earth comes into focus.
Hey, are you watching this? I put it on my my big TV just to check it out. It's ridiculous nonsense, dude.
Last poll. Here's another live feed.
I'm watching a Real Packs channel. Oh, there's another one. Hold up.
2 different live feeds. They're both live.
Are they different views or they're just the same view?
Completely different graphics. That's what
someone recording. Yeah. But a lot of times on here on YouTube, it'll say live and it'll be like a rocket launch, but it had happened hours before or days before. And I'm like, why does it say live? And it just keeps repeating it. So I don't know what's up with that or how that works.
Here's another one. It's a completely different graphic also.
Why wouldn't it just be like live on NASA's channel?
NASA's probably down.
Oh, there's one. NASA Artemis launch to the moon. But it says 2 days. It was streamed 2 days ago. The launch. I don't know.
Should we create a channel for all these Artemis 1 live streams? 5 different live streams with 5 different views. Oh, well, this one says that they're not going to be there for another 2 days. This one's from NASA.
Yeah, that video's from 2 days ago, right?
No, it's coming in 2 days.
The one I'm looking at, it says today, Saturday, 2, or now it's 3 a.m. It says. I don't know. Is that space time? I don't know.
So the last video that I just posted is NASA's Artemis 1 close flyby of the moon. And that is going to happen in 2 days. You can set a notification for this.
But the one I'm looking at is already showing the moon. They're like flying over it right now. There's all these craters.
Maybe it's not close enough.
The real PAX one.
I can't.
But it says Orion flying over the moon. Live view Artemis, Orion flying. Was that? Is that the name of the ship or Orion?
Orion is the name of the pod. Because, they got to name everything after the Greek mythologies because they miss their old deities that they used to worship.
Yeah. Yeah, Artemis is Apollo's. They're twins, right?
Yeah. Artemis is the female.
Yeah.
Artemis is also the goddess of the moon.
Yeah.
So I think that's funny that the first mission was Apollo, because they had to prove that the heliocentric model, and so that's why they probably named it Apollo, the Apollo missions. And then now they lost all their technology, and then when they finally decided that they had technology to go back to the moon, they decided to hit the switch and give you the twin.
Yeah. Yeah, the previous ones were what? Gemini and Mercury? Those are more gods.
Gemini, yeah.
Or constellations, whatever.
Yeah. Man, I went down that rabbit hole a long time ago, and like all of the ancient mythological deities, it all works out, dude, in the fallen angel story. All the fallen angels from Enoch, all the names work out. They're different names, but it's the same story, like how they fell, they died. Like as they were falling, how they died. If you look at Pollux and Castor and Pollux, it's so weird, so weird. Such a cool story to read through and everything like that. And from my personal view, the story of Ragnarok is the best story about how they all went away. There might be another story out there, but Ragnarok.
What book is that in? The Nag Hammadi or what?
The Ragnarok?
Yeah.
It's Norse.
Oh. I just looked into the tree of, I forget the name of the tree, but I looked into that whole story. Yeah, you just said it, I think.
I can't pronounce it.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm into. I was looking at the Hyperborean stories, you know, and I found Herodotus. He's talking about the Hyperboreans, and then he's talking about maps of the world, and he said none of them are sensible, and he was talking about how they drew the world. You have to read it, dude. Like, it seemed like he was talking shit on the globe, but it's kind of hard to see what he's saying. It's in book 6 chapter, or book 4 chapter 36, or you could just type in Herodotus Hyperboreans and you can find this quote. But it seems like it's, I'm not sure if it's a flat earth quote or I don't know. I can pull it up. I could get the link right now. Hold on.
If you ever want to read a good story on spirituality, the Zoroastrianism is a pretty cool story. It's all metaphors, but if you can get past the metaphors and understand like the spiritual story behind it, pretty cool. Makes a lot of sense.
You're pretty cool, and you make a lot of sense.
Oh, you're so sweet.
Hey, look at that. You're in the live stream voice text?
Yeah.
Yeah, I put that quote right there. Like the third line.
I got it.
Yeah, I don't know. What do you think about that quote there?
Yeah, no, like I seen somebody posted a picture earlier. I don't know where it was at, but it seemed like a mushier version of the flat Earth map, where it's kind of like squished together, and that kind of made sense because, like, we don't know how far out. Never been circumnavigated all the way around the wall to know what's going on. I believe there's a wall. Other people won't talk about it, but it all makes sense to me from what I've read and what I've had my conversations with God about. But like, it's too perfect of a circle. So like, I agree with that. Like, it's who says it's a perfect circle?
You never seen the Hawaiian Gazette map from 1909? Also known as the Kobayashi map? I mean, it doesn't prove anything, but it's when you look into that story, you're like, it's really weird. Because like, they weren't trying to sell anything in that newspaper. And it was like a famous surgeon who actually built hospitals in Japan or whatever. It was his brother, and he was talking shit on it too. He's like, yeah, my brother thinks the earth is flat. And this map is from the like 1000, but it's actually a copy of another map from it was like in a Buddhist temple for thousands of years and shit. You ever look into that story?
No, this is the first I'm seeing this. It kind of makes this map. I'll throw it out there, but a lot of people don't like these maps. It makes this map make sense.
Well, there's another. Well, that map. See, that map is fake. I know who made that map.
Oh, you do? Who?
Yeah, Sean. Space is fake. Sean from the PPC. Yeah, he made that, and then Mark Sargent took that shit and put it. He always shows that shit, but it's a fake map. That's a fake map. But the 1909 one is supposedly a copy of a real older map. So he basically took that map and made that bullshit map.
Well, you know you know it's true if flatearth.ws is saying it's false.
Who? Flat Earth who?
.ws.
I don't know that guy.
You never heard of the .ws website? The whole website was created to debunk flat Earth.
Yeah, no, I don't know about it. I might have seen it before, but it doesn't ring a bell right now. But I am really high.
For Glover, love to go to that website.
Oh yeah.
It's all about argument at that point.
When you look into this Kobayashi person, he was a real surgeon that actually opened up hospitals. He started his own kung fu system, like his own dojo. Like he was a legit person, like, you know what I mean? Like, but he said in the article it says they were going to make a book and show all this other evidence, but it never happened.
And probably did. They probably killed him after that. Yeah, I said it.
I just think it's a possibility. There's more than just like there's probably more beyond this ice wall. There's a way through, or there's ways through. But I'd be more interested in going to the North Pole, you know? Like
I'm just as interested in that. Like I want to see if there really is a giant mountain up there, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean Mercator made the map. That Hyperborean map, that's Mercator's map.
Yep.
So but they say, "Oh, it's a hoax," or whatever. It's a hoax, or it was just like an imagination. Like what? It was Mercator. It wasn't like Walt Disney and shit. I mean, like, I don't know, man.
Did you ever see the Wizard of Oz map, the Land of Oz?
Yeah, I seen some crazy Flat Earth channel try to make sense of it. You seen those videos?
Oh, I don't know. I just know that it's the same. It's the same map. It's the map of the North Pole.
Yeah.
Let's see if I have the two together. I know I have them together somewhere. Flips that one and
Yeah, anyway, in that movie though, she escapes from that extraterrestrial land by balloon.
Right.
Yeah, there was some weird video about the map. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm interested in the Hyperborean stories because I think two ancient philosophers or historians from Greece mention them, and then also other, like India mentions them, like Celtic mythology, or I don't know what it. So they're mentioned in different histories, but sometimes they're mentioned as mythological people, and sometimes as real people, real kings and shit like this. So
well, that's really what King Arthur did. King Arthur went to the north to go fight something. I forget what he went to go fight, but he never returned after that.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know that much about King Arthur. I haven't really looked into it. It's just that, pin dragon in the name, and royalty is reptilians.
Yep.
Yeah, but okay, so Pendragon, right? Dragon is like, you know, lizard, whatever. But pen means next. Like penultimate. It's the next, like, you know, before the ultimate. Next to the ultimate, right?
Okay.
Like the second most ultimate. So if it's Pendragon, maybe they're next to the dragon. Maybe they're slaying the dragon. Maybe they're the knight that's next to it slaying it.
Maybe.
Maybe.
So funny, man.
You ever look at those maps of High Brazil or Friesland, and like the Xeno Brothers maps? Have you ever looked at that?
Mm-mm.
They say it's a hoax, right? In the 1500s, they just made hoax maps. Oh no, I don't know about that story. But it shows other continents that don't exist, supposedly.
Did you ever see the that the Greeks discovered North America in the first century, or they were talking about North America in the first century? It was discovered before the first century.
Yeah, I didn't know. I know, like, there's evidence of the Vikings, like, in Canada, right? Then wasn't there like stones with runes on it or some crap? I don't know how Vikings are compared to the ancient Greece. But
there you go.
yeah, like, if have you ever looked at the Christopher Columbus's his logs? Like, because like when he first the first few islands, when he talks to people in the islands or whatever, that he has like a translator or something. I don't know how it worked, but they were saying on other islands was giants and one-eyed giants that eat people. That's in like Christopher Columbus' logs. And it also talks about how other islands had cities already and ports. So that was like 1490s, right?
Well, that's what they say. I personally, I think, like, the more I read into Christopher Columbus, I think he was trying to develop a new slave trade, kind of like the Western Silk Road.
Oh, it says in the logs that he was wherever he went, just claim that shit, and it was his by God, you know, by the crown and by God, you know. That's what it says. So he was just like, this is all my shit. Take these slaves. But yeah, in those original logs, it's interesting to talk about giants, cyclopses, cities already being out here already in the Caribbean. But they never teach you that in school.
Did you know there's a Native American tribe? I think they're the Cheyennes that they were given. Let's see if I can find it. They were given land in Israel because they knew a Jewish ritual, like it's in its entirety, that was thought to be long lost.
And so the lost tribe, the lost
one of the lost tribes, right? I think it's everywhere, dude. I think we all have that bloodline in us, but just me speculating. But yeah, no. They knew a ritual, and like even artifacts that were discovered to be Native American, like, oh, this is Native American language written on the stone, and then like a story goes that some Jewish guy walked by it in a museum one day. It's like, that's not Native American, that's Hebrew, it's just upside down. Like, how crazy is that?
Hey, but did the Indians have a written language?
Yeah, it was Hebrew.
I mean,
they didn't use writing that much. Everything they did was ritualistic.
I don't know about these Indians, man.
Right.
You ever look at the Seminole Indians? You ever see those videos on YouTube about the Seminole Indians? Like, they look weird, they dress weird, like they don't look like Indians, dude.
No, they probably weren't.
There's a
probably similar to nations.
And there's some tribes that are like seem to be like African American or something.
Yeah. I don't doubt it at all.
I don't know. In school, they never really. I think we like read some shit about the Navajos one time, and that was it. Like, it's not something they teach you. Hey, like, so you read the Book of Enoch?
Here's a cave drawing of what are those things called that you light on? Menorah, yeah. Cave drawing of a menorah. And that was found in North America.
Yeah. Have you ever looked into the story of Kincaid's Cave in the Grand Canyon and shit?
No, I've heard of a lot of different stories, but I kind of like walk by, kind of like not kind of just grazing, like catch some information and keep moving on. There's so many rabbit holes to get stuck down, dude, and I wasn't trying to get stuck into too many things.
Yeah, that one is real quick. It's there. It's just no one can go there. They still have videos like, oh, that's just a dude. It's a real thing. It's just there's no way to get down there. The only way down there is like you got to go on those river rafting tours, but you can't just jump off. It's right by like this set of rapids. I forget what level, but you can't just go down there, you know what I mean? But there is like one YouTube channel that was it Live Leak or something like that did a bunch of stuff on it. But yeah, you just can't get there. But the whole story is true. The Smithsonian took some stuff out of there, but that's all. That's all you know about it. That's it. But everything else, all it is like one or two news stories, and it says one dude worked for, or they both worked for the Smithsonian, and then you could find that they did work for the Smithsonian. But anyway, yeah, it's just it just takes you to a dead end. There's nowhere you can go with it. That's it. The Smithsonian has the shit. That's it.
Yeah.
Proven so many times that they got all these artifacts, but we just don't know what they have.
Well, it's the same thing with what's going on in the Vatican. What's in the Vatican tombs?
Yeah,
like we know where all these things lead to, and then it all, eventually it all will lead into like the Vatican tombs, and then it disappears.
Well, how the Smithsonian can deny it is because there was this other museum called the Hay Museum, like HEYE, and this guy Gustav Hay, he was going around the country getting these 9-foot or 12-foot skeletons from like every state, and collected all this shit. And then later on, he went out of business, and then the Smithsonian took over that American Indian Museum. So technically, they didn't take these artifacts, but they have them now.
Yep.
Hey, but you read the Book of Enoch and all that?
Yeah, for the most part.
Did you read the Book of Giants?
No, I haven't read that one yet.
I tried to listen to like an audiobook of both of those. It puts me to sleep every time, dude. I can't. I can't get through it.
Yeah. I mean, like if you go into Celtic mythology, all of those giants were named after trees, or at least their lineages were. So, something interesting.
Would you say trees?
Mm-hmm. Now, if you ever want a really weird book to read, and you got to pray before you read it, dude. Unless that's just not what you do, but my opinion, you got to pray before you read it. Is the Greater Keys of Solomon and the Lesser Keys of Solomon.
I thought those are satanic books.
They are. Well, so they were created on satanic premises, and the author uses them for satanic purposes, but that doesn't mean that they're not true. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Basically,
like Aleister Crowley goes into great detail describing these beings, and it's just interesting to note, like, the more beautiful they were, the more deceiving they were, and the more hideous they were, the more honest they were.
So I met this fool before. He was way into that shit, and he was telling me like that shit worked. He was able to fucking conjure up, I don't know, he did some shit with a pentagram on the ground or some ritual, and was able to reach an entity or some shit. I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah,
dude.
but you have to complete your deal. You have to complete your deal, though. That's the thing. When you conjure that being, like, you don't conjure it to conjure it. You conjure it to ask it to do something for you, and in return, you got to do something for it.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, this is a dude I met a long time ago.
Now, what he did is completely different from just reading it. Does that make sense? Like, curiosity will get the best of you. That's why I say you got to read it. You got to pray before you read it.
He was into it. He was practicing. He was all about it.
Oh yeah. But
I knew people into like chaos magic, and they're all into it. They just like have little altars with like a knife and like a stone and a feather. I don't know what the fuck they're doing.
Oh yeah.
But it seems harmless to me.
It's not.
Yeah, I don't know.
You're harnessing power, dude. You're harnessing energy.
I've known a lot of people that were into that, like punk rockers are into it and gothics and shit. But I don't know, they grew out of it or whatever.
No, you don't know what they're praying for, dude. For all you know, they could be praying for fame and power.
Yeah, I have no idea. But years later, I seen them, and they were just like regular, normal people. They weren't all goth or punk rock anymore. So I doubt they were still into that shit. I don't know.
Well, it's not goth and punk rock anymore. When you're awake, dude. Did you ever look into all the CIA documents about your third eye?
Nah.
Did you know reptiles have a third eye?
No.
A visible third eye?
A visible one.
Yep.
Yeah. I just seen YouTube videos on it. I don't know if it's true or not. I mean, the first time I heard of I don't know when the first time is, but the first time I heard of adrenochrome and shit was when I read that book, Fear and Loathing, a long time ago, you know?
Yeah.
And that was supposedly, right? You had to get it from the pineal gland, right? The adrenochrome?
Yeah. It comes from the adrenal gland, but it has to do with fear. My friend actually practically broke the internet with it, doing a thread on it back in the day on Twitter. He had over 10 million views on it before his account got shut down.
On what?
His thread on adrenochrome and all the articles and research he had invested in it.
Yeah, you can't talk about that shit. We shouldn't talk about it.
You see what I'm posting in the chat?
Yeah. Nah, I don't know shit about reptiles. I never got into them.
Well, it's not just reptiles. All animals have a third eye.
Huh.
Theirs is just visible on the top of their head. That doesn't mean that ours is. Although some theorize that, like long ago, we used to not be so hardened on the top of our heads. And we had more of an access to God above us and everything like that. But anyway, so it was discovered that inside the brain, where the eyes, the ocular nerves, right? The intracranial ocular nerves, the way they crisscross right in front of the pineal gland. And right next to the pineal gland is a set of nerves similar to what's inside your eyeball on the retina. And it's actually called the retina in that area because of the way the nerves are shaped and everything like that. It's super weird, dude. Like that's the reason why they call it the third eye in that area. It's not just the pineal gland. There's like nerve cells in there that look like the retina of the inside of an eyeball. And yeah, like through light and everything like that and energy, your body absorbs and interprets stuff through that center. You'd have to read the information though to sort it out. But that's why you'll hear people from time to time talking about decalcifying your pineal gland and getting all that aluminum.
Yeah, I seen videos on this a long time ago, and then I looked into like fluoride and all that. So like I've been like not drinking fluoride for a long time, you know, because supposedly that's what.
You know, every time you take a shower, you're absorbing it.
A hot shower, if you take a really hot one, you know.
Just in general. You ever heard of like transdermal induction or transdermal absorption?
Yeah, but I think it has to do like how hot is your shower.
Doesn't matter.
But also, you could put a filter on your shower, you know.
You could, but I mean, like that comes down to you trusting your shower filter and everything.
Filters don't do much unless it's like a whole like house system RO, reverse osmosis type thing.
Right.
Or for like drinking water, you could have like zero filter, you know, but just a regular shower filter won't do much.
I do as much as I can. I mean, I'm not fucking drinking Dasani water. I fucking, you know.
Yeah, you could spend $1,000 and get a reverse osmosis system installed.
I had one dude, I think he was in here. He used to tell us that like he doesn't use running water anymore in his home. He uses peroxide and distilled water to bathe. And I thought that was like the craziest thing ever, but it's probably the most genius thing as far as like staying away from fluoride.
How does he distill his water?
You'd have to ask him.
There is some cities out here that do not have fluoride, though. You have to look them up, but most do. They really ramped it up in the 80s and 90s. Like it started in the 50s or the 60s. Like I was, but there's there's cities around the country that are like trying to ban that shit because there's no reason for it. They inject fluoride. There's just no reason for it.
It's not even necessary in your toothpaste.
I think it's different though. It's like some different type, but yeah, you don't need it either. There's other shit you could use. I used that. I've been using Tom's for years now. I don't know if that's any better, but I
use Burt's Bees, I think is what it is.
What is
I don't
it?
know. Burt's Bees. Burt's.
I use that. It's Tom's toothpaste from, you know, it doesn't have fluoride, but
yeah,
it has some other poison, yeah?
Maybe, I don't know. I just, all I know is when I stopped using fluoride, my teeth stopped hurting, and I stopped getting migraines.
Yeah, dude. I try to eat and drink as healthy as I can, but everything seems to be poison. So I don't know.
You can't even eat vegetables anymore. It's all GMO.
I don't know that you need too many vegetables. I think it's like hyped up like that you need so much vegetables. Like I feel pretty fucking healthy, dude. Like, and I'm like in my late 40s.
Yeah.
And like I don't eat that many vegetables. For a minute I did eat a lot of salad and crap, but when you really look into it, every dressing, I would use dressing, you know. Every dressing is just like poison, pretty much.
Pretty much.
It's just oil. The main ingredient is oil. The first ingredient is oil. All of them. And mayonnaise is oil. So it's like, fuck. I want some flavor in my life. I don't know. I'm gonna die somewhere. I just try not to eat too much bad food. Like, not, but you know, you gotta live a little.
Oh yeah.
Try not to drink too much, but I gotta live a little, you know, have some fun. Fuck. I don't know. But like, I've always drank bottled water for a long time before people were really into it. But I didn't really realize till probably 10 years ago or maybe 15 years ago that a lot of the water I was drinking was just filtered fucking tap water, you know, like the Dasani, Nestle's or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Now, like, the only one I think that's any good is this Crystal Geyser, but maybe this one's fucked too. I don't know. Because all of them seem to be. I mean, I googled it, like what fucking water company. They said Arrowhead and Crystal Geyser doesn't have fluoride, but Arrowhead, I don't know. They changed the formula or something. It doesn't taste right now. So I don't know. Other than distilling water yourself or having some reverse osmosis, you know what I mean? Like, fuck, dude.
It's all intentional, dude.
My cousin has that Big Berkey. You ever heard of Big Berkey?
Mm-hmm.
It's supposed to be one of the best filtering systems. Check it out. Look it up. It's about $200. It might.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
What?
Can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just wanted to jump in and say something about the Crystal Geyser water. I found a website that shows all the different waters that have chlorine or whatever fluoride in them, and it said it does have fluoride in it. Just a heads up.
Oh yeah.
Yep. I thought I was doing the same thing by drinking that, but I guess it does have it as well.
So
which is crazy because it means they have to add it in because it's supposed to be spring water.
Yeah. So
but how much? I don't know.
Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. What I looked up, it just said Arrowhead and Crystal Geyser doesn't add it.
But you know, Crystal Geyser doesn't have what?
Doesn't add fluoride. Because all the other ones admittedly do, like Nestle, fucking Dasani. Dasani's like Coke, right?
Well, they have them on the labels. They'll either say like zero fluoride or whatever.
Hey guys! Just so you know, it depends on the very specific context of the form of fluoride that you're talking about. Because fluoride is a mineral, and it actually falls under the category of one of the 60 minerals that your body cannot function without. It's technically an essential mineral, an essential nutrient. But the form that they put it in toothpaste and the form they put it in the water supply is not the form that is bioavailable and utilizable by the human body. So you got to, remember to ask the question, what form are they talking about?
Yeah, it's fucked.
All I know is that, like, even before I knew about the shit, like, Dasani never tasted good. And then Pepsi owns a water company and Coke owns a water company, and those shits never tasted good. Nestle's never tasted good. Sparklet's never tasted good.
The fuck you talking about, man?
Water.
The taste is fine for a lot of these bottled waters.
Nah, dude, you can taste there's something in that
Dasani
shit.
definitely tastes like shit. Like salt. They're nasty.
There's something in there, dude.
I don't know, man. I prefer it to like most tap waters.
Dasani?
I don't know about Dasani specifically, but
It depends where you live. It could be
most
better
bottled
than
water tastes better than most tap water.
Oh yeah, for sure.
That said, Nestle is a shitty company. It's like a satanic fucking company.
Yeah, it's straight up fluoride too.
Nestle likes to find cities with total dominion laws and then suck up all their water reservoirs.
So, like, I used to work at a power plant, right? And they had water chemists there, right? And we were getting Arrowhead come through there with the 5-gallon bottles. But I asked the water chemist, like, what's the best water? And he's like, spring water, blah blah blah. I'm like, but what brand? And he's like, he kept going on. I'm like, dude, what do you drink? And he's like, Arrowhead spring water. That's what he told me, a water chemist. So I don't fucking know. But I've been
I
drinking.
remember hearing the
Crystal
story
Paz
about
lately.
Nestle in Africa, like in these African villages. It would give formula to mothers that just had babies, and like it provided it for free or for very cheap prices, and it only gave so much that these mothers would stop producing their natural hormones so that they could keep on producing milk, and instead, like, they had to rely on this formula, but not enough that it actually was enough to feed the child. So these children were starving because the mothers were no longer creating milk, and by that point Nestle had upped their prices, like to a point where they couldn't afford it, and they just left these babies to die.
Yeah, man. Aren't they a Mormon-owned company, Nestle? The Mormons own that?
I don't know. They're a more money-owned company. More money.
Yeah, but I think the Mormons own them. Not sure, though.
I doubt it.
The Mormons control a lot of big corporations, dude.
Do they, though?
Yeah, they do.
I don't know. Mormons are like conservative religious people. I don't
They
think
like-
make up the
have you ever been to Utah?
globalist elite that own all these fucking huge companies and everything.
Who controls the Mormons?
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm sure it's some higher company, but like,
Now, have you ever read the book Behold the Pale Horse?
dude, it's like disinfo.
Disinfo?
Yeah, it's like Alex Jones type shit. Like he
Give us a brief synopsis of the book.
He talks about the Majestic 12 papers and shit, which were fake and all that.
Well, he talks about everything under the sun, and then he goes on. I got the part with the interview on it too. He literally goes on to say, like, people come up to him and talk to him about the time. Oh, the cabal this or the deep state that, and he's like, it's not any one group. Like, they've infiltrated everything. Is what he's trying to say. It's a hidden group. You'll never know who they are.
Well, yeah, for sure.
You know them by their symbolism, and that's it.
But on record, Nestle is Mormon. I'm pretty sure. But whoever the hidden hand is, I don't know. Nobody knows.
Right. And he did believe in the whole alien thing or whatever. And that's fine. That just means he didn't understand or know like the truth about the earth, because like, I mean, the book came out like 20 something years ago. So in my opinion, if he had more information, like if he had the information that we have today on the earth, he'd probably be like, dude, the earth is flat. We live in a dome. And there are no aliens. The aliens are weird extra creatures. Whatever.
There's some people say he faked his death. He's a government agent. There's a lot of different theories on that guy, so I don't know what to believe. But it really looks like he did fake his death. He looks like Jim Jones from or no, I don't know.
I wouldn't have known who Manly P. Hall was without him, though.
Yeah, even though there's some truth with these people.
Right, they have to tell the truth. That's my whole point on that.
Yeah, some truth. You got to figure out what that truth is, I guess.
Yeah, I don't disagree at all.
But wasn't he a magician too? Manly P. Hall or no? Like Houdini or no?
33rd degree Mason.
Yeah, but wasn't he like a performer also?
They were all about that sleight of hand. I mean, you got to think of what kind of magic it had to do with, like, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong about this, but I think a 33rd degree Mason is you have to be able to convince the world of something. And I'm sure he probably convinced the world of something.
It's not that rare, I don't think. The 33. There's a lot of them, isn't there? I don't think it's that rare.
Not rare, but
I mean,
not common either.
What I mean is, like, that's a lot of people to convince the whole world.
I mean, like FDR did it.
But yeah, yeah, we know the Masons run some shit, but who controls the Masons, of course,
Right. I got my theories on it, everything. I think the Masons are just the gatekeepers. You know what I mean? Like, they're the ones standing at the door. You knock on the door, and they're like, who goes there? That's all they do.
I personally feel like if royalty controlled the world in the past, why don't they still control it? They could have whoever in between them and make it look like all these other people control it, but why wouldn't they still control it? Royalty around the world.
Oh yeah.
But they also work with the Vatican or whatever.
Yeah.
It's always been the royalty and the church, right? Controlling the world. Seems like.
It's lineages. I don't know if it's royalty necessarily. It's just lineages. Like if you fall under a certain family line, but they had to get to the top first. You know what I mean? They had to come in through the bottom and work their way up. And once they got to the top, then only certain people would ever attain certain heights. But anyway, how about that curvature, dude?
What curvature? Where?
Oh, you didn't hear? Dude, I found Earth curvature.
Crazy. Where?
I'm about to post it.
Did you ever see that video on the cross-section maps of North America? You know that channel, Flat Earth, Flat Water, or it's like Flat Water, Flat Earth?
Flat water fire. FE. Yeah.
He has this video called, it might not be on his channel anymore, but other people have it mirrored. It's called Cross Section Maps, Prove Flat Earth, or FE, or some shit. And it's just like pretty undeniable. They're geological maps. Like geologists use these maps, you know, and it's just showing the whole from the Pacific Ocean all the way to the Atlantic Ocean, the mountains, the hills, the valleys, and all that shit. But overall, over 4,000 miles, there's no curvature. Yeah.
No, there's curvature. I tagged you.
Yeah.
You see it?
Yeah.
Curvature, dude. Right? Or am I wrong?
And I must have changed a lot. Back in the day, I would have smashed that no hesitation. But now I'm looking at that photo, that image you just posted, and I don't even find it attractive. It's like, just like a dirty girl, you know? Like, imagine if that was your girlfriend or your wife wearing that outside.
Right. Yeah, usually when women are wearing it, like they say they wear it for their man, but they're not. They're wearing it for everybody else.
But yeah, back when I was younger, which isn't that long ago, to be honest, I would have been all over that. I would have been like, you know, trying to get her number, pick her up. I'd been like, girl, I'll rock your whole world.
Hello, hello. Well, this just won't do. There's no one talking. Oh, I'm listening to the wrong headphones. My bad. All right, so we are here in 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Temporarily streaming on my Helio Skeptic channel because YouTube wouldn't tell me why. Well, I said you can't stream for a week on the other channel. Boom, we're here now. I don't know if there was something I was listening to from last night. I don't think it will actually. I don't think that the bot works with timestamps, so I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to even try it because I know it won't work. I'm not going to try. So let me think of something else. Ooh, I know what to play. If you guys ain't going to talk, you're just going to let dead air go by. I know what to play. Friday night, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. One of my favorite comedians, Jim Brewer. He had Sean Hibbler as a guest on his show, and Sean shared his video. Find this freaking video. I was expecting you guys to be still talking on here, but anyway. What? Yeah. Jacksons. Brewer Hibbler. Here it is. Get ready. This is a good interview. If you haven't heard of Jim Brewer before, he's one of my favorite comedians. He was in that movie Half Baked with Dave Chappelle. Really good show, and excellent comedian, Truth Seeker, and we can't play his latest stand-up comedy, but he takes the shit out of the CV. I don't know why we can't talk about it, but he can. But that's up to YouTube. But I'm gonna play this video where he talks to Sean Hibbler, and then I'm gonna post both of the videos in the live stream voice tags so that you can check out Jim Brewer, and Hibbler's stuff. Subscribe to both channels. It's good stuff. And I'll put the links in the live stream on YouTube as well. This first to clear the queue. Oh shit. That's not how you do it.
Here's your flu this year. Literally doesn't even exist.
I want to have another link I'm going to share in the live stream voice text that you should
together.
watch.
I'm starting to see this all over the
I'm going to show Sean's film that he can't put on YouTube.
It's a 1-hour
I have a link to it on another
I
channel that I made.
First of all, thank you for having me on the show.
So anyway,
I'm very blessed to be talking with you,
It's
sir.
a pleasure. Yeah. It's a pleasure. Go ahead.
Yeah, I've been making documentaries on alternative theories and truths, things they don't want us to know. Probably about 2015, 2016, I started.
So,
a lot of it was on YouTube before they would ban stuff and just
this
take
is
it down
what
for
you're
no
listening
reason. So I
to
was
now.
hammering them with so many topics, from 5G, chemtrails, you
That's
name it.
Hibbler's
I was
channel.
just hammering, building an audience. And as we all noticed the last couple of years, they really stopped anything. I mean, it's like I can't even upload. I that trailer you just showed, I put on YouTube. They removed it right away, and then I made a censored version. I was just telling Mike this. I made a censored version, Jim, where the word coronavirus or flu or anything is bleeped out.
Yep.
Even flu, I bleeped out just in case. And
Just
then
in case, yep.
I blocked out the words on the news banners. Everything was blocked. They still hit me with medical misinformation. Yeah. And I go, I've never replied to these clowns over at YouTube. I go, let me reply. And I go, can you please reference the visual or the audio that's medical misinformation? Knowing damn well there's nothing, because everything's censored. Everything's bleeped out. And they didn't reply, of course. Now I'm on my second strike on YouTube. So, you know, I
you
can't.
will not discuss the situations of the new world order that we you are a threat to our democracy. I love that word. A threat to our democracy. I want to laugh when anyone says that, but go ahead.
Yeah, well, you know, I don't know. At this point, I'm thinking, like I was telling Mike, that they're just watching these at this point. They're not. I used to think it was like a software that would scan for words or images and be like, ban it. But now, because of what I did this on purpose. I go, let's test this. Let's see what happens. Mm-hmm. I knew I had one strike. I go, I don't think this is going to give me a second strike. There's nothing said technically, right? And they still gave it to me. No excuse. There's no reason, just medical misinformation. So now I'm on 2 strikes, and I got to be careful. But thank God for Rockfin, because, you know, my Rockfin channel.
And if you're following live stream voice text, this is Jim Brewer's channel.
2013. You know,
this is
say whatever his
YouTube channel.
There's many talents there. I produce Eddie's show, Eddie Bravo.
Definitely go watch.
You were on the show.
You know, his latest videos.
Yeah. I don't know if you saw the episode that you and him were on together.
Yes.
Because we kept having the technical difficulties. But yeah, I edited that. I edited it with Soros's face and Schwab's face when you were doing your voices. That was, you know, I had nothing else to do because you were off. You couldn't connect on video. It kept cutting out. So I'm like, perfect. Let me just put some visuals over this. But
the job that she did with the wonderful and talented Lady Gaga is extraordinary. Did she? What did you give her for the work she did with Lady Gaga? Did she get an island or a small continent? No, when we're done destroying Ukraine, she gets Ukraine.
Eddie's show's doing really well. But yeah, Eddie's on Rockfin. His show, look into it. Sam Tripoli, he's got a couple shows on there, including Tinfoil Hat. I mean, that's a great podcast. There's a lot of people.
Love them. So you put this out, and how's it doing?
It's doing well, man. It's not about just putting the information in a film for the world. It's about putting it together in a way that grasps them. You know, anybody can put something together about, you know, what's going on lately in the last couple of years.
Right.
You know, I'm on YouTube. I'll keep it clean. But everything that's been going on, we all can put something together to show someone. But I always want to make a film or a documentary.
Right. On YouTube. I'll keep it clean.
You're just
For
going
the
to
people
stare.
in the
You're
live
staring
stream,
at
if you're
the screen
curious
until
of
the
where
hour
this
film
audio is
over.
coming from,
And that's how I'm
this
trying to
is,
set it up. Where
this is
it's
Jim
not really
Brewer's
for people
channel.
like us, in a sense.
You should subscribe. He's a great comedian.
Yeah, you would enjoy it. You might learn something new. Who knows?
Original video
but it's for your
that
neighbor,
we're listening
your
to
cousin,
now
the person that
is
calls us crazy people. This is my
this
job
one.
on this earth. This is why I'm here, is to make films for your neighbor and your cousin and your brother, your sister, whoever. That's how you guys are nut jobs. Watch this then. It would never see the day of light on YouTube, unfortunately. And and that's the only complaint I've ever gotten on the film so far. It's only been out for a couple weeks, but the only complaint is, why isn't this on YouTube? I'm like, are you kidding me? On YouTube?
Have you tried it?
I'm going to tell you guys a secret. I have the film they're going to be talking about. I have it. I have a link to it if
They
you
were
want
probably
it.
licking their chops waiting. Is this guy? I mean, YouTube's probably like, is he gonna
You don't have to pay for it, but if you want to give Sean some, it cost me $5 to buy it, but
so it's on
I have
Rockfin.
a free link
If
for
you're a
it.
subscriber of Rockfin, you just watch it. If you're not a subscriber, subscribe, because again,
Not
there's
that
talent on
film,
there,
but
shows
the
on
one
there,
he
content
made
on
about.
There's amazing, $10 a month. Everything's unlimited. You get to see everyone's stuff. It's
About
amazing. There's a lot of
Stevie.
free stuff on Rockfin too,
Hold
so
on.
you don't,
I'm gonna find
but the
that
film
link real
you can
quick.
watch it on Rockfin or go to fluvid-19.com. And then you could download a copy directly to your phone, directly to your.
That's what he
computer
said.
hard
He
drive.
said, download
I
it,
always
share
tell
it,
people, look,
and that's what I do.
if you want to donate,
I'm gonna
support,
I'm gonna
rent the
send that
film,
link
$5,
right now.
you get it. Put it on your platform, or if you don't got 2 strikes, put it. People are sharing and sharing and sharing.
I'm not putting it on YouTube, but I did put it somewhere else where you can actually watch it.
Burn it on a DVD. Do whatever you like.
You just answered a question for me, because the first thing I thought of was I'd love to put this on my Patreon page.
Yeah.
So you're okay if I buy it?
No, I'll just send it to you, boss. Yeah,
I will put it on my. I know my Patreon members will love.
Sure.
How did you meet Eddie? Like, how did you guys all come together? Because that.
Yeah,
you're
it was
not a
years ago.
comedian, right? Like,
No,
how
no.
You guys can watch it on my archive.org channel.
Years ago,
filmmaker,
producer. Many titles. I do everything myself. The sound, the directing,
I'm gonna send the link.
editing. I'm up all night for months and months. I don't subcontract anything. I
It's
do everything
excellent.
myself.
It's really
including
good.
The
It's
Photoshop,
really fucking good.
The
You gotta
DVD covers,
watch it.
the graphics, everything I do. Eventually, one day, maybe I can afford to get some help, because it's hard to do it all yourself. With Eddie, years. I don't know.
I'm bullshitting. Here's the link.
Ish. He was doing a comedy show in Hollywood, Comedy Store, and I think he's heard of me at that point. Obviously, I've heard of him at that point, but some of the Flat Earth documentaries on YouTube I was making years and years ago, he was a fan of it, and he would watch it and stuff. And I go, hey, I saw he's going to be on the Comedy Store. So I just went there with my buddy who got VIP, everything. So we just go in there. And after the show, I had said, Eddie, because I never showed my face before. It wasn't fear. It was because I've never watched have you ever watched a film in your life where you're like, dude, who's the editor? Why doesn't the editor talk? I go, who wants to see me?
Right.
Who cares?
Right.
But eventually people were caring. They're like, who is this guy? Is this a company?
Everybody should watch that.
Hilbert Productions. So it's like, okay.
Fluvid 19.
Eddie was
thing.
actually the first,
It's,
one of the first, if not the first guy to see me. And I go up to him after the Comedy Store. I go,
awesome.
Hey, I'm what's up, Eddie? And he just thought it was probably some random guy. What's up, dude? I'm like, I'm Hibbler Productions here. What? Oh shit, what's up, man? So we talked for 10, 20 minutes, all in the circle and stuff. I left. We talked on Instagram, 2016, chat back and forth. Eventually, we built a friendship, and we'd hang out. And a lot of the comedy shows him and Sam were doing, I would, hey, you want to come in? So I would just always be with him. And then once he told me he wants to do a show about a year ago, and we got kind of get things rolling. But he just goes, dude, can you be the engineer? Can you produce this? Can you do this for me? And I'm like, of course. Who wouldn't do that? So now every week I go to a studio downtown LA, and we knock it out. I bring it home. I edit it. I'm known for, when you're watching something, even a podcast, believe it or not, I'm showing visuals. They're telling the story about some UFC thing, or they're telling the story about this. I want to show it. I want people to be like, and you still hear them, but you're seeing it now. Yep. And that's just, and I think that's why he chose me in that sense, because he knows I'm not, I'm going to go the extra mile to make sure that the audience is entertained. The audience is not bored. And I had my own show on Rockfin for a while, Level-Headed Podcast, that just after 7 episodes, I started my films. I got busy. My co-host got busy, but the Hibbler Effect's coming soon. I'm gonna have a podcast on Rockfin pretty soon here, once I'm done with my next film. The Hibbler Effect will be on Rockfin, so I'll be back ready to have guests on and do my thing like I used to, so I'm prepared for that. But Eddie's a great guy, man, and we've gotten along for so many years now. we're on the same frequency. And
Yep.
every time I watch your show, when me and my girlfriend, we watch your show all the time. Man, this guy Jim is just on the frequency, and it's like Joe Bauman. Joe Bauman is another one of my friends.
Yep.
King Bao.
Yep.
Same frequency. When I saw him a couple weeks ago in Phoenix, and he was by my house 2 weeks ago, it's just the same. You just know. It's one of the things you're on the same frequency, and you can have good conversations, learn from one another, and this is how we change the world. Collective consciousness, Jim. If we all keep this going, they lose. They lose.
I agree 1,000%. If we don't got this, we're all doomed. We're doomed. And there's too many of this now. There's too many of this, and it's becoming like water. You may put a dam up here to stop it, but guess what? Now the water goes that way. Now you have, like what you just said, you have Rockfin, but now you have this, like True Source, True Social, Rumble, this, that. It's just always going to keep counterattacking, and now that the other side knows how this side plays, the ones that have been established for so long, the Instagrams, the YouTubes, the blah, blah, blah. And YouTube's been very good to me. I did get one strike because whatever. But it's finding out how to counterplay and keep our voices heard. Whether you think they're right or wrong, they need to be heard. Our intentions are not coming from a dark and mean world. We're here to shed light. We're here to shed information and to open your mind and just start thinking. And you know what? I've come to the point, Sean, where there are going to be people where it's not going to happen, and that's okay. It's okay. And it's just we ain't got time for that. You just keep moving along and let them stay where let them keep going to the Super Bowl, let them keep drinking all day and whatever. And I'm not poo-pooing the Super Bowl, but I'm just saying, stay in the Roman Empire. If they tell you need to go get it. If they tell you we got to go to war, send your child blindly because whatever it is. The day of questioning is now existed, and I tell you, if it's game time, and I thank God for people like you. I can't wait to check this out.
You're gonna. I was telling Mike, Mike didn't want any spoilers. I was like, dude, Jim didn't see it. I'm like, the end with Jim, and it's not the stand up, it's something else. He's like, don't spoil it. I'm like, dude, you guys got to see. I sent it to Ann.
I know. She's
No, it's cool. Yeah, eventually you'll see it. I'm sure once you see it, you'll want to put on your Patreon. Just hit me up. We'll get it done.
Well, I'm going to put it on immediately, and I'll be talking about this next week after I watch it. That I promise you.
No, I appreciate it. And I mean, like I did with my
we're kind of in danger mode here, like even fucking letting them talk about
Fluvid-19, I'm going to make a sequel probably next fall.
Because they will.
And
we're not showing the video. We're just talking about it. I mean, if YouTube fucks with us about that,
they're emailing me after they saw it.
Gonna be really pissed.
And like Dr. Sean Brooks, he's one of the doctors in this, talking about everything. I go, hey, would you want to be in the sequel? I'd rather come in person, hear you out, get professional camera. This is more like compilations. I found stuff and I put it together in a way where it doesn't seem like that, but it is. This is more part 2 should and will be better and more efficient in terms of.
You see what they're doing, in their interview. They have to be very cautious about how they talk about it too. So it's
anyone that's in the first one, and I'm gonna say right now, anyone that hey, I'm in this film. If you want to be in part 2, I'll fly to you and sit down and
information gets
a
out.
5-minute thing. It's going to be in the film because I want the second one to really.
We utilize YouTube to lead people to other platforms to see the information. It's all good.
I know. Even the
just like I just did.
Don't
They need to
sent the link. Sent the link to the video they're talking about.
Exactly.
You have the option.
This Discord, and I put it on the YouTube channel, so everybody knows
unplug and
what video they're talking about, and you don't have to even pay for it. You just go click on the link that I sent. You can watch it right now.
Easier, to show people the show that's going on and the show that's been going on for a very long time. This isn't anything new under the sun. It's just it's more complex now, and it's more easier to point out, in my opinion.
It's so easy to point out. I can't believe we've been asleep that long.
Hey, Julius, did you watch that video?
Eddie once said, "Bravo." He's like, "Bro, we just never had."
We can talk over the bot.
Look at everything. Before
No,
it was just like,
if
"Oh,
you're
this is what it is."
available,
Where
Julius,
now you go look
or
at the
anyone.
things like the moon landing, and you're like,
You don't have to.
"This
man.
looks
It's really
so
late.
corny."
Only
This ain't
4:32.
real. You now look at all these, the assassinate, all these things in the past, and you're going, "What?"
I know. Listen, Jim. Every show I've ever been on, every time I've been invited on a show, I've been on many, and the first thing, if they want to talk about anything like conspiracy, the first thing I ask them before I even start is, "Do you think we landed on the moon?" And if they say, "Of course," now I know which direction this conversation is headed, and that's rated G. Because I go, never mind. I'm not going to bring anything else up on your show. If you think that shit was real, I can't even do it. So I get there's a lot of doors of theories in the world that some people might not even want to go down. They like open the door. Is the earth flat? Let me open it.
Right.
That's a scary one. I don't want to ruin my career with admitting this. But again, we're in a time now. We're in a time now, though, Jim, that eventually
You hear that part?
You know what I mean by that?
Is the earth flat? Jim laughed.
So
Jim
I
knows
don't
what
care,
we're
make
up,
fun of me
what
all you
we're
want. Anybody
against,
can
and
make
what we're
fun
all
of me.
about.
He thinks the
It's all
earth's
good.
flat. It doesn't matter. I've proven it.
I think there's a half-baked sequel coming soon,
and I'm about
so I
unconditional
think
love.
Jim's kind of like holding
the world
back
deserves to know the truth about everything, including
for
the
that
big one, and that's where we
that
live.
sequel to Half-Baked.
But we're still trying to figure this stuff out, man. We're still
Look
trying
at
to figure out. I can't believe
Kyrie's
a
out
company
there
that
flat.
faked 6
You know, I
missions,
mean,
and now
fucking
they're
Jim
taking
Brewer
cartoon
might as well
pictures
be
and selling
too,
them in
right?
magazines and telling us that's where we live. I can't believe a liar. I can't continue to believe liars over and over. It's like, hey, they've lied since day one when the Nazi traders came over and started NASA. It's like they've been lying since then, and it's like, why would I believe them now? They've done. I mean, did anyone see the asteroid impact on CNN? I mean, it was. If not, I want your audience just look at the asteroid impact. It looks worse in the movie like Gravity or something. It's just terrible. It's terrible. If you question the Earth or you've heard the rumor or you think we're stupid, this is why I have the next level. I made that again, just like Fluvid. People that are on the fence or people that are like, I'm not sure. I don't know how to feel. I hear this and then I hear that, this side. Well, this is perfect. That's a perfect person for both topics that are interested to watch.
This interview is almost over, and I think with the video he's talking about next level, I would think we should play that next.
There's no other way to win this war. It's a silent war. It's a spiritual war. But I do think there's a counter going on. I don't know who's in charge of it or what's going on because
you guys want to talk.
I don't know. I just know,
I don't know either.
that we're going to win this. Period.
I believe so.
We're going to win
love
this.
it.
We're going to be alive to say we won.
I love it, Sean. I love it, man. Sean Hibbler, Fluvid 19. Check it out. Download it. Tell everyone about it, even if you're not sure. Why?
Check it out. I posted where you can watch it for free.
I appreciate all you do.
Right here in the live stream voice text, and I posted in the YouTube chat.
As soon as I get it,
watch it for free on my archive.org
thank you for
channel.
coming on, man. And I want to. Of course, we'll get into some more stuff.
I bought it from him.
Yeah. You have my
if you like the film, go buy it. Buy it from
direct download.
Buy it from Sean Hibbler. It's only $5.
We'll share it.
And pay him $5 for that excellent documentary.
Just go to hibblerproductions.com or
it's a really good film
and support. I appreciate all the love and support, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk with you and Mike and tell Shot Guy I said hello.
I will. Thank you, brother. Take care.
Thanks, John.
Hey, Julius, hold on. Let me stop. Let me stop.
too.
Well, I think it's about over anyway, but I'm going to stop it anyway. Hey, Julius, have you seen that?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I saw the interview. I've seen the interview from like 16. The actual things on Odyssey. It's all over. There's been like 5 or 6 channels re-uploaded that on Odyssey too.
Yeah, sure.
So
I mean, Sean. I mean, he made a great film, and then he made it available for. He's like, hey, just pay me $5, and you can download it and put it up everywhere you want to.
Yeah, he's not
well, this is like, bro, okay. I can buy that awesome freaking video for $5.
I need to throw him like $5. There's like I got a list of people that I've been, kind of like Instead of throwing my money at like Netflix or something, throw them a couple bucks here and there. And
well, sure, but no, I just went to his YouTube channel. It's like, all right, I'll just put my PayPal or credit. I can't remember if I did a credit card or PayPal, but it was just like $5, boom, and then I knew exactly where I was going to put it on my archive channel, because I have some other controversial films that they won't let me upload to YouTube. I'm like, bro, I can put it there and I can share the link around everywhere. And I guess obviously I can do that too. Yeah.
Yeah, I've never heard of Archive till you started talking about it.
Well, Archive is it's the Wayback Machine. It's the same.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's the same channel, dude.
Yeah.
You have to create an archive.org account because
I will. I've got everything else. And...
Yeah, I think it's whether it's government support. I think it's government supported. Like it's just like it's like the PBS of the internet, but it's not. It's not regulated like PBS that way. Because my most popular video on there is very, very controversial. I have more views on that video than I have on any of the videos on my YouTube channel.
Which video?
It's one of the videos that I can't fucking talk about on here. I'll send you a link though. If you haven't seen it, then you should.
I don't think I have.
First time I saw it, I watched it like 3 times in a row, and it's a 6-hour video.
Yeah.
But anyway, after this, what was Hibbler? He was talking about. What was that other video? Oh, the newest Flat Earth video that he just.
Oh, Next Level.
Oh, Next Level. Yeah. Do you want to listen to that? Because. Or you just want to sit here and talk to me for?
Either way. I can go either way. Kind of early still. I don't know what to talk about.
Flat Earth.
Yeah, I'm still just getting my first coffee in here.
I'm actually been up all night, so I don't even fucking.
Yeah, I crashed like.
I mean, sometimes I crash early, but sometimes I
stay. So yeah, I just did.
Especially on the weekend, so whatever.
But yeah, if I crash it, I get up at like 4:00. So.
Well, I mean, we don't have to play something like extremely long, we kind of build, off of new people that join or some people that want to. Hey, good morning. They're drinking coffee. I'm not that person on Friday or Saturday morning.
Yeah.
I'm usually up all freaking Friday night.
Yeah. Usually sometimes they're up all night and then you kind of crash like 8 or 9.
Yeah, then I'll wake up. I lose track of time on the weekends sometimes, but that's all right.
Oh yeah, I totally do.
Do you ever make long videos on YouTube? Well, probably not. I mean, I make live videos on YouTube, and I'm like, I want to download this video, and if you go to your YouTube studio and it's like, okay, download this video.
I use 4K. I use 4K download. You ever use that?
No, sure. But I'm just talking about if you go to your YouTube studio for a live video you created to download that video. See, I can use alternate sources to download the video. And this should be done like 10 minutes. But if I go to YouTube and then click the download feature on my studio, it just takes forever. It's just like, how the fuck is everybody faster to download the same damn video? So dumb.
Did you know they started, or did you notice they added a new tab to like YouTube channels? So now there's a live tab. So if it's a live stream, then it shows the live tab and not the videos tab.
Yeah, well,
you remember how all video content
I can get around that shit. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's just like once you go live after you stop the live stream, it's a video. right? So it's a video. You grab that.
Right. No, I'm just saying that they changed the way that YouTube organizes a channel's videos now.
Oh yeah, I fucking hate it.
Yeah.
I hate it.
Now there's
Yeah.
like you have to click on the live tab to see.
Yeah, I have to
like, that was
click on live. Yeah, I fucking hate that shit. Yeah.
Yeah,
don't
I
like
just
it.
I
don't like
asked
it.
Austin. I was like, Austin, did you take down like half your videos or what?
No, it's like videos. That's uploaded videos. Now it's live. You know,
Yeah.
there's a difference between uploaded
Yeah,
and
I don't
live
know.
videos. Yeah,
I guess
I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
Well, they should have done it 10 years ago.
Fucking assholes.
I know,
Why didn't they tell us they were going to do that? You know?
They probably did.
Well, maybe we didn't pay enough attention. We were just too busy being a social member.
Yeah.
It's just like, we tried to tell you we're going to change shit up, but no, in reality, they didn't tell us. They just did it anyway. It was somebody's fucking idea, you know, and high up in the San Francisco freaking hierarchy. They're just like, oh, I think we should separate the videos from the live. Now, I ain't gonna lie. Maybe it'll make a difference for me. I'm just like, you know, eventually I might be like, oh, cool. Now I can like look at my live videos versus my uploaded videos. You know, as a separation, and like I'll appreciate that. But for now, it's just like they didn't let me know that was going to happen, and it kind of pissed me off. So anyway.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but now I know what to do with it. It's all good. I'm figuring it out. Thanks, YouTube, for fucking changing shit without letting me know.
Yeah. I know.
Yeah, at first I didn't know what you were talking about, but now I do. I know because on my phone I'm like, all right, now I'm not go to the YouTube channel that says videos. Then you scroll over and you go live. Oh, okay, I know what this fucking shit is now. It's like, god damn, this is more work, motherfucker.
Yeah.
As if I don't do enough work trying to find shit on here.
Yeah.
Oh man. But yeah, it's cool. I mean, what do you think about Jim Brewer? Like getting having Hibbler on his show, and he had Eddie Bravo on
he's
there.
like kinda,
he hasn't said flat Earth, but Hibbler said flat Earth, and so did Eddie Bravo. I mean, it's come up, and he hasn't really said. Now, Brewer, if he doesn't like come out flat Earth, I wouldn't blame him because he's still kind of connected with Hollywood. But at the same time, I don't think he's going to take any shit from anybody when it comes to it.
Yeah.
So, good thing. I think Jim getting involved in the conversation is a good thing, and because he's so bombastic and so creative. I love Jim Brewer. He's one of my favorite comedians. Have you seen his latest stand-up show?
Just the clips from, if there were the clips that were in that documentary, then I've seen those clips from it, but I haven't seen the new.
See, what I was saying is, like, why can he put this on his fucking channel, but we can't talk about it on our channel here?
You put it on his YouTube channel?
Yes, his freaking YouTube channel. I'm not going to. I'm censoring myself on my own fucking channel about the shit that he talks about on his channel freely because he's a famous comedian. Let me find it. Let me find it. I'll send you the link.
Airful comedy special 4 months ago. Is it somebody had to say it?
Somebody had to say it. Yeah. Did you watch that one?
I haven't seen it. No.
You gotta watch it, bro. And somebody had to say it, and it had to be him, but YouTube let him do it when I was trying to say that shit 2 years ago, and they wouldn't let us say it. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not a comedian. But I can be funny sometimes. But I'm not Jim Brewer. But anyway, but that skit is hilarious. I mean, it's funny, but it's just like, why the fuck can't we say that?
Yeah,
And it's really confusing to me. Well, why can he say it?
yeah. I don't know. Maybe because it's done it, and maybe because his is done as a stand-up routine, like that. They let it go. Like
he's also a Hollywood actor and shit. But also,
I thought
he is really kind of. I mean, he's taking a challenge. Hooking up with Hibbler and Eddie Bravo too, though. So it's kind of like, what the fuck is? Maybe Hollywood's taking a chance. Take a chance on me. You know what I mean?
We need you audio clip of you doing that, but on a CB soundboard.
I don't need one. I got the voice. You know what I'm saying?
I know, but like just recording of you doing it so we can on the go on the ready.
That's CB's job, but that motherfucker is sleeping right now.
Yeah, he is. I did jump in a little bit last night, earlier on. But,
oh man!
I think
I remember watching you sitting here for months, Julius, just never saying a goddamn word. And when I started hearing you talk, I was like, "Well, thank the Lord, Julius J is starting to talk to us." Because I knew you on Facebook and in here and on YouTube, and long before you ever started talking in here. When you started talking in here, I was like, "Damn, why did you waste your time not talking in here? Because this is this place was made for you, right?"
It took me. I mean, I was in a funk for a long time. I wasn't really feeling like I was just listening, and then like I don't know, like with Miggy even talking, started switching it up, like what I was eating and stuff. And it took me like 3.5 months, but it's been about 5 months, and I feel like so much better. Like my brain and shit just works better now. So I don't know how to explain it.
No, I get it. I mean, it was really, when you started talking on here and just, getting the energy and getting involved in the conversation.
It's good. It's really good.
It really inspired me, just like, man, I know you were like a listener for a long time. And when you finally opened your voice, it's like, damn, you should have been talking the whole time. What are you doing?
Yeah, I've always been like shy, not like want to be a center.
Well, me too. Before I started actually getting involved, but now you're in the game, man. So you can't.
Yeah, I think it's fun because, dude, like that helps you in your daily like interaction with like other
you
people.
Have to just step out there. You have to step out.
But just listening to like the back and forth, between like people on the server, like just people new to it, all this going back and forth, like. Once you hear this like so many times, you have it like so ingrained, like you can handle any kind of conversation in public with anybody.
Yeah, I mean, and that's why it's just like I said, I've seen you sitting in the background for a long time, but then to see you step up, it's almost like you just stepped in, like you were always ready for it, And so, I mean, the first time I talked on any live stream, it was difficult for me as well. I mean, I was like nervous,
especially early on. There was so much, like we didn't really. There was a lot more speculation going on.
Sure, yeah.
At least, I mean, we're still open to speculation, but we're trying to be more critical of how we. At least say that we're speculating before we present certain things.
Sure. Well, I mean, in arguments, there aren't arguments; they're discussions, but they're focused. You know what I mean? So it's not like we already know the end of the conversation before we even start it. We know what they're going to say before, or at least you should know what they're going to say before they say it. And that's the way the conversation should go in a debate, as far as that goes. I mean, if there's something interesting they bring up and the discussion flows, flows like a river, boom, boom. No, but a river, sometimes there's twin rivers, right? Twins. But they're not twins. There's an evil river and a devil river, right? Wait a minute. Evil river and a devil river and an angel river. No, just playing. No, this results from me fucking with those idiots in YouTube chat last night. Or today. I can't even, on weekends, like I said, I'll lose track of time. These guys are like, hey, so you think you know more about the globe than I do? And it's like, how much can I type in the YouTube chat to convince you that I'm smarter than you or dumber than you? I mean, we're in a battle here, aren't we?
Yeah.
Hopefully they're listening. Hopefully they're sleeping now because those idiots didn't prove themselves. And
that Bendy Light.
Yeah, it was Bendy Light. Bendy Light and his weirdo friends. I did fuck with them for a little bit,
Yeah.
And actually, I started posting some shit, about the procession of the equinoxes and shit. You don't know anything about the globe. You just believe flat Earth because you're a religitor. I was just like, bitch.
YouTube chat.
What's that?
Yeah.
Is
Do
that
these people have a job? Or they just sit in the YouTube chat all day? Spewing
Say
shit.
that again. Hey,
I asked about people in the YouTube chat.
Let's see who's in there now. It's 4:50.
No, I was talking generally. Like, don't they have any jobs? Or they just sit there and spew
I
the shit
don't know,
all day?
but fucking Bendy's been there for over 12 hours. How the fuck is that guy there for over 12 hours? That's just like I was telling him. It was just like, you Globers are in here way more than the Flat Earthers are. So, and I was doing that in the chat, not on voice. I'm just saying, hey, they're asking me individual questions. I'm trying to answer them and shit. And I'm like, y'all motherfuckers are in here. All you Globers are in here way more than the Flat Earthers. You're the biggest fans of Flat Earth I've ever seen in my life. And they're criticizing Flat Earth? It's like, what would you have to do if Flat Earth didn't exist? Fucking idiots. Yeah, laugh on, Bendy Light, you fucking idiot. And I'll call him fucking idiot in the YouTube chat either, in the same vein. And it'll just be like laughing. Come here. I don't know if the motherfucker ever sleeps. Maybe there's two Bendy Lights and they just take tag team. Maybe there's twins.
Yeah.
Every time we do a live stream, Bendy Light's there the entire time. Maybe it's fucking CIA agents or some shit. I don't know what, but I'm not paranoid about that kind of shit. But because he's scared of the government, nobody should be. But it do what it do, Bendy. And if Bendy Light was government, he'd be smarter. He'd be smarter, like Negator. He's a smart guy. Bendy Light's a dumbass. You guys know Negator, right? No, I mean, I'm not calling. If I said Negator 3 times, that motherfucker will show up in the chat. He's a lot smarter than Bendy Light. Actually, I want to call on Negator to get rid of this Bendy Light motherfucker. I want this Glober Negator to come in here and get rid of Bendy Light. Show him he don't know shit about shit.
Yeah.
Because I mean, if I just like ban Bendy Light, it's like you guys don't appreciate what we're doing for your flat earther glober. You just think that all the flat earthers just don't like the globe because you don't understand the globe, and that's why you think the earth is flat because you don't understand. It's like, bitch, we understand why you guys think the earth is a globe. It's not even that hard to even understand. We all grew up thinking the earth was a globe. It's not even that fucking hard.
Like, it's too big to see the curve. But I can see it on the beach.
And then earlier I was telling Bendy Light, since you're listening, he's probably listening. I was like,
Bendy Light.
He says so much shit to try to piss me off and get me to ban him on the YouTube chat, but I'm not going to ban him because then he's just coming in with another account and say I'm a big pussy for banning him or whatever. But I'll give him shit for not jumping in here, and he's like, then he'd be like, oh, then they jump. Oh, what he said, it was just like every time I jump in, they just put me in cog dis, and I said cog dis is for people that are it was good when I said, but I can't remember what I typed. It's for God dang it.
Yeah.
I bet Bendy remembers it. Tell me what I said earlier, Bendy. Oh shit, that was like 2 hours ago.
He's in there a lot.
I mean, it's like, hey man, well, it's just about you coming in, having a conversation, being fair. It's not about you coming in trying to debunk flat Earth or debunk. We're not trying to debunk globe or debunk flat Earth. We're having a conversation. But he's like in the chat 24 hours a day. I don't know how he does 24 hours because nobody can do that if they don't sleep. But it's like flat earthers don't know the only reason they think the earth is flat because they don't understand, no. Like, bitch, we all used to think the earth was a globe. Like, well, what do you understand about the globe model? And I was like, they get you into these weird, if you want to try to answer those questions, like, well, I can answer them, same way you can. How do you understand the globe model? I'm going to say the same thing you say about the globe. It's not that freaking hard to figure out why they think, the orbit of Saturn, with what you heard from different telescopes across Earth, and this is what they said from NASA about. You don't have any direct evidence of what Saturn's doing. You're just getting information from news sources. It's not. It's like, well, you don't believe them? Well, should I? Fucking asshole. You don't have any direct connection with these fucking satellites that are. And even if you did the interpretation, you wouldn't even know how to comprehend it. With the radio telescopes and optical telescopes. And it's like, well, you wouldn't either. Don't they publish them in magazines? And yes, I believe the magazines. So I'm doing the fucking same rant that Flat Earth Dude was doing last night. Fucking shit. it's yeah, these idiots fucking, they can drive you fucking nuts, bro. But I mean, why should we let them? I mean, it's dumb. It's just like, well, you don't believe the mainstream narrative? Fuck no, I don't fucking believe the mainstream narrative. How about that much? Fuck off. All of it. I'm not going to sit here and argue little details about. They're like, oh, you don't believe, these radio telescopes. No, I think the radio telescopes are picking up something. I just don't think. I think that they're misinterpreting the data. Oh, well, you're not. How do you know? Because you don't have an astrophysics degree. It's like, well, you know what? Fuck off. Yeah. I think that's what that rant. As a matter of fact, Julius J. I'm gonna work on this video. Last night, I don't know if you were here when a Flat Earth dude went on a similar type of rant.
I might not have been last night.
Yeah, I don't think you were here, but I'll send you a link to a timestamp from the video.
Yeah,
and hilarious. Because what happened is somehow there was something going on with his audio, and nobody could talk to him, and so he couldn't hear anybody in the server, and he just kept ranting like on and on. And then after a certain point, we all started giving commentary over. It's like this motherfucker, and it was like all this. I'm gonna send you a video, and dude, I've watched it twice. Oh, I'm clipping it out, and I'm gonna upload it as a video later. It was so it was funny, and before I upload it, I'm gonna get in contact and make sure he doesn't, is not embarrassed by it. I don't know how he did it, but it was.
Yeah.
I was in stitches, man. Freaking listening to it. I could play it here again now. If nobody's going to talk, I can. If you guys want to listen to it.
Yeah, that's fine.
Really? Oh my god. Well, I don't know if it'll work with the. That's what's fucked up. Because when I try to play a timestamp with the bot, doesn't work. That's what's fucked up. So that's why I need to cut it out and then play it out as a video. And it's still downloading, with the stupid slow ass freaking YouTube download. Damn. And if I started playing it on the bot, I don't know how to use the there is a way to use the bot to fast forward to a point, but I don't know how to do it. Fuck. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Hey, but I'm gonna put that shit up this weekend, and bro, I've listened to it like 3 or 4 times, and it's like it never gets not funny. I'm gonna send you a link so you can listen to it, and
okay,
and you can laugh along with everyone else. Except for Flutter Dude. I don't think he's even heard him do it. He didn't. I don't think he realized he was doing it, and I haven't talked to him since. Because right before it happened, I was talking to him on the live stream, and all of a sudden, he couldn't hear anyone else. And so he just started talking and kept talking and talking and talking for like 2 hours. And I was trying to get a hold of him, and people were just like texting him, texting him different platforms. He was looking at different chats. and shit. You know, it's just like, oh, I think I got him. I think I got him. It's all of us just like trying to get a hold of him. And he's just on his fucking rampage, just big rant about everything. It is so funny, man. You gotta listen.
Yeah.
I wish I could play it right now.
This was just on the recorded on your live stream video.
Yeah, it was last night. I'm gonna send you a link. Now, when I send you a link, it's timestamp. But I'll try to play the.
If it doesn't timestamp, just let me know the time when you're.
No, it will timestamp. It will timestamp if I send it to you personally, but I don't think the timestamp will work on the bot. I'll try it on the bot, but I don't think it's going to work because I have done the same thing with the bot before. But anyway, I'm going to send you the link first, and dude. I've listened to it like 3 times, and I was in stitches the first time while I was there doing it. You know, it was so fucking funny because he couldn't hear anybody, but just kept going on, droning on, and everybody's like, "Dude." It's so funny.
Oh yeah.
Flat Earth dude, man. He's freaking hilarious.
Yeah. I haven't talked to him a ton. But...
God dang it. Let me make sure I get the right link for you.
Sometimes he's just going off.
He's too much, man. He's funny, man. Well, what's really funny is I don't think he expected it to be what it was, and it just. And I don't even think today when he woke up he realized what happened, and hopefully, me sharing this around, and I'm not making fun of him. I'm just saying it was fucking hilarious. Flat Earth dude is one of the greatest comedians of all time, even if he's unintentional.
Yeah.
I love that boy. I love that man. He's funny. I'm going to send you the link, and I'm going to try to play it on the bot from the timestamp, but I think as soon as I hit play, I don't know the codes to do it with the timestamp. Into the video, and I don't know how to fast forward. Timestamp is, but here we go. I'm gonna send you on DM. I'm gonna send you the link. Dude, everybody else is getting pissed off. I want to hear it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to play it, but
are you sending it to are you Discord DMing or Facebook DMing?
Discord. I'm hitting it right now. Boom.
Okay.
Now that's a timestamp. I'm gonna try to play that same link on the music bot, but every time I tried to do that with the music bot, it started at the beginning of the video, which this is like 7 hours into the video.
It's like 12. Yeah.
Wait, before you click that, let me try it and see if it works. I doubt it will, but we'll see.
I just ran out to microwave my coffee.
All right, so we'll try it again. I doubt it will work because I've tried it before. Maybe if Lou is out there, he knows how to do the timestamp stuff or fast forward or some shit with the bot. I only know a couple of commands on the bot, which is like play and stop and pause and shit.
Yeah, but if you go into that Helio, if you know how to do the M exclamation point help, have you done list all?
Yeah. Let me do that before. Yeah.
Go into that LS1.
Is it help?
M exclamation point help. I think.
Is it
or commands? Try commands.
Oh,
I think it's helped though.
No, I
Like it'll
just
kick
tried that.
the bottle like kick you back a list or something. Like a private message or something.
POMMAN. Oh, wait,
I think the bottle it'll like
Oh,
DM you.
I got you. Okay, cool. All right, so yeah, you're right. Okay, cool. Thanks, brother.
Yeah, I'm still learning, but
no, it's just like usually timestamps are kind of hard for, I guess, for anyone, especially on a 12-hour fucking video.
I'll take a look and see if I can find it where it's. I don't know which one it was. It's got to be like FF or something, or like you need like a time, maybe a minute and a second or something. Maybe
these settings aren't too hard. Hold on. Am about shows move tracks, skip.
Why is it so fucking cold here?
Music.
What's the temperature?
Search. Provided query. Shuffle songs you have added. Force mill. Next. I think this is these commands really.
Holy shit!
I don't see anything to do with timestamps on those commands.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that might have been the old bot. Do you think? And not this one doesn't do it? Or...
Well, it has to be.
I've got a completely. I set up my server, Helio. I got a completely different bot than what they have here. I don't know.
Well, let me just try it. I don't think it's going to work, but let me just try this.
But the weird thing was, I went into the bot in here and just went to the about to figure out how to set it up. Set up my own. And it took me like half an hour.
What? Your bot in another server?
Yeah, I made my own little. Whatever.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Well, let me try. This,
but it's got different commands and everything.
See if this, which is really weird to me, why it wouldn't just start at the timestamp if I put the timestamp link in there. But I've tried it before and it doesn't work. We'll see what works this. See, you can see right there. It has the timestamp at the end. Gonna play it from the beginning though.
That you're on the flat Earth side, but you let me know what do you what's your position right now in the conversation?
How do you
when you say suspicious? Like what do you mean? Like
I was saying that when you jumped in here, my suspicions were that you were on the flat Earth side because of the way like your name and you have your picture.
We're still stationary. Yeah, of course.
No, but I meant like is the Earth flat? Like
that's the video, but how do you? I think you can fast forward with those bot commands, right?
Were you just playing it through your mic there, or was that?
No, that's the bot. Yeah, she had the music bot.
Was that the beginning, or was that the beginning, or did you get it to start somewhere?
That's the video that from the night when I was talking to Flat Earth Dude.
But I know. But that clip was the very beginning, or was that somewhere?
Yes, that's the very beginning of that video. Okay. And it's like 12 hours long, but the clip that I'm talking about starts at like 7.5 hours. How do I move to 7.5 hours?
I don't know with the bot.
I don't know, but there.
Unless you can put like a time.
There might be a command. Let me check those commands again.
Is there like maybe some kind of timestamp or something you can put like a?
Well, I typed the link I put was timestamped from YouTube, but the bot doesn't recognize that.
It doesn't do that. That's weird.
I know it is weird, but there might be a command that can skip ahead to a certain point. That's why I was, I want to go back and look at those commands again. and see if we can skip that. I think it's like 7 hours and 33 minutes into that video is where it starts.
Yeah.
And so I got a. You said put that command in there, and I got the thing. So it says music not playing, playlist queue, remove search, search YouTube, skip current song, play next. No. Nah.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's not worth it.
Nah, these settings ain't working. Hey, but I'm gonna clip that shit out this weekend. I want to make a video. It's gonna be about like an hour and a half, hour and 45 minutes long. It's gonna be worth it for listening. And it's so funny. I listened to it 3 times tonight. It was so freaking hilarious. Anyway.
Yeah.
Damn, old Shuck is good.
Dude, I'm stoked about this desk I was able to get. I got one of the standing, like the electronic ones, you can adjust it.
What, a desk?
Yeah, like those ones that's got the little touchpad, and you can have like, it's got like 4 presets, and you can adjust like from a sitting to like a standing or anywhere in between. Like, so you can stand up. You can stand up in front of it or sit down, you know?
Yeah.
So I wanted to be able to stand up more. I was getting tired of sitting down. I just figured it'd be better for me if I'm standing more most of the day than. I got one of these like little. It's like a little rocker board that you stand on for like. Kind of. I don't know how you explain it.
Rocker board for standing. So you don't.
I'll send you a picture. I'll send you a picture.
Like
it's just
like
for
I
standing,
fucking
like
stand up all day at work. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I like sitting in front of a desk. I have no idea what you're talking about.
I do too, but sometimes it's nice to switch it up. That's all. But usually I just throw in my headset.
I don't have a lot of room where I am, so it's just like I have a lot of room at work, you know, but that's somebody else's money.
Right.
And they want me to stand all day, and that's what I do.
Yeah, no, that's better for you. That's why I wanted to start doing it, because I've been sitting all fucking. I'm used to sitting like 40 hours a week.
See, you're the opposite. I stand all fucking day, so when I get home and I get to my desk, I just want to sit in front of the motherfucker.
Oh, that's what I'm saying though. That's what I'm saying. I could use it as a standing situation during the day, but then just get it, sit down at night. I could at least have the option.
Okay, we're the opposite then. I have a job where I don't sit ever.
No, I hear you. No, but that's why I got it, is because I wanted to start standing like more hours during the day.
That's cool.
But then I got this it's like a little rocker pad. It's almost, just imagine like a longboard, or not a longboard, but like maybe like a wave board or something. Like it's just like this little rubber plastic foam pad where it's got a plastic underside that kind of is hard, so it kind of rocks. It's curved, so it kind of rocks when you stand on it, but it's just a real slight curve. You know what I'm saying?
You sent it in the live stream voice text?
I haven't sent it. I was trying to.
Okay, I was just like, all right, man.
Hey, let me go. Let me send you a picture. I'll send you a picture. Yeah, it's way easier to do a picture.
I walk on concrete for 8 hours a day. That's Quado. Is that how you stand there on top of a satellite?
Yeah. Satellites.
Man, talk about a job right there. I mean, in the middle of the ocean, standing on top of a satellite. Just imagine repairing a satellite in the middle of the ocean.
Here. So this is just a picture so you can see people using it. Yeah, just go live stream. That's what it. People standing on it look like.
Does it? What does that do?
It's just you can just move, like you can kind of like move around a little bit. There's different places.
Glide a little bit. Is it like smooth on the bottom? You can kind of.
It's just a little. It's smooth plastic on the bottom, of that top's kind of like soft foam, like kind of
you
soft
take
foam.
your shoes off, stand on it.
Yeah, you take your shoes off. Yeah.
So your shoes really hurt you while you're sitting at the desk all day.
I don't ever wear shoes if I'm here usually. Like, not too much.
You should see my fucking shoes, man. I go through shoes like nobody's business.
You got like a steel toe, or?
No, I don't wear steel toes because they probably should, because my toenails go through my shoes sometimes.
Yeah.
But yeah, I have big feet. I'm a Sasquatch.
Yeah.
Or at least my toenails think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wear a size 12 wide, and it's really hard for me to find comfortable shoes, and I go through them pretty quick, and they're kind of expensive and they're a pain in the ass. And I just wear them till I just wear them out. But if I was sitting at a desk all day, I'd probably be able to make a pair of shoes last a couple of years.
Yeah,
but you know, the job I do, I don't even last like 6 months.
No, it's just healthier, man. To stand more than it is to sit. Like the majority of the day, like, so it's really good for you if you're like a new job.
Is it?
You have to be like.
So what's the design of this? You take your shoes off, you stand on them, and so. Dude, it looks comfortable. I mean, dude, I'd freaking love that.
It is. I'm trying to get this. I'm working on this desk actually right now. I'm trying to build the frame for it.
Are you standing in one spot, or do you like kind of rock back and forth?
You kind of can. You can kind of. It's a real subtle rock, but you can kind of like rock. Shift your weight.
Does it have a little button where you put like vibrations or something? Sweet sensation.
There's other ones out there. Just if you just Amazon standing pad, I think. Yeah, or not standing. Well, maybe not standing pad. There's like these topo mats. They're called Topo Comfort mat.
I ain't gonna lie. I'd rather be on the fucking computer all day than do the shit that I do, whether sitting at a desk or standing at a desk.
Just and maybe do that more of for a hobby or something. The wood stuff.
Yeah. Just because I'm good at it doesn't mean I'm respected or whatever.
It'd be cool.
Really, I'm really good at the woodworking, but
if you had your own shop,
I'm not respected. Well, no, not in the way that No, not at all. No, I just work for somebody.
I'd say that'd be cool if you do
doesn't respect what I do, whatever. But I'm just gonna. I'd rather be in front of a computer and have to buy one of these fucking foot pads and stand in front of a computer instead of a fucking workbench all day.
It's just part of like, I'm just trying to do my whole trying to get healthier type thing is all. That's all it's for.
I'm not healthy. Dude, working in a wood shop, you ain't gonna get healthy breathing in fucking chemical with plywood.
I'm just trying like
all day. Those noxious chemicals that they use to make apply all these woods together. Oh, it's fucking brutal. It's fucking brutal, man.
Damn, it's cold out here. What the?
And it's just like these sheets of plywood that I have to pick up, and beams of cedar. I cut. They're 20 feet long. I have to cut these fucking beams of cedar.
Yeah.
It's just I'm almost 50 years old.
Yeah.
I'm fucking taking up. Ain't gonna lie, it's my fault.
I'm coming up on 44 and
Well, it's not my fault. It's their fault for not recognizing I should have been a rock star. They knew it, and I knew it. I'm just playing.
Have you ever seen my my drum over I did for Lonely Island?
I'm just wondering if it's like it was like, oh, you could be a rock star. Suck this executive's dick. Like, no, that ain't happening. It's like, well, you ain't gonna make it. Okay, well, then I guess I ain't gonna make it.
Can you hear
What's
me?
up?
Did you ever see my drum video I did for I'm on a Boat? Did you see that? Might have seen it.
I might have. Is it on your YouTube channel or?
Yeah, it's on my YouTube. If you go to my YouTube channel and just search drum, you'll see my 3 covers. Or I did. One's a two is a cover. There's a Newfound Glory and Paramount. Lonely Island is the one that doesn't originally have drums that I just added drums to. It was all digital,
So you're a drummer?
Yeah, well, I was never in a band.
That was the extent of your drumming. Is what you're saying?
Just marching band, pep band, musicals, like stuff.
Oh, cool. No, I don't think I've seen it. I don't think I've seen that.
No, I'll send you the link.
Hey, you know my son's a drummer.
Yeah.
Oh,
I've been meaning. I sent it to. Yeah, who else? I sent it to Glatt because he's a good drummer.
Oh, is that it?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Oh, let me check it real quick.
It's from 2010. It's from 2010. Yeah, it's a long time ago.
Oh shit!
It's like 12 years ago. Dude. It was a fun song to do. I just practiced it.
I have to watch it on YouTube.
I just practiced it like a lot with it just in my ears. I just made up the drums for them.
That's a nice drum set, though. I like it.
Yeah, it's fun to watch.
Hell yeah, bro. It's not bad. Nice little loop.
It's okay. It's okay. I screw up on my
What did you say? Stop it.
I said it's okay, man. It's not a very good song at all. It's like there isn't any original drums to it. I just kind of put something over top of the song. That's a fun song.
I like that. Dude, I'm the furthest thing from a drummer, but you've heard me sing and I can play guitar too. But
I just don't have any stage time like with any kind of band. I don't, how you have that chemistry with bands when you play together. Like I don't have any of that. Like as far as like.
I'm gonna send you my son. They put out their first music video.
Both my cousins that live in Chicago.
And I'm gonna send that video to you. I think we can play.
Yeah, both my cousins.
The song nobody's gonna like on here, because it's just a really hardcore fucking thrash shit.
Yeah,
it's not thrash. It's just. I don't even know what they call it these days. It's not even screamo. It's just I love it because it's my son, and he's a great drummer.
Is it acid death metal or something?
Well, I never liked anyone put style to, it's just like, this is the genre, and then it's just like when I play some of my old school stuff, it's like, you were grunge, right? It's like, no, that was just what I was doing at the time. That was my music. I wasn't trying to, I was influenced by a style, but, I didn't put a genre to it. It was just me making my fucking music. Yeah, I'm gonna send you my.
Oh, that makes sense.
Well, you know what? It's on YouTube.
What the heck?
Dude. I mean, it's fucking 5 o'clock in the morning. Ain't nobody up in here. Let's hear my son's fucking song. You guys want to hear it?
Yeah. I mean, you can go ahead and play it. Yeah.
It's not very long. It's like 3 minutes.
Play it. It's like early. It's like,
dude, I mean, this is breakfast. I promise you.
Are you
breakfast?
What?
Oh, it's not the word. The band's called Blast, but it's an acronym: being loud at shitty times.
I don't see this in there. Am I missing something? I don't think so.
Oh, fucking I am. I have to go to Facebook to find it. It's not hot enough on YouTube yet to find it, so I'm gonna have. It's there. They only have like. And after I play this video and I'm gonna share it, you guys have to go fucking sub to the channel. They only have like 10 viewers on there. When they put this video out, the day they put the video out is when they created the channel. So you guys gotta fucking help them out. But they are assigned to a low level record label and doing the best they can. And it's my boy. But you know what, Julius J, as a drummer, listen to what he does, because I love drummers, man. So give me a minute. Let me find this video. Fucking A.
All right, yeah.
I can't find it on YouTube. I'm gonna have to go to my son's YouTube channel where he posted it the other day. Hold on. I'm not on fucking Facebook. What the fuck? Facebook page. Face Jews. And then I'll go for my son. Keep going. Alright. And then, as a matter of fact, after they put this video out, they played a really cool live show. But I'm gonna play their video. They made a music video.
This looks nothing like. I'm so fucking confused. V102E.
What are you talking about? This is my boy's band.
What the fuck?
What the fuck are you fucking about?
I'm trying to put this desk together.
Oh, okay. Oh, and this is my boy on drums.
All right. Are you playing it through the bot?
Yeah, I'm gonna play the audio through the bot. It's a YouTube video. It's their music video, and then I'll share the video on live stream. But I'm gonna play the audio through the bot. So.
Yeah. All right. Oh.
What the hell?
It's not working. What's going on?
No, I think it's.
I don't know, dude.
Why didn't it play?
Did not play. Eddie.
Did not play. I know. All right, let me try this again.
What's going on with the robot?
PLAY. Here come.
Oh, the robot no play. What's the problem with the robot?
Why's it not playing? Oh, here it comes.
There it is.
This is my boy on drums right here. His name's Caleb.
All right, cool. Yeah.
Hell fucking yeah.
Yeah, that was good, man. That sounds good. Really good.
That's my boy.
Better than me.
No, but it's just when I thought he was when he was growing up. I didn't know what he was going to do. You know, just like I tried. You know, I was a guitar player, singer, and it was like, oh, he's fumbling. You know, and even when he started playing drums, I was like, you're gonna be okay or whatever. But he fucking found his groove, didn't he? Did you hear that?
Oh yeah, that was really.
Dude, I mean, he fucking amazed me. I was just like, bro, man, it's all right. All right, you found your groove, man. You found your fucking groove.
They have that natural punchy sound on the drums. Like that's just like when you're good, you know, when they're good and seasoned, like they got that sound.
Well, yeah, I mean, and he's been working with these guys in a couple of bands for several years. Just like so, they found each other, you know, and they're just like they know how to do it, you know.
Oh yeah,
like hit those fucking punchy notes and shit. Boom, 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 boom.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really cool. But that's the video in the. Well, I'll put it in the. I said I was going to share it.
Yeah, I need to add that to my watch later just so I have it saved.
Yeah, I'm gonna send it. I'm gonna put it in the live stream voice text. Here's the thing.
Because I want to watch it. I want to watch it with my other headphones so I can listen to it much better.
I think they're gonna.
I can hear it Bob, but I think it'll sound better.
Oh yeah. Well, I don't know if they recorded several tracks in Memphis at the Sun Studio. The label that they're working with is associated with Sun Studio in Memphis, where. And if I'm not, I might. As far as this song, I'm not sure, but I think this song was recorded on a drum set that U2 donated to Sun Studio, where they recorded this. So he played on U2's drum set.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so it was fun. And there's a lot of pictures of that, too. But anyway, so he's doing pretty well. I mean, nobody rich yet there, but he's doing pretty well in Little Rock. Yeah, that's the video right there. Blast.
Okay. Yeah.
Being loud at shitty times. The name of the song is Blight House.
Okay.
I like that song. It's pretty fucking cool.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And they have I bought when they made that EP at Sun Studio, they put it out. I have it somewhere too. Like $8 to buy it. And I haven't listened to the whole thing, but I think I'm gonna listen to it. Well, I have listened to the whole thing, but their songs are so short though. It's just like usually when I put out an album, well, it wasn't EP. I mean, it's just like the songs are like 3 or 4 minutes long. It's just like, oh, this is. But their songs are like a minute and a half, and I'm like, God damn, the fuck! Songs are a minute and a half now.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's pretty short.
But anyway,
I thought when you started playing that one clip that Miggy that jumped in for, I was like, what? I was like, I wouldn't be surprised. He's usually in here. I mean, I don't think he works today. I don't think.
Well, he said he. Did you hear him talking earlier? He was going to maybe not be able to be here in the mornings because
he said he tried something. He said he tried something out, and didn't work out. So I think he's like,
didn't work out. So now he's talking about doing a show in the morning, which would be fucking badass, wouldn't it?
Oh yeah. Sure, no, yeah, I've been having fun.
Hell yeah, it'd be badass.
When he's up on the
in conjunction with my live stream, conjunction, partners in crime. Hell yeah, I'm all about that.
I think he likes hanging out here, though, is what he said. I think he was he going to do a show again?
Just hanging out with who?
Miggy's here.
Yeah.
Did you say he likes hanging out with Timbo?
No. I'm saying, never mind. I don't know. Maybe I'm not.
I'm just playing. Hey, I like hanging out with Timbo. Timbo's cool. I'm just playing around. Miggy's now like, oh shit, Helio's been up all night again.
Isn't he from Australia?
What were you saying, Miggy? I'm just playing around. I'm really just.
Well, there's Timbo number 10, right? Tim from Denmark.
Yeah.
Mm. Timbo's from Australia.
I was
Yeah, I know Timbo's from Australia.
Today, actually, I was gonna start working on the channel name and that, but I still want to like. No, I want to put something out there, man, because I think I'm real good with content. So, can you guys hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, your mic's a little soft though. Yeah.
There you go. I turned everything up. I was just turning down too much.
Yeah, don't turn him up. I mean, if he's just like he knows he can't be hurt. I mean, are you like 5 feet away from your mic or 2 feet?
Are you in a well?
Is this good? What do you guys? How can you hear me? I'm trying to. I don't want to be like.
I can hear you fine.
No, that sounds good. Now, we could hear you. It's just like usually we.
I just said have everything turned up properly.
It seems like my settings are okay. I don't know.
No, it
sound okay.
See that water running?
Can you hear me now? I'm 2 inches away from my microphone.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I was thinking of names. CB was helping me out, and so I wanted to get like a panel going for the morning show.
Nice.
If you guys come, usually are here in the morning. Most people.
No, I'm not here, but I'm at work. But I'll be listening for sure, and I'll support it anyway I need to. If I, anything I can do, let me know, Miggy.
Yeah, I gotta create a channel, but I don't know. I'm still deciding on the name. The name is important to me. It's got to be catchy. It's got to be something that's not.
Something catchier than Miggy's morning show.
Yeah, like CB
Miggy's morning meltdown.
Getting jiggy with Miggy. So I like
Getting
that.
jiggy with Miggy.
How about the notorious Biggie Smalls, but do Miggy instead of Biggie?
Miggy.
Can't you see?
Getting jiggy with Miggy.
I want to relate it to something with the truther movement. So it's got to be, okay. So I'll give you. If you've heard of the show Louder with Crowder, see how it's catchy.
Yeah, but it's just like all the Iggy things sound just weird, right? So
yeah, it does sound weird, but like with
how about Miguel? I mean, you're still going to be Miggy, but maybe we can do with the L, like.
Yeah, I made a staple with my name already. It's like it's cemented within like the truther community. So it's crazy because I'm actually featured not featured, but shouted out like in 2 songs already. It's Chocolate Saying and CB now has me in like one of their. I think it's real cool.
Yeah,
that's just love from the community. So it's like if I change my name now, it's. But
and you can, for the introduction, you can definitely put that for like when you start the show, boom.
Yeah, I did want to have something original, like for the intro. And
that new CB track is fucking awesome, man. I thought it was awesome.
I like it. And I was gonna actually call on you, Helio, for that. Like maybe we can think about some nice little intro. It doesn't have to be long, just I
think since CB made that track, I mean, if you want just a little freaking mix up, just like to throw in there for the intro, Miggy. CB.
Your voice, Helio. Your voice.
As far as like an intro, I'd be willing to do that. Yeah, sure.
Like something like this. Let me throw some ideas at you. Let's see. I'm kind of good with like intros, like thinking of stuff, but I'm gonna throw a few things out there. Just see what you think, and maybe you can play around with the idea. But at first, you think that the Earth is a globe, and then you get like some music in the background, right? And then you're just like coming in with like people's cognitive dissonance, right? Like you were told that the Earth is spinning on its axis, and then you hear music in the background, dun, 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 whatever, and then you got like, and then you're met with the truth, something you never would realize. The Earth isn't what you were told, and then you got like this strong overbearing music in the background, like dun, 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 you know, just like
you talking about when I get really in my sexy voice here at first.
and then you're like,
You might.
somebody has to speak up.
Someone
who will
has
say
to.
something about it?
Who
You know,
will
and
say something about it?
Yeah, you know, and then you got like, there's one man, you know, it's just something crazy, you know, just something to grab somebody.
Anyway, yeah, that's cool.
And it just
Yeah,
it
sure.
brings you know, and it's just
As long as I have a script and where to talk and we can work on it a little bit, yeah, I'm willing to do that. No problem.
so yeah, that's just it's not necessarily have to be like that, but it's the idea of what I'm going for is going to be.
Well, sure, but oftentimes, even if it's cheesy, it works, right?
Yeah, cheesy works too. It does work.
Yeah.
But I like
people will laugh at it, but they'll be like, every time they hear it, it's just once it becomes a hook, it just fucking hooks them, you know.
I like heavy metal stuff. I've always liked it. Like the intro to Kickstart My Heart. I've always wanted that to be one of my intros.
Oh
Like,
yeah, bro, we can. Yeah. Just like Motley Crue's not my favorite band, but I love. You're right, man. Kickstart My Heart. That has a really fucking kick-ass intro.
Actually, it's my favorite Motley Crue song for sure.
Yeah.
Like if you want to feel juiced in the morning, like Julius, like you put that song on, just start running around your house, bro. Like,
turn your shower on, ice cold, fucking crank it.
just go in there. You're like,
do a lot of coke
in the cold water.
in the shower.
No, speed, because that's what the song's about. It's about speed, isn't it? Him dying when he was on speed.
Yeah. Yep. That's what it's about.
Just do it. Just
do it, man. Like
yeah.
I
Oh, yeah, baby.
It's a good song.
It's great, man.
I used to listen to that Skid Row.
Anybody that doesn't like that song, we need to kick them out of the server. They don't need to be.
It's just like I hate most Motley Crue songs, even though I used to pretend I liked them to be, you know, part of the crew. But yeah, Kickstart My Heart and Dr. Feelgood's another good one. Fucking, you know, there's a few. You know,
Girls.
Girls. I mean, there's a lot of good Motley Crue songs, but they never had a full album that I like. You know, like well, Skid Row had like, you know, albums you could listen to the whole thing. You know, but Motley Crue, in my opinion, never did.
You know, their stuff really latched down with copyright, like it is, isn't it? Like Motley stuff.
Well,
I would imagine like.
Short clips of parodies. I don't think we would have an issue with, like, for an intro, like if we wanted to do something.
That's all
like
I
that.
want to use it for. Like that's what I was thinking. It's like you can use anything so long as it's like a little.
Oh, it's just like it. You know, every time somebody plays that Baller's Tears song that I did, you know, the Ozzy song, they block the video automatically. And they don't give me a strike. They just block the video. And it's because I think the track that I use for karaoke is the exact same track that Ozzy used to sing over his fucking vocals, you know? So it's like, you know, the bot, you know, YouTube bot thinks it's the same song. And then I have to go in there and say, no, it was a parody. And then they'll open the video back up. And that the person that gave the strike has 30 days, which wasn't a person, it was the fucking bot, has 30 days. So it's you know, I enlisted the video now, so nobody can play it anymore because it just blocks the entire 12-hour video if somebody plays that song. But anyway, but as far as like playing clips of a karaoke track. Doesn't have to be Motley Crue's original, track. Especially if it's not their original music, we can do whatever the fuck we want to with it, Just for like a little intro, yeah.
You could replay that on a guitar. It's just slightly change it up
It's
a bit.
already been done. It's already been done hundreds of times over.
Yeah,
we can just borrow the track and you can make a couple lyrics and I can sing it on my Bluetooth and mix it on Audacity and fucking boom.
Yeah, because I think an intro like that is kind of like, it wakes you up in the morning, kind of gets you going. It's
that's coffee right there.
It's the type of vibe I think that like I like the fact that people if they come here in the truth community, they don't see us lethargic. Like they see us like upbeat, moving around, like we're going at this thing like 100 miles per hour, like together. You know what I mean?
I want to call Dr. Flat. He's the one that called. He's the one that's gonna make you change your mind. I don't fucking know. Funny.
Dr. Field Truth.
Yeah, anything. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't have to be Motley Crue or anything like that. But yeah, we could switch it up a little bit. I mean, just let me know. I mean, just like little clips of songs. I can just send them to me. Boom. Drop them into a track. Just, just
I'm all about
or like vocal things like intros, just like.
That Notorious B.I.G. Hypnotized kind of chorus would be awesome. Miggy,
can't you see?
Get like
Miggy.
Yeah, Kai and Karma, or some of the girls to sing that bit.
Sure, or even if you need welcome to Flat, or something.
Yeah.
Something. It doesn't matter. We could mix it up anytime. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, no, man.
Just something simple that if I had the audio track, I'd just plug it in, plug it into Audacity, pull it up, record it, send it back to you as an MP3, and boom, you can just do whatever.
No, check it out, man. I had before when I had my first show, I was talking to Kai. It was Miggy's 24/7 live stream. And she did an absolute amazing intro.
She does do awesome stuff. So yeah, sure.
But my channel got all that stuff went away. But I had the content. I think most of the stuff in there was like getting reported or something. I don't know. Because at one time I wanted to remove the stuff, and I said I was gonna take the stuff down, but before I did that, it was already gone. So I was like, because I knew I was under the gun, with the stuff that I was putting out.
I think that,
and I didn't want my stuff to get
YouTube, just like you said, YouTube didn't let me know why they gave me the community guideline strike last weekend, right?
Crazy.
They didn't even let me look at the content, didn't let me review it. I appealed it. They said, fuck you. Yep. You can start streaming again next week, which will be this Sunday. And so, I mean, so what recourse do we have, But, what's really cool, though, is I moved it over to this channel. Hope to God, something like that doesn't happen here. But there's a flag on every video. You can hit that report flag if you're a dick and say whatever you want, because there are millions and millions of videos going across YouTube all day long. But the bots don't necessarily pay attention to them unless, or I'm sure there's reasons that they do, but if some asshole just clicks the flag, now I'm giving them, haters can fucking just.
Haters gonna hate.
They gonna hate. But hey, we're gonna keep doing what we do. If this channel goes down and the other channel goes down, we're still gonna keep doing this. We're gonna do it everywhere we can. We're gonna do it on your channel, whoever's channel. And I'll, if both of my channels go down, I'll help everyone else. Man, we'll keep doing it the best we can. I'll create another. Well, I already do have another channel, but it's just gonna have to start from scratch.
Hey, I got to say before I forget, that was awesome last night. That like reunion you guys had in that other server, hearing your old schoolers talking, man, it was amazing.
Yeah, Mike. Yeah, he's a great guy. Mike's a great guy. But I mean, there's things that happen. Like this server, I mean, it's been around for a while, and there's like, I guess, the issues that are tough to deal with, because there's been some like inner issues that have been dealt with, and those choices weren't made easily. They're not like, you know what I mean? Like India.
No, but I mean,
he's a great guy.
I mean, but as far as all that goes, I mean, that's dealt with. I mean, and Mike's all, and Mike and the other people that are members, they were right. It's just like, and I think they're enjoying, branching out into other servers and stuff. Yeah, we have something. We have something to do here. We have something to do here. They're doing other things, and they're partners with us still. So it's fine.
I kind of feel like whatever was going on before I actually came back on here on 24/7, there must have been some kind of beef happening. Like, I don't know about it, but I mean, it was like, oh man, it's just real bad now. And I'm like, damn,
I
what
know
happened?
a little bit about it, but I usually don't get involved with a lot of the drama. But
yeah, so long as like I take care of this channel for me, because I feel like you've built, like, honestly, Helio, like, even if you're just putting up the stream 24/7, like, that's still something. That stands for something. So you got to take care of something like that, like, you can't just like take a dump all over it or misuse it, or like, you know what I mean? Like, there has to be people that respect that stuff.
Well, it's just like, I mean, the channel is one thing, but the Discord is also something, too. So if, people are shitting on, the server, which, which, the guys that used to be here that aren't doing it, I think they're having, they have found other places to dwell, and they support and respect what we're doing here. We do feel some resentment sometimes, but for the most part, it's like it's been I'm not saying that I had really, for the most part, I'm just like I'm just hanging out watching all the. I'm just trying to hopefully hold everything together, as a partner between servers and everything. I don't get really involved with all the drama and stuff.
Yeah, I'm gonna get a certain time limit to carve out for a morning show for sure, and then Hollywood's muted.
I mean, what time are you thinking? Like, it's Central Time? Are you thinking like 7 starting?
Something like that. I'm gonna shoot for that.
What do you want?
7 to 9.
No, I said, why were you muted, Hollywood?
When?
Somebody muted you.
When?
You were server muted when you came in.
All right, I'm gonna go smoke because this conversation is gonna last for a while.
All right, man. You were muted when you came in here. Or do you not know you were?
I didn't know I was muted.
At any rate, you're still asking people to go to the Antarctic?
Dude, I'm asking
How's that
a
going?
lot.
Is anybody signing up to go there?
What?
Is anybody signing up to go there? Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, that's not the first place I'd go. I want to go
What's
to
the
the
first place
center,
you go?
North Pole.
Okay. Anybody signing up to go there?
No, everyone's a bunch of fucking pussies.
Okay. You got a ship or something? Plane? Like, what are you planning on doing?
Airplane still seems like the best method.
And where are you gonna refuel, or where are you gonna land? Like, do you have plan for that, or?
Airports?
Oh, yeah, you know which ones?
No.
Okay. I'm just saying you've been on it for a couple years now, so I don't know if you had like plans and things. So
Been denied by charter airlines
oh yeah,
a long
That's crazy.
time ago.
Wonder why they do that. Anyway, we got Simon Django. Django. Why'd you go with Simon Django?
Hey, wait. Miggy, are you saying there's no airports at the North Pole?
Oh, I didn't say that. No, Hollywood tried to get some, because he wants to go. He doesn't want to go to the Antarctic. He wants to go to the Arctic. So
No, I want to go to both.
oh, he wants to go to both now.
All right. So what's your favorite airport at either region?
I don't have a favorite.
Does Santa have one in the North Pole?
Yeah.
Wait.
He used to be real adamant about it, but he comes in here and calls upon.
No, it's
people.
cool. I mean, I've kind of given Hollywood. I mean, he seems a little more passive now because he used to be like that, and I was giving him shit the other night.
I used to get banned for questioning it, so I don't talk about it.
Okay, well, hey, if you're still passionate about it and you think that you can actually take an airplane to the North Pole, what? Just if you're coughing, go ahead and hit the mute button.
Yeah, no, I was like
away from your mic. No,
I'm away from my phone.
All right, cool. But yeah, I mean, Hollywood. We're just talking about there might be something there. But do you think you can just grab an airplane and fly as far as you can and see what happens? That's the only thing that we've had a real issue with.
Well, that's not only that, but what he was outlining is that nobody wants to give him permission to get, to something like that. So it's like they denied him. Isn't that weird? Like,
no, it is not weird because there's no fucking airports there that you're going to land at.
There's airports in Alaska.
Give me no shit. There's airports in Alaska. I'm talking about the North Pole.
How do you know? Have you been there?
Yeah,
oh shit.
No, but I know where the airports are.
Are you sure?
Yes.
So wait a minute, Hollywood. You said the airports in Alaska denied you those airports.
I never said that.
Oh no, well, I'm just wondering which ones because you said there's some that denied you.
He asked me if I knew where they were. Well, I haven't really studied it, but I know airports know where they are. I can find them. Most airports, you can find them on a map. You just look up airports in fucking Alaska or in fucking Iceland or Greenland. You can look up the northernmost airports.
Yeah,
you can. It's like, all right. So then, when you try to travel there, you have to have permits and all that kind of. You can't just fucking jump on an airplane and run north as far as you can.
Let's get the permits.
Oh my God! Here we go again.
No, I was just like Helio. What I was asking him because he said that he was denied. I'm like, which airport denied you, or what place denied you? That's what I wanted to know.
No, he said let's do
Charter Airlines. You don't listen.
Charter Airlines. I don't
Private
listen.
chartered airlines.
All right. So
Yeah, I
once we get to as far as we can go, where we can land an airplane north, what are we going to do after that?
Well, what?
Yeah,
I think-
bitch.
What did you say?
I said when you get to the farthest point north at an airport where you can land an airplane, what are you going to do after that?
Then
Yeah,
you're
you
gonna-
don't
Keep if you want to keep going north.
Like you
so
see
you're
how
gonna
you don't be.
you're gonna
Hollywood-
refuel the airplane and then you're gonna
Bro,
take off
the
from
thing
there.
And then you're gonna travel north from there in an airplane and not know where you're gonna go.
No, you're gonna go north and then you're gonna
See,
go
I
to
knew
the,
this was gonna fucking happen when Hollywood
Yeah,
jumped back
Hollywood.
in.
1 second.
no,
One
then you go to
second.
the
Just let me
North
ask
Pole
something,
and then
'cause I
you
think
fly to another airport
Hollywood.
or
Simmer
back
down,
to
bro.
the same one you started at.
So I feel like you're just wanting to overtalk. Check it out. I'm trying to calm you down just a little bit so that I can get to a question. Remember when I was
I'm
asking
calm.
you what charter airport, but you acted like a dick and then started
Dude,
telling me.
No,
Like,
you act
what
like a
would you-
fucking idiot because again, I didn't say charter airport. I said charter airlines for like the 5th time, dude. So
Oh,
fucking listen.
When you didn't, yeah, I know you're acting like a dick. So whenever
Well, you're
Helio,
acting like an idiot.
listen, whenever Helio, you didn't hear what he said, and then he responded to you. You're like, I didn't hear what you
Yeah,
said.
because it
Well, see
didn't
how-
make sense. He said, "What happens when you go to the farthest north airport? Then what?" And I said, and I was confused for a second because it didn't make sense. It's like it's obvious. The answer is you take off and you go north further. That's like, what do you mean? I'm trying to go to the North Pole, not the farthest north airport.
Yeah, but you could be a chill about it. Maybe people would like respond better and like maybe even want to know what you're doing. But
Well,
you
if
act like
people
a
listen, if they want to talk, then if they want to talk and they don't want to listen, then I'm not going to be chill.
Well, that's the thing, though, man. You think that people like when you're being a douchebag and then want to join your little mission?
But do you think people like when they're not listened to and they're being talked to?
Because there's important questions that people want to ask you, dude. Because this mission that you're talking about is not something like grabbing a couple of sleeping bags and lunch, you know, like sandwiches, and go to the freaking North Pole. That's not how this works.
I mean,
There's
I'll be honest.
logistics.
You're the one talking about it. I didn't bring it up.
I know, because you usually that's the agenda. That's the thing that's really high on your burners every time you come in here. So I just want people to, like, if they ask you questions, that you're civil about it. Be like, yeah, you know, I tried going to this specific place, and you don't just be generalizing things. You give them the
Dude.
specific information that you tried.
Are you trying
That's
to
just
light
the
my?
real of it.
Are you trying to light my afterburners?
I don't know what the hell that means, bro. But like, if you're gonna say things in here, people are gonna ask you specifics, and then if
Yeah,
you got,
and
like,
I'll answer them. And you better fucking listen so that you don't have to ask again, and I don't have to
don't
fucking
be a
repeat
dick,
myself.
dude. Don't be a freaking
Stop
dick.
being a little bitch, dude. How about that?
Listen, it's not about being a little bitch. It's about being a dick when you're in there. Nobody likes that kind of guy. That guy, nobody.
Yeah, how many times are you gonna say that, dude? I fucking heard you the first time. Shut up.
Yeah, because you don't get it through your head, Hollywood. You come in there every time with your dumbass ideas, and everybody's asking you about things. At least the least you could do is be considerate.
I am
That's the least you
considerate until you start being repetitive and
dude.
stupid.
Bullshit, dude. You act like a dick every time, and that's why people don't listen to your ass.
Dude,
So,
you wanted
I
the
mean, at
smoke, and you're
least-
getting the smoke for bringing this shit up.
No, getting the smoke. You get no smoke, dude. You're full of shit. You come in here, people ask you certain questions. You're not ready to answer them. You're all
I
all
answered
about
every
your
question
anger.
you asked, and all you do is bitch and whine.
Yeah, that's because you never know how to actually address the issue when people
How
ask
about you
something.
move the fuck on and ask the next question?
Move the fuck out. Dude, who the hell do you think you are, Hollywood? You coming in here acting like you own the place.
I'm talking shit until
Sit
you
your ass
stop.
down, Hollywood. Like, you don't even need to be talking. Like, that's why
You
you
gotta-
got muted last time.
You gotta move
That's
on.
why you got muted. Because you're being a little douchebag about it. You don't want to answer people's
You're being
questions.
a little bitch, and you can't move on because you're crying so much.
No. Because this is how you act towards everybody that asks you those pertinent questions about going to the North Pole or South or whatever. Like, when they ask you those questions, you act like a dick, dude. Nobody's like, and then everybody's like, oh, the guy must be really, like, he don't know what's going on. And that's the thing, dude. People just want to talk to you about what's happening. And then you just give people the runaround. That's all you're about, dude. and people are seeing it every time. That's
No,
why
I tried to avoid this conversation so we didn't get into
I
this.
don't. I want to confront it because you know what? If
No, you
people
don't.
want to do what you're doing, and at least you started to like ask questions or attempt to do something, like I'm all like, just ask him, man. Maybe he's learned something that you didn't. But when people are trying to be civil, you think like everybody's got knives for you, bro. And the only reason why you're getting smoked like this is because you act like a dick. Just be cool when you come in here. That's all I'm saying. Just be cool.
Just open your ears and listen when I answer your fucking questions.
Why do you gotta act like an asshole, dude? Like nobody's asking for your freaking attitude. Just be right, dude. Be right when you're in here. That's it. Just be right.
All right, are you done?
Yeah. Well, I think I made my point unless you start being a dick again, and then we're gonna be right back on square one. So anyway, back to our questions. Like if you want to answer them, do it civilly. If not, kick rocks. Nobody needs your whatever attitude. At any rate, Helio was asking you some questions. I still didn't get the answer to what I wanted to ask you, but you know what? If Helio, you want to continue a discussion with them, that's fine. Like we deal with issues here now. We don't just like ban and mute people.
No, you guys don't deal with that issue.
Yeah, we have been. But see, the thing is...
Yeah, you've been dealing with it by muting me and banning me, so that's why I don't talk about it anymore.
Interrupt, dude. What the hell? You interrupt. Just chill. Anyway, so people have been asking you things about, like, what have you found out from this, like, what is it, 2 years that you've been asking these questions?
Nothing.
No, you. Not us. Like
I said nothing. Are you fucking deaf, dude? How many times I gotta repeat myself?
Why do you need to use the every time you make a sentence, man? That's so infantile, man.
I think it's fun.
I think it's retarded.
Thank you.
Everybody.
I am retarded. I'm a flat earther.
You sound like someone who is infiltrating the movement to create division. Yeah. That's what you sound like.
No, you guys are the ones that create division when you ban me for.
Maybe you should be banned, actually. Yeah, maybe you should be banned, actually.
Only because you don't like me, not because of what I actually have to say.
Oh, because the way you are presenting yourself here is not really.
Exactly.
It's not really.
I just said that.
Doesn't really
you don't
speak
like
for
the
most
way I'm
people.
presenting myself, so you want to get rid of me. I'm sorry.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's how society works.
It's not because I'm a fucking infiltrator, not because of that bullshit you just said.
Mm-hmm. Sure, I have seen many of you. When I go over to the global.
Have you?
Yeah,
Who am
I have.
Who am I? You don't know shit.
See, and again the F word.
You don't know shit.
Right?
You're just saying random dumb shit, dude. Also.
Mm-hmm.
You're trying to fucking pin me. You're trying to say all this dumb, dude.
Yeah.
It's not gonna work.
You
I'm
get
just telling you
triggered,
that.
Hollywood. You get triggered because people ask.
I'm not gonna back down, dude. Not from this dumb shit from these